From last year here at Saratoga this weekend in the Vanderbilt. It is a loaded field. We'll have a preview coming up. All that and more on this special Thursday edition where we salute those heroes who take care of our equine athletes once their careers are over on the racetrack. Gorgeous Thursday afternoon here in upstate New York, Saratoga Springs, New York. Thanks for being with us here for part of our FS2 coverage as we're just 9 minutes away from the opening race on this card. Greg Wolf with you here, and we'll get into some early stakes action in that Rick Violette Stakes, man who was a champion for Thoroughbred Aftercare. We'll talk to a lot of people involved and those who do find new homes for our Thoroughbred athletes once their careers are over on the racetrack. Terrific card though as well, and we had a downpour of rain for about 5-10 minutes, and all of a sudden it is beautiful. That's what Saratoga's like. Here's this early feature in the Rick Violette Stakes. We mentioned Pratt on board Smooth Breeze, the morning line favorite for Jorge Abreu. And the last time he was on the turf, that was the last time Pratt was aboard. It was a dominant performance, a 4-length win. As I bring in New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, champion jockey Richie Migliori, and Smooth Breeze looks like she could be tough in that race.
And, you know, she also needs some pace to run it. The fact that she ran so well, Richie, on dirt last time shows what good form she is. And a lot of it depends on whether or not the 5 Leon Blue and the 2 Sounds Like a Plan hook up. They did not the last time they met.
They did not the last time. Leon Blue, you get Christopher Elliott, who is an apprentice riding without the bug because it's a stake race. But he's been pretty consistently aggressive, and he's shown speed with this horse. What do you think happened last time that speed didn't develop?
You know, it came up. It's funny because I had different PPs, and it showed the 2 Sounds Like a Plan running with blinkers last time. We were talking about it this morning, the group, and it turns out he didn't have blinkers, and now they're putting them back on. And I just wonder a little bit without the blinkers if he just didn't have the speed. It's a little weird, right?
Yeah, but usually, you know, when they put blinkers on, it talks of intention of having more speed.
Special day, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. And a big part of everything that's taking place with Aftercare in this game because of that man right there, Rick Violette. Long-time trainer on the circuit, former 9th president as well, passed away back in 2018, but his impact will live on forever with what he did behind the scenes in this game.
Oh, Rick worked tirelessly for the backstretch and for the trainers and everybody in the game. And you know, whether or not you always agreed with Rick, Rick was always doing what he felt was the right thing.
And he was very smart. He was very thoughtful about it. Like you said, you didn't have to agree, but he always had a compelling argument to back up the way he looked at things. He was a good friend, somebody I wrote a great deal for. And at one time, he was the private trainer for Alfred Gwynn Vanderbilt before he wound up opening his public stable.
You almost upset the Jim Dandy with Free of Love at 30-1 over Congaree when it was a grade 1.
When it was a grade 1.
Scorpion ran. Was it Scorpion that ran?
Scorpion nailed us. And you go back and watch that replay. Jerry Bailey had kind of given up on Scorpion.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, my horse was coming back to him. And I took a shot at Congaree. I thought he was going too easy in front, so I went after him. And he had nothing, and it left me alone. I wish I had known he had nothing on that particular day.
And he ran for Ralph Evans, who was a longtime owner for Rick and a good man as well.
Well, Rick Violette's so important, co-creator of Take the Lead, Take Two, and of course our own Acacia Clement has her own organization as well. And I know Aftercare is something you are incredibly passionate about.
I certainly am, Greg. I'm the president of Racing for Home, an aftercare organization accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. But today is about celebrating all of the aftercare organizations and all those, particularly here in the state of New York, who do such a wonderful job ensuring that our equine athletes have a great career, if possible, after their days on the racetrack. Now, today we got a chance to see some really special demonstrations done out on the track with ex-racehorses. You see young riders aboard them in new disciplines from dressage to jumping, being ponies on the track as well. So many things that the Thoroughbred can do, and they are incredibly athletic horses. They're also incredibly giving and intelligent and so good at switching over to a new career if possible. Also, we got a chance to see the winner of the Down Broadway Award, which is voted on by the fans. There were 4 finalists to vote for the retired Horse of the Year, and did go to Flag is Flying, who was celebrated in the winner's circle today. So pretty special, as we will see that theme throughout the card today, Greg, to highlight how important it is and how much thoroughbreds can do after their racing days are done.
Acacia, thank you, and we'll have more on her organization, Racing for Home, a little bit later on in the program. You can scan that QR code Find out more information on all these tremendous organizations that take care of our equine athletes once their careers are over on the racetrack for Thoroughbred Aftercare here in New York. Here's what's ahead on the program as we're 4 minutes away from the opener. And this is presented by Claiborne Farm. Race 1 is going to kick off this early pick 5. We'll get into it in a moment. Now there's a 3-life claiming race at a mile. The Rick Violette takes part of that sequence in race 3 and the pick 6 beginning in race 5 this afternoon. You can play it all, you know by now, right there at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. The offer, that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when new members punch in that code at sign up, spot 200. And you're ready to rock and roll all meet long and beyond with Naira Bets. So again, non-winners at 3-life, $30,000 claiming tag for everyone in here. 1-turn mile out of the Wilson Chute. Lou, Andy, a little surprisingly taking all this money.
I guess it's Flavien Prat money because this horse has absolutely no speed and has had Flavien a number of races. Not my cup of tea.
Go to the post spray that happened a few moments ago. We start with the remaining half of the entry, outside post, flat on.
And a horse who should be engaged in this race, and I think is a key horse in the race with the speed of the 3 Glint.
Speaking of, about to enter your picture, here's the Linda Rice runner with Jose Lezcano.
He's a tough horse to trust. He ran a good race last time, but his prior 2 races, not that good. How he does is going to be very dependent on what the 1A does.
Here's As You Chase Me, Chris Engelhardt Barn with Eric Cancel.
Well, it was well beaten by Glint last time, and he lacks some speed as well.
Here's Lou. Pratt, 3 wins to start off this meet, and he added the Diana as well.
And I won't be shocked if this horse wins, but his lack of speed is concerning to me, especially at a short price.
Indy Magic, Joe Sharp Barn, Luis Saez.
Adding blinkers after trying turf last time, and with Luis Saez and the addition of blinkers, maybe this horse can get a bit more position. I think he's a major player.
Follow along in the program this afternoon. Get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys by downloading free Equibase Past Performances. Go to naira.com/TV schedule to get involved. So here's Indy Magic. Joe Sharp, Luis Saez team up. Saez with a couple of wins yesterday. And this was Indy Magic 2 starts ago in a win at Churchill Downs in the non-winners at 2 condition.
And the last time that he ran on the dirt, where he was claimed out of that race from Mark Casse by Joe Sharp. Second off the claim, moving back to dirt. I just thought he was a logical horse in here, and the public kind of agrees, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's getting back to the level and the surface in which he was successful at last time. And I didn't realize, watching this replay over here, Andy, how wide he actually came into the stretch.
Yeah, I thought the track was reasonably fair that day, looking at the races at Churchill. Thought he ran well enough to get it done. I'm hoping there's enough pace to get it done as well, and that's always a question.
Well, trained this one by Joe Sharp, coming off his first ever training title at Churchill Downs and off to a hot early start here, Acacia.
He certainly has been. Greg had a winner yesterday as well. So I always take an extra look at the horses that Joe Sharp does bring over. And I think that this one makes a lot of sense. Claimed, obviously, with the intention to try the turf. He didn't run that badly, but he's more of a dirt horse. And getting blinkers on today, a very short cheater cup. We call it, just a little bit added there to limit his peripheral vision, hopefully to get him into the race a bit more. And Luis Saez gave him a big warm-up. I like what I see from him in here. As far as the 5 Lou, yes, Flavien Prat does stay. He's ridden this horse the last 3 times, and every time he has taken him away from the pony, given him a big aggressive warm-up, gotten him sharper on the track, and then he has been several lengths behind the field. So it's kind of the same story every time with Lou. And then he comes flying late. It's just that he leaves himself so much to do. He does get a drop in class back down to the level at which Linda claimed him. He looks great as always. He's a teeny tiny horse. There's not much of him. But again, it's just, he's one of those horses, no matter what Flavien does, it seems, in the warm-up and the preliminaries, that he can just never get him to show any more speed, regardless of how he's acting prior to the beginning of the race. The number 3 Glint is the other one for Linda Rice, who does have forward position. He pressed the pace at her last time, and they kind of went 1-2 around in there. But this is a horse who's kind of been at this level already. Cleverly named, as he does not have a left eye. So a glint in your eye, I guess, is what he is named after. But that's how he's been. It does not appear to bother him. He's a very big, imposing horse, but a horse that certainly something the rider has to be aware of. But Jose Lezcano is well familiar with him, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. We're all a little dumbfounded that Lou is not the 9-5 favorite. He's going to be coming from Schuylerville to try and close into this field.
Yeah, he's actually right now he's at Richie's house out in Schuylerville. My guess is, as he does the second choice now, that with Irad scratched on the 2, Bob John Ray, that all the jockey money is going to Flavia. And none of us are saying that he can't win, Lou. He was just surprising at that short a price, I think. Would you disagree?
Yes, I don't think he's highly unlikely to win.
I'm not his biggest fan either. I did pick him 3rd, though.
Well, the 6 now is tipped down to your favorite, and that's logical, isn't it? Yeah.
And I think Joe Sharp, the way he's going, people are betting his horses for a good reason.
Maybe a little extra ground will do Lou good as well. Stretching out to the mile. Favorite, though, has become Indy Magic. Joe Sharp coming off that training title at Churchill Downs. Luis Saez, 2-win day yesterday. 9-5 favorite. Let's send it upstairs to kick off the card to Frank Miramati.
Indy Magic goes in to complete the line with flat on. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Glint is hustled hard from the inside up to take the lead. Flat on is up close in the opening furlong and a clear-cut second, coming to challenge Glint. Then it's a break of 3. Back to As You Chase Me. Indy Magic is in 4th and a gap of 5 to Lou. Onto the backstretch, and Glint shows the way by a length with Flat on, then Pursuit, the opening quarter in 24 seconds flat. A gap of 4 to Indy Magic, who's 3rd, followed by As You Chase Me along the rail, and 8 lengths back to Lou. Linda Rice first and last, heading to the half-mile pole with Glint the leader. Glint's been in front every step of the way. Leads at 3/4 of a length to Flat on as Indy Magic gets into the race, a closer 3rd. Less than 3 lengths off the lead as they go to the 3/8 pole, the half in 47 and 3. Glint just in front. Flat on. Indy Magic continues to march forward on the far outside with those white blinkers, and he's on even terms with Glint and up to take the lead under very confident handling from Luis Saez. Indy Magic is the new leader at the top of the stretch. Glint maintaining 2nd over Flat on the outside of him. Those two head and head. 4 lengths back to As You Chase Me. Past mid-stretch, Indy Magic all alone, outclassing the field, and it will be Indy Magic to stroll home by 6 lengths. Flat on 2nd, As You Chase Me nab 3rd in front of Glint.
Joe Sharp Barn continuing to roll here. Luis Saez and Indy Magic much the best.
Was there ever a point in this race that he didn't look like the winner?
He put himself in a great position. He was always traveling into the bridle like a winner. And the blinkers, addition of blinkers, I think kept him a little bit closer. And Saez is a guy who puts horses in the game.
And he just got such a good dribble. It's interesting, actually. I love that we now have the drone view of the start of these races. We can actually now see what goes on. And if maybe we can get it up again. Sorry, guys, I should have asked you before. That's on me. The 1A kind of comes over on him a little bit, and he steadies briefly behind him. But I think that Luis had no problem getting his position.
Yeah, no, right after that, it was like he jumped right back into the bit, and that's one of the functions of the blinkers. When they put blinkers on, it's to keep a horse more focused. And instead of coming off the bridle there, it was instantly he was back in it.
Yeah, no, and here we go.
6-1A 4-3 finish. Here's the overhead shot.
And keep your eye, the 1A is in the far outside. The 6 will be right inside of him. It's not severe, but I think it is interesting, and I think it's just one of the things that makes it so much better to be able to see that drone shot. You see right there, he kind of comes over on him. But I don't think Luis ever steadied, Richie.
No, he extricated himself from that position really well. I think the inside came out a little in a kind of accordion in the field. The outside came over a bit, inside came out a bit. And the horses in the middle took the worst of it.
Yeah, but Luis did a very good job of not panicking and not steadying the horse. And frankly, he ended up in the garden spot anyway.
Yeah.
The only rider in the last decade not named Ortiz to win a riding title here.
Do you think he reminds them of that in the room? He's like the lone thorn in their side.
Yeah. You know, I think you want to stay quiet about it. You want to be the silent assassin, right?
Good guy, Luis. Nice to see him
9-5, Indy Magic. Joe Sharp Barn, strong start. How important is it, Andy, to come here and get some early momentum in your barn?
Well, I think it's psychological. Because even if, sometimes a good trainer will just have a slow start and they'll eventually come around. But psychologically, man, when you suck the first 2 weeks, it's true for everybody. I think riders, Richie,
Sure.
horse players, you start getting buried up here the first couple weeks and you're moping.
Well, yeah, and then you start chasing your tail trying to get out of it, and then you make it worse. You got to kind of calm down and let things happen.
Indy Magic winds up going off the favorite, and an easy win to kick off this card. It's 6-5 to kick off our Thursday coverage on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today. Joe Sharp in the winner's circle with Indy Magic here in the opener, joined by Carson and Tucker as well. I got the whole family here, Joe, and a pretty easy winner. This horse really seemed to find himself in the right spot and a lovely trip today.
Yeah, I mean, actually, he's one of those horses that when we first got him at Churchill, I was just kind of in the middle of the road on him, and he got up here and had a really, really good work, and so we had a lot of confidence based on that today. It seems like the ones that come up here and really take to the surface, you can tell right away, and he was one of those.
And it seems like the horses that you've brought here have been very well spotted, too. A win yesterday, again today. How do you choose which horses will suit this track?
I mean, just from coming over the years, and mainly it's conditions, right? I mean, it's what races you think will go, and it's pretty predictable year in, year out, what he uses. And so I think it's just knowing your lane, because there's some tough guys here, and there's some great horses and great owners. So it's, we're always grateful to be a part of it. Just know where you fit, and that's everything.
And it's working out well so far. And you're also coming off of the training title over at Churchill. And so did see that it was a meaningful title for you because your team, one that you've had in place for quite a long time. Can you expand a little bit on that?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the guys that have worked for me that are my assistants now and foremans are guys that, they were grooms when I was a maker and have worked their way up to, just from day one. And I mean, I always say sometimes they remember why I started doing things the way I do more than I do. And they're just, I always say I wouldn't want to do it without them. Marvin and Tono and Freddie and Larita, they're all just great. So, if they quit, I quit, I think. I wouldn't want to have to do it without them.
I can understand that. And guys, did you have fun? Was that a good win? You proud of your dad?
Yeah, it was fun.
Well done to the whole team. Congratulations. Good way to kick off the card for the Sharp family.
Incredibly rewarding to have a team who's been together a long time and get that success. Andy, we heard Tom Amos say this most recent Churchill Downs meet was the most competitive one he's ever been involved in. For Joe Sharp to win that meet, saying a lot.
No, Joe's horses run, and when they get bet, they run. And Joe's a reliable trainer. I think as a bettor, you want to believe if you like a horse, you can have some confidence that horse is going to show up today. Though I believe that Tom Amos keeps saying that. He must have had a bad meet.
Probably.
Yeah, it's probably lying.
$5.70 for the win, Indy Magic. Joe Sharp, Luis Saez, Epona Racing kick things off race 2. We go to the turf here. Mile Inner Turf, New York breds, maiden special weights, and experience stretching out for the first time. For the Barna, Jeremiah Engelhardt opens 8-5 favorite.
And this is the key to the race, whether you like this horse or not. Acacia likes this horse. I don't. Jeremiah Engelhardt, for what it's worth, stretching out of the turf over the last 5 years is 1 for 23. And in maiden races, 0 for 11 with just 1 hitting the board. And when you've got a favorite with those kind of stats in this kind of situation, I'm a little skeptical this horse will be as good going longer. But if he is, he's probably the horse to beat.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nice effort first time, obviously, in and off the turf, but he has a pedigree that says the turf is really what he should want.
And he is getting a big rider change, Jose Ortiz as well, which really does matter. I've just chosen to play against him, but I could be wrong.
We'll have more on this, including the post-break. When we come back, we'll take a timeout, look ahead to a big one in the 3-year-old filly division as well. That man right there with the one to beat, the one to catch as well, sitting on 3,999 wins. Mark Casse got his Acorn winner, La Cara, back in action in this weekend's Coaching Club American Oaks. We'll have a preview next.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
For 104 years, success starts at Saratoga. Offering the highest concentration of quality of any U.S. yearling sale, Saratoga is ranked #1 by percentage of Grade 1 winners. Recent stars include Preakness Stakes winner Journalism, Eclipse champion and Breeders' Cup Classic victor Sierra Leone, and Grade 1 winners Kings Barnes. And one more time, to Penn Street and seize the gray. The 104th Saratoga sale, August 4th and 5th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Guarana now dead. Guarana now dead even with Champagne Anyone as they turn for home. Outside of them, Off Topic is on the scene, and Point of Honor comes wide. They're into the stretch. Jose Ortiz says, "Let's go, Guarana!" Coming down to the 8th pole, trying to hold this lead. It's now 2.5. On the outside, Point of Honor is running on in second. Guarana trying to get another 16th. Point of Honor running out of time and ground, and Guarana kicks away again. Guarana has won the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Our Three Chimneys this week in history. Guarana, she only lost once in her career for Chad Brown and Three Chimneys in Hillendale. Pretty talented performer. That was back in 2019.
She started her career with, I think, an 8 and change length win in a maiden race at Keeneland. Chad Brown went right, maybe it was more, because maybe she won the Acorn by 8 and change. Went right to the Acorn with her. She won by a city block, and then she came back and gutted out a mile and 1/8, which may have been stretching a little for her, Rich.
Yeah, but super talented. Boy, what a big Scopy mare. I forgot how imposing she was physically.
Did she lose to Cotillion in her next start?
She did.
Yeah. She came back, won the
only
Madison,
loss
maybe?
of her career.
Maybe she won the Madison after that?
Second to Street Band, and then won an allowance optional 80, and then closed her career with a win in the Madison.
Yeah.
This year's edition of the Coaching Club American Oaks, we talked about Mark Casse, La Cara, and she surprised in the Acorn. Gate-to-wire win in a race in which Good Cheer just did not show up. That was the first loss of her career on this wet track.
In a lot of ways, Dry Powder, the horse inside of her, Richie, holds the key to the race because she's fast, and I can't imagine trainer Chad Summers wants to rate her in there. And La Cara does her best running on the front end. She's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde when she gets the lead versus not. And I'm a little worried this track was very kind to speed after the rain. So while she can win, obviously, is she kind of a last time was the time horse?
Well, I think the point you make with the Dry Powder, this is going to be a thorn on her side, and she wants to be free. She wants to be clear, and Mark recognized this early on about her.
No, he does, and that's one of the reasons that Mark does so well. He is not afraid. He's got a horse that needs the lead. They're going, and she may go at all costs, and we'll see how quickly they go early in the year. I'm going to try to beat her, but I'll tell you one thing, a win in this race, and she puts herself in the driver's seat to be the champion 3-year-old filly.
Grade 1 Ashland winner, Grade 1 Acorn winner, and yeah, this would be a third Grade 1. Look, she is quick, but as you mentioned, yeah, there is speed next door, who's big class test off, for Dry Powder, no question. But we'll see if they're all out to try and make the fun as we take a look at Mark Casse has in today, trying to get number 4,000 in his incredible career.
Well, he clearly doesn't want to win with its witchcraft. I mean, he's got to want to win here, especially for Charlotte Weber. It would be kind of disappointing if they both won, right? He didn't get it here.
It would be great, though, for him to win it here, the most historic track in North America, to make history.
And with Charlotte, too, who's been such a great owner for him for a long, long time.
Influential person in his career, throughout his career. And to give it proper context, he would be the 17th trainer in North American racing history to reach 4,000. There have been 86 jockeys to do it. Jockeys tend to get more opportunities than trainers. That's pretty rarefied air when you're one of, under 20 people that have done something.
Tremendous achievement. I was thinking about the horse, too, for Live Oak. Live Oak is one of the last sort of family farms left in the game, right? How many are there from the old days? Because they've been around a long time, Richie.
Yeah, I went on a horse when I had the bug, a fast filly that you'll probably remember, Lean.
Lean, yeah.
Yeah, she was super fast. Eddie Maple was riding her. Pat Kelly decided to get a 5-pound break. Perfect horse for an apprentice. You just let her roll, and she won in the mud at Aqueduct.
I think she broke her maiden like 103 or something at 5.5.
She was fast.
She was fast.
Live Oak, of course, Charlotte Weber of Campbell's Soup family fame, and one in for Live Oak, and Mark Casse today named, been quite a few lately, but Charlotte's Universe.
Yeah, no.
Who's supposed to be talented, debuting on the grass.
Yeah, and you never really know. And those races are fun, tricky races, and we saw quite a performance in the counterpart yesterday for Adam Rice.
So, yeah, always dangerous when he shows up here, and showed it again the other day with a win. Fox Saratoga Saturday schedule, Coaching Club American Oaks, La Cara for Mark Casse will kick things off this Saturday and each and every Saturday through DraftKings Travers on August 23rd. What a race that is shaping up to be. Of course, journalism back in action in the Naira Bets Haskell this weekend.
That's going to be great. The Whitney, a matchup between Sierra Leone, fierceness, and hopefully mind frame as well. Two tremendous racehorses. White Abario trying to get back on track. And I'll tell you something, this Alabama is going to be really good because nobody's afraid of Good Cheer anymore.
Sure.
She may win it, but nobody's skipping her. And the fact that Nitrogen's going to run in there as well,
makes
I
it
mean, that
incredibly
adds so
exciting.
much.
Yeah.
Who's been a sensational turf filly, but yeah, the fastest number she's ever run on a race that came off the grass, wonder again, on a wet track. We'll see if she can do it in that Grade 1 later in the meet. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day continues after a short timeout, as we'll talk some more tremendous organizations that take care of our equine athletes. Stay with us. We'll be back with more after this.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage here from the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually well. Race 2, mile on the inner turf. New York Threads trying to get that first win on the resume. And this is a look at Ann Experience. Will break second to the outside and will be going beyond 6 furlongs, Andy, for the first time.
I think that she's very vulnerable stretching out. There's just a world of difference between going long and going short in the turf, and we talked about it. Jeremiah Engler hasn't done well with it. Now, she has a pedigree, suggests she should be able to be okay at it, but as the favorite, I want to bet against her.
Yeah, I mean, you really dig into the pedigree. The Grand Dam was second in the La Previante, going 1.5 miles on the turf, so there is stamina-based pedigree on the female side of the family.
I could well be wrong here, but at that price, I want to play against.
Forwardly placed last time out sprinting, now stretching out and has that outside post position. Keisha, what are you seeing in terms of this one physically being able to go long?
Well, he looks like he should be able to handle it, Greg. And Richie mentioned the pedigree, especially in the second generation. The La Proviante is a marathon on the turf down at Gulfstream. And the second dam was a horse that was effective in those types of races. And this one is not really built like a sprinter. He's very athletic in the way that he's put together, but he's got a lot of nice leg to him. He strides out beautifully at the walk. I don't mind the added ground, especially at the mile. I think the flat mile probably suits him quite well. Not to mention, watching his last races, he struck me as the type of horse that was maybe just run off his feet a little bit, which sometimes can happen with horses that prefer a bit more ground. Didn't switch leads in the stretch last time. Hopefully he's a bit more professional now, making the third start of his current form cycle. The number 4, Spirit of the Law, is second off of a bit of a layoff for Barkley Tag, and while he was very far back off the pace and kind of chasing, he did get a nice trip and a nice setup running on late. We're Junior Alvarado really did a very good job saving all the ground possible. He's a horse that's not that big. He's on the smaller side, to be honest, not one that would initially strike you as one that can handle distance, but he's so laid back and switched off. I'd also always noted in the past that he's such a lovely mover, the way that he covers the ground, and I think that's in large part why he effectively switched so well over to the turf. His last time out was his first turf start. I like him sticking on the grass. I've liked what I've seen from the progeny of Tiz the Law on the turf as well, and he did show with that effort last time that he could handle the mile in the 16th. Cutting back a little bit to the mile today should suit him perfectly, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Meanwhile, Cherie DeVoe, heartbreaking defeat, which she feels pretty. Ran huge in defeat in that Grade 1 Diana, our first Grade 1 of the meet over the weekend. Going to bring back this 3-year-old returning for the first start of the year with Manny Franco aboard, Deemer.
My feeling in picking this horse was that he ran well in his first start, coming up ahead short to Smooth Breeze. Think about how much Smooth Breeze has improved since this race from 2 to 3. Now, it doesn't mean just because he improved that this horse is going to improve as well, but they can show enormous improvement from 2 to 3. Bad break in the next start, comes back as a gelding. Sort of my kind of horse. I like these horses whose figs look a little light as 2-year-olds, they come back as 3-year-olds.
Just natural progression, maturity. They're supposed to be a bit faster, and the layoff, I guess, is the question, Andy, no?
Yeah, of course it always is. Cherie's mild numbers.
So 6-1, and as you mentioned, yeah, barely beat, but the horse will be favored in our Rick Violette. Acacia off the bench now, coming back as a gelding. What can that do for a horse on the racetrack?
Well, it can help with several things, Greg. It can help to lighten them up a little bit, which I would imagine might be one of the goals with this horse. It can also help with horses that tend to be a bit distracted, that can be a little bit over the top and really energetic. This is a horse who is an energetic type. Deemer, I haven't seen him since his first start, where he was just beaten ahead behind Smooth Breeze, who's going to be the favorite in the Rick Violette Stakes today. But he was a bit heavy, and he was really on the muscle and just really doing too much before that debut race. So that was a bit of my concerns off the bench. And while he is sharp in here, and he's had 2 handlers on his head throughout, he's not bubbling over, which you do want to see. He's grown and filled out in all the right ways. But I think that gelding probably has helped him to become a little bit more streamlined, not get too big, not get too heavy. And that just might be something to help him really focus on the task at hand, which today is running on the racetrack.
3-year-old debut coming up for Deemer, Cherie DeVoe barn. It's become so formidable over the last few years here. I want to remind everyone, get in the game with NyraBet's YouTube channel. Tune in to race previews, full card analysis, and betting tutorials from tracks around the world. Subscribe now. Bet with confidence at youtube.com/NyraBets. So 9 minutes away from race 2 coming up. There's the stretch out runner and experience at 8-5. Let's go back to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by Matthew DeSantis, content creator for NyraBets. Matthew, always all kinds of stuff going on. Tell us a little bit about the weekly, what to look forward to at NyraBets.
Absolutely. Well, we always have a lot of great content up on the YouTube channel. Right now, we have an expansive interview with Hall of Fame trainer Shug McGahee, which is a lot of fun, talking about easy goer, personal ensign. We also have a preview of the Coaching Club America Oaks, as well as Saturday's Haskell Stakes, presented by NyraBets.
And some in-depth coverage of the Haskell for you guys as well?
Absolutely. My colleague Kaylee Shapiro and I are going to be down on site at Monmouth Park on Saturday. So if you see us out there, come by, say hi. But we're going to have a lot of exclusive content only on NyraBet's Twitter.
What are some of the promotions people should look out for this week?
Oh, well, right up here in Saratoga, they got the Travers Bankroll Builder. If you bet $50 to win in the Coaching Club American Oaks, you can get $20 back, win or lose. So make sure to opt in to that promo today.
I love it. Start padding the bankroll, looking ahead to the Travers. Great job as always. Thanks for the time, Matthew.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. 8 minutes away. Race 2 coming up. We'll get to our post parade here momentarily. And such a key part you brought up in the running line with Deemer, those running lines in the debut against Smooth Breeze, who how do you feel about Smooth Breeze in the Rick Violette?
I think he's the horse to beat in that race. He's in such good form. He even ran well in the dirt. So I think he's the horse to beat, and I like horses like this coming back. I also think the second choice is somewhat vulnerable in this race, the 4 Spear of the Law. Junior gave this horse an absolutely flawless ride last time. Now, maybe there's an argument that was a pretty good field, but he never left the fence with this horse, saved every bit of ground, and listen, maybe he gets another good trip again today, but he's not getting a better one than he got last time.
Call to post in the background. There's Junior Alvarado in those familiar silks. Saratoga stable for Barclay Tag. Funny side connections. We'll start off the post break with a first-time starter. Post 2, Alfred Bellows.
It's really kind of more dirt pedigree in the dam side, though Golden Sense is an effective turf sire.
The entry mate, the far outside post, debuting with Pratt aboard Montesoli.
This horse has a little bit more turf pedigree in the dam side, but as a Union Rags, I'm allergic to Union Rags on the turf.
Before the win, Arad Ortiz Jr. gets the rail.
I think this horse getting blinkers is critical. This horse looked like he was running stops and starts. I think the blinkers give him more continuity.
John Ortiz barn, Luis Saez will look to add another on Mo 88.
I think this horse is very dangerous. Both he and Before the Wind had wide trips in their last start, and I think this horses both can win this race.
Here's the Saratoga stable runner for Barclay Tag, Spirit of the Law.
I do think he's a major player because I do think that was a real solid race. He did have a good trip, but second off the layoff too, should improve from a physical standpoint.
Long shot, Coco Sun.
I don't know what to say. This horse will blow up the early pick 5 if you've got him and he wins.
The new gelding coming back now as a 3-year-old for the debut for Cherie DeVoe Deemer.
Yeah, ran numbers on a par with a lot of this field as a 2-year-old, and just with natural maturation, this horse should be a faster horse this year.
God Given as a first-time starter for Mike Maker.
And actually got a little bit of turf pedigree. The dam herself was okay on the turf, so actually no, she wasn't good, but her production has been okay. A couple of runners that won on the grass.
Second-time starter, first on turf. Here's Prince of Dance.
Yeah, this horse ran, I thought, decently in the off-the-turfer. Now gets back to a preferred surface being by War Dancer.
And the 9-5 favorite going beyond 6 furlongs for the first time. Here's An Experience.
Your opinion and how you're right or wrong is going to affect how you do in this race. If you like this horse and it wins, but I think if you don't, like I'm against, it opens up opportunities to get some better price in here, and I think this one is a bit vulnerable.
No shock, the Ortiz brothers came out firing. As you take a look at who's atop the standings early on, Arad Ortiz Jr. trying to win a 4th straight riding title. I was talking to Mig earlier, Andy. Mig has had, coming into today, 32 mounts. 17 of those 32, he was first or second.
You said Mig. You mean Irad?
I was talking to Mig earlier.
About Irad.
About Irad.
Okay, I was having trouble.
It's okay.
I didn't sleep that much last night, so I'm a little slow in the uptake. It's no surprise. I mean, his agent, Steve Rushing, who also has his brother, Jose, is a fabulous agent. He gets nothing but live mounts, and it's highly unusual after the race. You say, boy, did Irad blow that one. It does not happen very often.
No, he consistently rides a good race. And one thing, whether he makes a mistake or not, all riders make mistakes at some point. He is in the pursuit of victory. He takes no races off. He rides hard no matter what kind of race it is.
Agreed.
And he usually takes money. Not the case here. He's on this one, the 2 before the win. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, if you like Irad Ortiz, you're going to get a price in here with this one, as this horse and Mo 88 come out of the same race. And as far as Before the Wind is concerned, this is a horse who is getting blinkers on for the first time today. Just a short cup in here, and one that ran well 2 starts back, being placed second. I do question the quality of that field, and a horse that really needed to take a big step forward and did last time out, made kind of the early move into the turn and then flattened out. I'm wondering with those blinkers if we are going to see him be a bit more forward like he was 2 starts back. And as you can see, Irad Ortiz opting to keep him with the pony because he's been very sharp. He's super fit as well. I actually wish that he was carrying a little bit more muscle mass altogether in his hind end, but a horse that I do think should be more forward, especially with the inside post. The number 3, Mo 88, also comes out of that race. These two both turning back from 1 mile and 1/8 to the flat mile in here. And while I think Christopher Elliott is riding exceptionally well, it can't hurt to have Luis Saez, who rode him first time out. I have loved the appearance that this horse has made. He's warmed up beautifully out there. He ran on a little bit last time out and what faced a race 2 back where he kind of ran in place on debut. Might be just a little bit of a work in progress. It's my first time being in the paddock for one of his starts, but I've been very impressed by the way that he has framed himself up, and he is a bit of a generous price as well. I think the mile should suit him, Greg.
2 minutes to post. Thank you, Acacia. As we look at Mo 88 for John Ortiz, so Saez looking to stay hot here.
Well, In his first start, he finished a couple lengths behind Spirit of the Law, but he had a wider trip in that one, and it was his debut, where Spirit of the Law obviously had more bottom, though he was coming off of a layoff. So
Sure.
I guess that's a little bit similar. Now, maybe some people feel like Spirit of the Law hasn't come back now in about 6.5 weeks since then. He had some more time off, and maybe that's why they prefer him to the 3 or even the 2, who also ran well with him last time. I just think at 6-1, both these horses are value in this race.
I agree. I thought that Mo 88, if he had a different trip first time, he's a lot closer to the Spirit of the Law. And before the wind, I made a mental note when he ran last time, this horse will be better with blinkers. He just seemed like he was running a little bit with the emergency brake on, not enough continuity staying in the bridle. Now he gets blinkers and the inside and IRAD, 6-1, okay.
He was also wide around the track, 3 to 2 wide first turn, 3 to 4 wide second turn. He never saved an inch of ground in here, and I think getting the rail, getting IRAD, I agree. I think he's an overlay at 6-1.
Part of the reason we're seeing the big price on the 2 is maybe the barn people aren't familiar with?
That's possible.
It could be a good point, but there are also people that have been involved with a lot of good turf sprinters over the years. Who was that filly that Qatar Racing bought a few years ago?
Caravel.
Caravel.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing is, this horse has run well for this barn in the past. So it's not like this horse hasn't already run for them and done well. So I'm not concerned. John Ortiz, Mo 88, he hasn't won a race here yet this meet, but he's somebody who's had a lot of success here the last few years shipping to Saratoga. So I respect his horses a great deal in making his 3rd start. Maybe it'll be the winning one.
Caravel 43-1 upset winner, I believe, in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
I actually got
Andy liked quite a bit.
Oh yeah, I got into a time machine and I still bet against him. Her.
Beat the boys.
I didn't believe she could do it again. I've never liked her, right?
Yeah.
She won the Jaipur. I couldn't stand her. She came back and won the Jaipur. She was a good horse.
That again, where you get signed up to play all the action all summer long and beyond at NYRA Bet. Spot 200, that code to use for members at sign up as we get set for an early pick 4 coming up. The public just can't get enough of Ann Experience here. And is it they believe that she's going to be in front leading the way?
I don't know. I mean, is she going to outrun the horse inside of her? Is coming out of a sprint? Prince of Dance, isn't that horse supposed to go? I think this is a horrible underlay on the number 9 Ann Experience. I mean, trying to go long for the first time, an outside post, and I don't think she has a demonstrative edge over a number of horses in this race. I think this horse is, I'm against her. I'll get her in the winner's circle, but I'm against her.
Well, I think you're saying you wouldn't be surprised if the 9 wins, but as the favorite, there are questions.
Well, the distance is a big question for her, and maybe she gets it, but the other horses have already confirmed the distance is not going to be a problem, and I don't think it's that bad a field.
7-2 on the morning line. She's the 8-5 favorite from that second to the outside post. Sorry, with Jose Ortiz aboard for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
I'm rubbing off on you.
Yeah, it's finally worked.
All those years of sitting next to me, it's finally ruining your life. Took a while.
Pick 4 starts here. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. Good catch. God Given coming up. Coco's Son will be next. Here's Spirit of the Law in those famous Saratoga stable silks. Ann Experience walking up to the gate. 9-5 in the very late stages of wagering. And Montesoli, part of the bond entry, completes the line from the outside stall. They're in the gate. And they're off. Not the smoothest of starts for Montesoli, but a beautiful one for Ann Experience, who clears the field off those sprint tries really quickly. Prince of Dance moves quickly, though, to engage and takes that second spot. They're followed by Coco's Son, and God Given goes a little bit wide into the first turn. Just in behind them comes Before the Wind. Spirit of the Law is in between horses, some 7 or 8 lengths off the lead. Deemer is just in front of him. Then the entry of Montesoli and Alfred Bellows, and the early trailer is Mo 88. The opening quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds, and Experience, nursed along by Jose Ortiz, has a 2-length lead. Prince of Dance is in second. On the outside comes God Given, moving into that second spot, and Coco Sun is among those battling for fourth. Montesoli has made steady headway up to take that fourth position. Deemer is just behind him. Down at the rail comes Before the Wind, who's in just a tad tight, but 6 lengths off the lead. Getting out of last is Mo 88 with the red cap. He is racing just in front of Alfred Bellows. The 2 trailers are Spirit of the Law, Coco Sun well behind. 48 and 4, and Experience is at it all his own way. Turns for home and sprints away. Has a 4-length lead with a furlong left to go. Prince of Dance on the inside, followed by Deemer, who's finishing with interest. And outside of that pair, Mo 88, but it's a complete blowout. And Experience ran them off their feet and rolled to an 8-length victory. Mo 88 in a 3-way photo for second with Deemer and Before the Wind.
So the public definitely got this one right, and Experience. Despite that outside post, Jose Ortiz knew his job. Get to the front, got the lead, and goes gate to wire.
Looked like an underlay to me. It turned out to be an overlay. Obviously got away with a very soft pace when the 8 decided not to go early, but did it even matter, Richie?
I think that the 9-horse and Experience just got the drop on the 8 out of the break. He broke a step slow, and very alertly, Jose Ortiz took control of the race.
And I just don't think it mattered. This horse was an hour and a half the best in here. Not even close.
I think the horse you want to follow out of this race with the winner out of it is the 2 Before the Wind. He just had no place to go. Very unlucky until inside the 8th pole, and then he was beating 2 noses. It looked like for second and third, although there's a photo still up.
Given how much this horse won by, I'm not sure how much I want anybody out of this race besides the winner. I hear you on that. We'll see. I had trouble watching the race, to be honest with you.
Talk about a huge improve. First time going beyond 6 furlongs. I think an Experience, he liked the mile. There's his winning trainer, Jeremiah Engelhardt, who is pointing his talented 3-year-old Moplex to the Jim Dandy to tackle Sovereignty coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, he knows it's a big it's actually a week from Saturday, right?
Yeah.
A big ask, but he's ready to take a chance. He didn't want to ship down to Monmouth. He decided to stay here, and I respect that.
And he ran big in the Ohio Derby, so, you know, he probably needs to take another step forward, but I thought that was a really nice effort by him.
He was finding more late in that race. That was the first time going 2 turns for him. Intrigued to see him enter the big boys picture in that 3-year-old division. Like the aggressive move and Experience, no question, like more ground today.
Got super comfortable on the lead. Very alert by Jose Ortiz when he saw the 8-horse. Didn't break particularly sharp Prince of Dance, and he just seized control of the race and was cruising around the entire way.
Jeremiah is now 1 for 12 with maidens stretching out of the turf. Not going to help the ROI that much, though.
3, 6, 2. 2 favorites, 2 races in. And Jose Ortiz riding for the Engelhardt barn with a victory. We'll have the prices when we come back. Up next, a race honoring the long-time NYRA trainer and former NYTHA president who did so much for the backbone of our sport, improving the lives of backstretch workers and our equine heroes. We'll honor Rick Violette when we come back.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
The champion 2-year-old. one of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as Race 2 and Experience took them gate to wire. Trainer Jeremiah Engelhardt joining me here with the family. Who you got here today?
I got all 5 today. I got Raylan, Anna, CJ, Eli, and Jax.
You passed the quiz.
What's that? Yeah, don't ask me what their birthdays are. I don't know that.
But as far as an Experience was concerned, it just seemed like he was just getting run off his feet when sprinting. Got so comfortable going long today.
Yeah, I listened to what you were saying earlier on the show, and I thought pretty spot on, because I really thought that he would benefit from a little further. The Instagram kind of threw me off early on, but I think there's a lot more than ready to him than Instagram. So, and Adorno, his exercise rider, is always telling me, Papa, más distance. I'm all right, okay, next time.
Adorno was right today. A very nice win. But wanted to ask you about your 2-year-old coming up in race 6 as well, as we actually have the workout as well. Sacred Goddess, 9-4 at the OBS 2-year-old sale. Horse that looks like he's been training very well too.
Yeah, she was a horse that we put on we did a turf gallop a couple times with your husband, and I had to ask him, turf, right? He thought turf. So, but ever since we actually put her on the turf, I noticed her attitude in training in the morning, even on the dirt, has been a lot different. So hopefully, she gives a good performance today.
So it's Miguel's fault if she doesn't like it.
I never blame Miguel.
That's fair. But when it comes to 2-year-olds as well and spotting them, and you've done exceptionally well bringing 2-year-olds up here and getting them ready, how important is it to be able to win at this meet in the summer where people really take notice with your young horses?
Yeah, a lot of, this is the summer place to be. I mean, all the eyes are watching Andy every day on TV, and Paul and Tom Amos and the whole gang. So you want to win here, obviously. Like, we shoot for, we try to buy horses to kind of pinpoint for the meet in Belmont when it finally opens. So we're New York guys, so it's special to win here for sure.
Well, we love it. Well, looking forward to seeing your 2-year-old filly later, but congratulations on a nice win here. Enjoy it with the family.
Thanks a lot, Acacia.
Could be a good day for the Engelhardt team. Greg?
So we know Jeremiah Engelhardt is on the Serling payroll.
He is. I bought him some hot dogs.
He
He
said
works
we
cheap.
had Dollar Hot Dog Day from Carnegie's Deli. Was it last week? You said he downed 12 of them, right?
I think I'll take the over.
I thought you said that. Okay.
I don't know.
Not for nothing, though. I rode his first winner as a trainer, and I don't get a mention there.
He hates you.
I mean,
He told
honestly,
me, no. He said, I really don't like the
that's
big.
it for me.
I don't blame you.
$5.70 and Experience. This was total domination in this maiden score. And up next, a race honoring someone who was instrumental in establishing Aftercare here in the Empire State, the Rick Violette.
Yeah, I mean, Richie knew Rick better than I did. I knew Rick fairly well, but you had ridden for him for a long, long time, and he was a very important and influential, important person in racing, especially in New York.
A tireless advocate for the horses, the backstretch workers, and the horsemen. I don't know how he found the time in a day or the energy to do all the things that he was able to do and train a string of horses.
A lot of it was behind the scenes, didn't get credit for it, but still worked tirelessly. He trained stake winners, led the Horsemen's Association, and fought for the future of New York racing. But Rick Violette's greatest legacy wasn't found in the winner's circle. It lived beyond the wire in the second acts he helped make possible. A champion for Aftercare long before it became a movement, Violette helped build the foundation for how the sport responsibly takes care of its equine athletes.
I started with him in Saratoga, 2003. I was just a working employee and just did the best I could, and I appreciated how much knowledge he had and how much I had to learn every single day. It was wonderful.
I spent 6 years on the NITHA board with him, and so we talked about a lot of issues all the time. And he was married to our industry. It was just amazing the amount of hours. I didn't know how he did both, train horses and to run NITHA, but he was great at both.
When I first came on the board in 2011, I really got to see the true Rick Violette at his best, which was fighting for the rights and advocating for not only the horsemen, the trainers, the owners, but the horses and the backstretch workers. He knew what they were all going through because he'd been through it all. He was a rider, he was a trainer, he was a groom, he was the head of a huge organization.
He was going to make it happen, and you were either going to get on board or get out of the way.
He just was very, very passionate about our sport and medications. We talked a lot about the rules and regulations, and I would think that will stay with me forever, the stopping clenbuterol and different types of medicines, and really has brought the game to the forefront on a lot of issues.
I mean, it was always on his mind, always. It was, he'd go to bed thinking about it, he'd wake up thinking about it. It was all the problems as far as Lasix and workman's comp and just anything. I mean, it was always racking his brain, trying to fix it.
He was so smart, he had so much foresight to see what was going to happen 10 or 20 years down the road. With Aftercare, you see these horses here, their racing careers maybe 3-4 years. They lived at 20. So we got most of their life is going to be Aftercare or a second career. So to have the foresight of that magnitude, I was just in awe because I don't have it. And I maybe have it now because I learned through him.
In this Wet Whitney, it is Diversify. Diversify has won the Whitney in style.
Winning the Whitney is one of the most amazing moments, not just for Rick. I mean, Rick was, he was thrilled, over the moon to win a race like that. But to win the Whitney for Mr. Evans, for Mr. Evans' daughter, with, his team of Melissa and Fausto and everybody that worked, like that was what was really special to him. I mean, you couldn't have drawn up Whitney Day any more perfectly. It was magic.
It couldn't have been any better. I mean, it was like a fairy tale to be with the rainbow and everything. And it was all that hard work and dedication, and it finally paid off. And all the hardship that he went through with his health and everything, but he was never felt sorry for himself or never wanted anybody to feel sorry for himself. And it just showed that he still had it in him. I mean, to the very end. I mean, he still was able to get horses to the top level and get the job done. It was amazing.
He created initiatives and organizations that will be here long after we're out of the business or gone altogether.
We miss him so much because of everything that he did, and so many people don't know what he was doing all the time, working day and night for everybody, but he always was working.
Will never be forgotten. I mean, you say, there's plenty of people out there that will say that he saved racing in New York and all of racing, period. There was nobody else like him.
Just an incredible impact on this game. Founding member of the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance program, co-created Take the Lead for Thoroughbred Retirement and Take Two Second Career program, not to mention what he did to improve the lives of the backstretch workers.
And he was somebody that believed in what he was doing, and he was willing to fight for it, and he was only doing it to make things better for people.
And it was selfless. It wasn't to make it better for himself. It was to make better for all the people around him. I had the privilege of knowing him since I was an apprentice jockey at 16 years old, and we became, very good friends, and I had a lot of success riding for him as well. I will tell you this, and as much as I loved him, he could be difficult to ride for. Gosh, he was a tough taskmaker. Even in the mornings, if he wanted to go the first furlong in 12, the second furlong in 11 and 4, and so on, he expected it.
That's how you learned your chops in the morning.
Yeah, either that or he was going to ball you out.
Well, race named in his honor coming up next. The Rick Violette, we have an odds-on favorite. Take a look at our Week 2 stakes schedule. Shuvi with Fillies and Mares with designs on the personal ensign and tackling Torpedo Anna. That's coming up tomorrow. And then Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, Alfred G. Vanderbilt with Bookham Dano, last year's winner Nakatomi, and the Caress. What a week we have in store coming up over the weekend. We're going to take a timeout. The big favorite, 1-2, Smooth Breeze. Last time Pratt was aboard was the last time he was on the grass, and it was a dominant victory by 4 lengths, but now a chance to add another stake.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 places at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage, New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day at Saratoga. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa and the Rick Violette. 3-year-olds foaled in New York State. Mile and a 16th on the grass, and that right there, Andy, the big odds-on favorite. Smooth Breeze last time that he was on the grass. 4-length winner to win that New York bred A other than condition.
I mean, I don't know what the big knock on this horse is. It's not like he's some sort of plotter that can't put himself into position. He ran a hugely improved race, what was already good turf form. He started as a 3-year-old, and his last race, even on the dirt, was good. Just seems like he's in good form. I don't see the argument against him other than the fact that he's 3-5.
Doesn't he project to get a really nice trip, too? I mean, you kind of see what's going on inside of him and just find that good stalking spot?
I mean, I guess the reality is that the 5 ran very well last time, but it's hard to believe the 2 isn't going to go with him a little bit. And the 2 did run well the time before that, but I just think the 6 is a better horse.
He's the 3-5 favorite at Casse Stakes Place, now trying to get his first stakes win.
Yeah, and I think he's the goods, as Andy mentioned. I think he's just a talented horse who is not even a dirt horse, but ran exceptionally well last time out, all things considered, and gets back on what is his preferred surface today. A horse that you watch him 2 starts back. He was a little bit keen early on. That's not uncommon for Smooth Breeze. He was a horse that even at the beginning of his career would always be kind of throwing his head around, be a little bit distracted. He's a feel-good, high-energy type of horse. horse, but he's acting very well here in the paddock. He's been sharp, but not too much. Also, it's been fun watching him grow and develop because he's become so athletic as well, in the way that he was kind of an unfurnished frame of a horse, and now he's so much more of an athlete. So I think he's the goods, and I don't think that he's an unworthy favorite in this spot and should be tough to beat, not to mention has shown some tactical speed as well. But a horse that should be forward, and I do think the pace is a big piece of the conversation in this race. And that's the 5, Leon Blue, who got to the front end last time out. While he was caught late by Outsource, he really ran, I thought, the best race, given that nobody else that was forward was even around in the late stages of the races. This is the horse who can really get over the top in the preliminaries. He can get very washy, so if you see him getting very sweaty on the track, that is normal for Leon Blue. For his standards, he's been doing very well here in the paddock, but he's a horse that I was impressed, and I liked a bit last time out, but impressed by the effort and the gameness that he showed. And Greg, if you're looking for a little bit of a sentimental pick as well, there are plenty of connections in Mel Gidding's barn with Rick Violette, who's this race, of course, is named for her Belmont-based assistant, Melissa Cohen, a longtime assistant to Rick. And I was told that Fausto, the gentleman in the red shirt on the head of Leon Blue, worked for Rick Violette for a long time as well. So some connections to the namesake of this race.
It'd be an extra feel-good story if this one were to win, of course, named after quite a character at the racetrack.
Leon Blue he was a racetracker's racetracker.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was. Let me put it this way: Leon had no problem sending it in, and I mean, he sent it in back in the day. That guy, and I'll never forget. I don't think he had started a horse in over a year. He started a first-time starting 3-year-old at a 1 1/8 on Whitney Day here. The horse went off as the favorite and galloped. Guy hadn't started a horse in over a year. He ran him back in the Travers. He opened up the favorite as a second-time star in the Travers. He did not win the Travers.
Meanwhile, sounds like a plan. Horacio de Paz now inherits the rail and will make an equipment sort of rechange. As we go to Acacia, he'd put on blinkers for 3 starts, 1 race off, and now back on. Why the back and forth?
Well, I'm thinking, Greg, and I do hope to, in a moment here, catch up with trainer Horacio de Paz, but my thought process was that because he didn't get the rail, or didn't get the lead last time, he just didn't run his race. But if you look at his races 2 and 3 back, and I'd written down in my notes, this horse sounds like a plan had gotten very headstrong, and I'm guessing that the thought process in taking the blinkers off at first was to try and get him to settle and to stop pulling against his rider. While he didn't do that, he also did not run well, and he'd run exceptionally well in Open Stakes Company in the Woodhaven 2 starts back. Been very relaxed so far here in the paddock. He's a very good-looking horse and definitely the strongest that I've seen him. I think the big thing for him is A, going to be what does Leon Blue do as far as the pace is concerned, and B, can he keep himself relaxed throughout the running of the race with those blinkers back on?
Well, Ricardo Santana Jr. has experience on him. He broke his maiden mig on this horse last year as a 2-year-old.
Horse's 2 best races of his life was when he went to the lead. Now they're adding the blinkers back, and basically it sounds to me like they've decided, they realized, hey, this horse wants to just roll along. I can't imagine it not trying for the lead here, Andy.
I agree, and I think if he wants it, he probably can get it from Leon Blue. And I think you made it the perfect point, Richie. His best races have been on the front end. Why tinker with that, especially considering when they did, it didn't work.
Yeah. Acacia standing by with his trainer.
I was able to run down Horacio de Paz, giving some time here. Horacio, blinkers back on. I know that this is a horse that has the tendency to get a little bit headstrong. What are you expecting with the blinkers back on today?
Hopefully he just focuses and comes back to his race off the layoff. He kind of did that to us in the first race. He always showed, to be very professional in the mornings. And in his first race in Tennessee, he was actually trying to jump the rail and shying from horses. So then we put the blinkers on, and that seemed to put him forward. But like you said, it seems to trying to find that happy medium because he does get on the bit. So, how he ran last time, we figured go back to the blinkers because he wasn't focused at all.
Do you think that he's a horse that's better when he's able to get to the lead?
Well, he's won that way, so it's hard to say no. So I just hope that he's focused and is able to get up there and, show his form that he had when he came off the layoff.
Thanks for the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
Inside post 2 mig, blinkers back on. He's been at his best on the front end. looks like they want to go.
And having the rail lends itself to a little bit more urgency to protect that inside possession. Ricardo Santana is not bashful about allowing horse to use their speed. They put the blinkers back on. I know if I'm riding him, I'm coming to the paddock and say, Horacio, I got to go to the lead, okay? Let me control the race from the front end.
And I think if you go to the lead with him, it makes Christopher Elliott have to react to it and make a decision to go with him or not. And listen, maybe he ends up going and it ends up blowing in his face if they both end up going too fast. But I don't think he's beating the number 6 if he abdicates the lead to Leon Blue. And frankly, he might not even beat that one.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
Call to post. We'll kick things off with the one we've been talking about. So the blinkers back on after they were off for just one race. Sounds like a plan, the inside post with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Well, I believe the plan has to be to allow this horse to stride away from there and use his speed and go to the lead.
We're all thinking this when we struggle early at this meet. I'm due.
Yeah,
Dylan Davis.
Clearly named by a horse player. It's got some races that are okay out of town. I wouldn't totally fall asleep on him at a big price.
Big turf debut from Outsource, who came from the clouds to get up and win.
Yeah, 1-for-1 on the turf now. He sure wants to see the 2 as well as the 5 Leon Blue go because he'd like some pace in front of him.
Now here's the Melanie Giddings, son of Motown, Leon Blue.
I'll tell you one thing, if the 2 isn't aggressive and this horse clears, he can upset this field.
And 3-5 favorite, trained by Jorge Abreu, and Flavian Pratt rides Smooth Breeze.
He just looks so formidable on paper. He should get a good trip, just find a good stalking spot. Still little too many things to like here.
Earn more on Saratoga Thursdays. Bet at least $50 on Saratoga on the first 3 Thursdays in July for a $15 bonus. Win or lose. How about that?
So I'm not down that much to meet, but I am losing a little bit. But I'm going to get $15 back because I have already bet over $50 on every Thursday here.
Every little bit
Today's
helps.
the 3rd one. Yes, it does. I'll find a very good spot to blow that $15.
Well, let's get back to Outsource here. Talk about different running styles. Sounds like a plan, the 2 and the 4 Outsource. Probably going to be first and last. Outsource came from way out of it to nail Leon Blue in what was his turf debut last start.
Well, if you're the Connections and trainer Tom Morley, you're already so far ahead of the game that it's all a free roll from here. Claim the horse for $30,000 right away. Won over $50,000 in purse money in the next race, trying the turf for the first time. So this is just a tremendous claim by Tom. Never run on the turf before, and just a completely different animal on the surface. Now, coming from way back in these races is not easy, and he got plenty of pace in there to do it. Is he good enough?
56-1 in that win, Mig.
Yeah, with a Hall of Famer, Johnny Velasquez aboard. Now, obviously, Tom claimed this horse with the idea to put him on the turf, and obviously a great insight there, got it done. Smaller field, so traffic should be less of an issue, but will he get the pace that you might get in a bigger field?
Meanwhile, that guy right there, what a statement he made to kick things off. Record-setting meet last summer. Then he kicks off this meet with the first 3 of the meet on opening day, and then his 3rd straight victory in the Grade 1 Diana.
Yeah, he's a very good rider. I mean, I don't know what else to say. You know, he's an exceptional rider. And you know, I saw him on the way out, and he had beaten She Feels Pretty with Grayosh, with a rail skimming ride back in the Lake Placid. And I said to him, he was driving by, I said, "You have got that filly's number."
He's a good rider. He's smart. He's a horseman. He understands horses. And his agent, Brad Pregram, does a tremendous job for him. When you have a rider as popular as Irad or Jose Ortiz or a Flavian Pratt, part of the problem is that you got to turn people down. And how do you do that without alienating people or getting people mad at you? They do an amazing job as diplomats for their riders.
Juggling.
Well, Acacia Outsource was a mile behind the competition in that turf debut, but got up to win. Can he do it again?
We'll see, Greg, but you know, it's interesting looking at him. I don't think that last race was a fluke. I think it was really just a big change in a horse that was getting on to the surface that he prefers, and it really was a tremendous claim by Tom Morley. And this horse looks like a turf horse. He moves like a turf horse, and he has had a spirited solo warm-up out there. John Velasquez took him right away from the pony, and he kind of threw his head up a little bit. He was quite sharp last time out as well, but a horse that I do think acts like he should not be as far back as he was last time out, but he just kind of settled and then came closing late, able to run down Leon Blue. But he looks good once again for Tom. And like I said, I think he's just a horse that is running on his preferred surface. I thought the 3 I'm Due, the biggest price on the board, was a little bit interesting because this horse does not look like a sprinter. And when you're eligible for those New York Stallion Series races, it's a lot of money to be able to run in. And on the calendar, that was just the race available, and it was a sprint race. Now he gets to stretch back out in distance, and he also doesn't have to face Friend of the Devil, who is exceptionally good sprinting on the turf. This is a big, massive, long frame, long leg horse who wants to go longer, and that's what he gets to do. And prior to that effort, he was running an open stakes company long on the turf down in Florida. Now he's running against restricted New York breds. I thought that he was a little bit intriguing. Maybe on numbers, he has kind of that one effort in the Cutler Bay to stand out, and maybe looks like he might need to improve. But I do think him getting back into state bred company, he should be worth a little bit of a look at a big price at 15-1, Greg.
Minute to post in this third race coming up on a gorgeous Thursday afternoon. And we're going to see these crowds swell over the weekend with 2 very important races, not just at this meet, but implications for toward the end of the year with the Vanderbilt and that sprint division, and of course 3-year-old fillies in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Yeah, no, that Coaching Club, I mean, you got 3 Grade 1 winners in that race, Richie.
Yeah.
And you were saying yesterday, Scottish Lassie, who I kind of like in there, she ran arguably the fastest race a 2-year-old filly ran in America last year.
In the Frisette.
Yeah.
Yeah, her Frisette was powerful.
Incredible.
Yeah,
I thought
she's
she's
a
been
player.
against it last time out with the speed being so good. I thought she was an interesting alternative at a price. A very good race.
Can't wait for it. Coming up this Saturday, a first of our Fox Saturdays, which run through Travers weekend.
Now, this is kind of interesting, guys. Just watching Smooth Breeze, who obviously is reluctant to head towards the starting gate. And I don't know if this is in or out of character for him. I'm curious if Acacia would know if this is something that's normal for this horse.
Let's go to Acacia for more.
Yeah, this is a horse sometimes that can be a little bit tricky. I wasn't in the paddock last time, but at least 2 starts back, he was reluctant going to the gate, and they had to jog him up to the gate and then kind of push him in to keep his momentum going forward. So you obviously don't love to see this, but they've got a pony on his head and a pony behind him to keep him from backing up. When a horse is doing this, the best thing that you could possibly do is to keep their momentum forward, and I imagine they'll probably do the same thing, but not totally uncommon for Smooth Breeze to be obstinate as they get closer to the gate.
Meg, have you been in a situation like this before?
Yeah, and honestly, it's not concerning at all if it's something that's a normal thing for a particular horse. When it bothers you, if it's something out of the blue. And then you're like, well, you know, why is this horse not, or why is this horse more reluctant to compete today or go to the starting gate? But the fact that this is something this horse has done in the past and run extremely well, it's a non-factor as far as I'm concerned.
2-5 has not moved off odds-on favorite since wagering opened here. It's been all favorites. First 2 on the card this afternoon. We'll see if that trend continues coming up. And then here again, the one who's going to try and steal this race on the front end, Ricardo Santana Jr. on Sounds Like a Plan.
Yeah, and I think he's got one way to go. He's got to go from the inside, doesn't he, Andy? What could you see? What would the purpose be to put blinkers back on and try to rate a horse?
Well, yes. I mean, makes sense. But I also think, forgetting even about that, they rated. It didn't work.
Right.
So why would you go back and do the same thing that didn't work the last time? And I think if the 5 makes the lead, you got to make sure he's going too fast to do it. There's nothing you can do about it if they really want to go out and all-out send and go perhaps too fast.
Sure.
But I think you're supposed to go for the lead as opposed to abdicating it, which they clearly decided to do. I don't think Kendrick took it upon himself to rate. Now, the pace was pretty quick last time. But I also, with Leon Blue, I'm having a sort of a disagree with a smart friend of mine. He thinks Leon Blue can rate and win this race. I'm questioning whether or not he can win this race rating going long. So they may want to go too. And, you know, you just don't know what's going to happen because both these riders and trainers may want the lead.
Can we ask that friend to just leave you alone for a few minutes because we need you for the show?
I'm a little busy here, Greg. Leave me
Okay,
alone.
sorry.
I got other things going on here. I got another job. I'm trying to make a living here.
1-2 favorite, Smooth Breeze, the Rick Violette. Race 3 on our Thursday card here on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. Let's go to Frank Miramonti.
Last one to load is the heavy favorite, Smooth Breeze. They're just waiting on Leon Blue first. Leon Blue is in. Smooth Breeze and Flavien Prat, prohibitive favorite. They're in the gate, and they're off in the Rick Violette. Leon Blue is very quick away from the gate, and on the inside, Sounds Like a Plan. And Sounds Like a Plan, intent on getting to the front. Leon Blue chases from second, and that leaves a perfect trip for Smooth Breeze, who gets over to the rail and is 5 lengths off that pacemaker. I'm Due is next as they're in single file, and it's another 2 back to outsource. It Sounds Like a Plan. Ricardo Santana Jr. with the pedal to the metal. They've opened up 8 lengths. The opening quarter went in 23-1. Sounds Like a Plan makes it crystal clear what his intent is. That lead is shortening with each and every stride. Here's Leon Blue suddenly within 2 lengths of the pacemaker. And Smooth Breeze in the clear while third. I'm Due, Red Silks along the rail fourth. And then it's outsource. Did Sounds Like a Plan get an appropriate breather? We'll find out soon. 47-1 for his half mile. Sounds Like a Plan takes him into the far turn, widening once again 3.5 lengths. Leon Blue in second. Smooth Breeze is third. Has 6 lengths or so to make up. A brief bid from I'm Due. Outsource goes by him. A quarter of a mile to go. Sounds Like a Plan. 3-length lead. It's question and answer time. Leon Blue, Smooth Breeze, both chasing. Smooth Breeze on the outside and Leon Blue head to head. 2.5 behind Sounds Like a Plan. Sounds Like a Plan digging in, trying to fend off this bid from both Leon Blue and Smooth Breeze, who are getting to him now. Leon Blue, Smooth Breeze, Leon Blue, Smooth Breeze, Leon Blue, and Christopher Elliott to win the Rick Violette. Smooth Breeze was second. Sounds Like a Plan and a closing outsource.
Leon Blue grinding away, crossing the wire first. Looks like there was maybe more than a little contact, though, in the stretch with Smooth Breeze. We'll take a look at it.
Say, this was a heads-up ride from Chris Elliott down the backstretch. Flavien Prat moved up with Smooth Breeze, try to get him to go on, make him panic a little and go and engage the front runner. Sounds Like a Plan, but he sat pretty chilly, held his position, and it looked like Flavien was trying to race him a little, but he came out into Flavien to make sure he held his line. Without the benefit of a head-on, there was contact, but I thought that the outside horse might have initiated that contact.
I agree. We'll watch the head-on, but I think from there, I agree. This was really, I mean, I think this is when Flavien thinks, you know what? I tried to screw around with a kid, and he just beat me flat out.
He rode a heads-up race. Now he's
Green
got his horse
cap,
turned
your
out.
eventual winner.
Flavien's hurting him in a little bit right there.
Yeah, no doubt. And he's got his horse turned out, trying to hold. He didn't want to get pushed behind the leader, right? He has to secure and hold his ground. I think this Chris Elliott just rode a tremendous race here.
No, there's no chance that I don't even think there'll be an inquiry looking at that.
I agree.
But I think it's good to look at it. He just beat him. Leon Blue was better.
Yeah.
He was flat out better. He didn't necessarily get his preferred trip. The 6 did. Flavien got him in perfect position the first turn, and Leon Blue just beat him.
Seemingly a horse who needed to be a little bit closer to be effective. Not in this case.
No, he rated kindly. Listen, they did what they had to do with the 2-horse. Sounds Like a Plan. Went to the lead. He just wasn't quite good enough. And I think an outstanding trip, an outstanding ride, got Leon Blue home. And Christopher Elliott, you know, you get an apprentice allowance in regular races. You don't get it in this race. But he's been riding long enough now that when you're getting that weight allowance, you're starting to steal because he's pretty much a journeyman at this point.
There's winning trainer Melanie Giddings. What does that do for your confidence as a young rider? Christopher Elliott, the son, of course, of Stuart Elliott, Smarty Jones fame, to outduel the reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider down the stretch in a stakes race.
Oh, it's huge. You just took on Flavien Prat. It would be like taking on, you know, Angel Cordero, George Velasquez back in the day and coming out on top in a photo. It just elevates your confidence level. I like what I'm seeing from Christopher Elliott, and this is the second stakes win of his career.
And I'll tell you something. I'll bet you Flavien's impressed. I mean, you got to have the horse to do it. You got to have the horse to get you there, and you don't want to just say, and you're not saying that it's just riders doing it.
No.
But Christopher Elliott was never intimidated by Flavien. I think Flavien was kind of trying to intimidate him, as he should, right? I mean, he's Flavien Prat, and, this kid is, still got his bug. He's getting close to losing it. Didn't have it for this race. I mean, that was a terrific, terrific stretch run.
Terrific stretch run. He's gotten so much stronger, Christopher Elliott, over the past several months. He looked like an apprentice when he first came to New York, finishing. There's a difference. His body's tightened up. He's matured. Gave his horse a tremendous ride, and he can go back to the room with a little bit of swagger right now.
Absolutely. Was that the toughest thing as a young rider coming up and becoming a journeyman, just the strength, the difference between the journeyman and the young riders?
Absolutely. You need to ride races to get to that optimum fitness level, that optimum strength level. You could work out until the cows come home. You're not going to get there other than riding, and that's what I've seen. He's really come to hand, and I saw a glaring difference when I got back from Arkansas. I didn't watch him every day, and I was like, wow, this kid really came on.
I agree. He is, from where he was when he first started riding into New York, and it's been a little less than a year, he's so good he's overcoming his agent.
Which is?
Jose Santos Jr., the
Who
super
represents
agent.
half the colony here.
He does. He represents half the riders in the country.
In North America.
Jose.
He's taking on Victor Espinosa
What are you talking about?
as well, who's come to ride here this summer
get
along
him
for
a
Wesley
winner.
Ward. He's got the pedigree. Son of Stuart Elliott, who rode the Smarty Jones to the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown back in 2004. Leon Blue in the Rick Violette.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Good to have you with us on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live on a beautiful Thursday afternoon in upstate New York. Take a look at our Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-ins, brought to you by the 104th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 4th and 5th. Where will you be? Most of the town will be there.
Yes. It's like a city unto itself.
It really is.
Sales. They should have their own zip code for that.
Biggest party night of the season here. Leon Blue, what a stretch duel this was. What a performance. And Christopher Elliott out-dueling reigning Eclipse Award winner Flavien Prat and Smooth Breeze, the 1-2 favorite for the win.
Great race. It was just a really exciting horse race in there. I mean, I know that some will say, well, they're not as good as, obviously, the horses in the Diana that. Every bit as exciting a race, though, I'll tell you that.
Put on quite a show, and they threw it down. And nice to see a horse named Leon Blue in honor of Leon Blushewitz in the winner's circle here in Saratoga.
I mean, they talk about legends, sometimes a little too glibly. He was a true legend in the game, and a good trainer, but also a real horse player, too.
And Acacia had talked about all the connections from this Melanie Giddings Barnes to Rick Violette, and comes full circle here, so it has to feel good. Let's go back to Acacia now.
Absolutely is. I'm happy to be joined by trainer Mel Giddings. First and foremost, I think it's kind of a double whammy of meaningful things here with the namesake Leon Blue, and then your relationship and the members of your team's relationship to Rick Violette winning his namesake race.
Yeah, it's super meaningful in more than one way. You know, we didn't have to fight for a head bob today, and I think he proved that giving him the time off, you know, has suited him through the winter. But most importantly, you know, I have Melissa, who worked for Rick Violette for a very long time, and Fausto and some of my team members that, you know, they miss Rick dearly.
A very special win for the whole team indeed. But as you said, giving this horse a little bit of time to mature. Big leggy guy that he is, and he was very game today.
Yeah, I think, you know, we're just going to see the best of him down the road. I think he's meant to be a good older horse, and he's shown it.
How encouraging was it for you that he ran so well in the lead last time, then able to do it rating today?
You know, in the morning, like, we know he has that in him. He's capable of doing anything. I mean, it's deceiving. He's just naturally quick out the gate and quick-footed, but he will sit off a horse, no problem.
As he showed today, congratulations to the whole team, a special win.
Thanks, Acacia.
Greg?
Anytime you get your picture taken at Saratoga, it's special. Steak, a little extra special.
Yeah, and all the things talking about, you're talking, and you and Acacia talking about all the people working with Mel Giddings that worked with Rick Violette. Christopher Elliott winning this race. He's getting close to losing his bug, winning it without his bug, and somewhat outriding Flavien Prat. I mean, you have to have the engine under you, but this was a really, really exciting, fun race. Named for a man that's worth remembering, too.
Absolutely. Listen, at the end of the day, it's horse racing. Right. But jockeys can contribute to victories, and I thought Christopher Elliott contributed greatly with his effort here.
It's one, I would say, you can't come out of it and saying, well, that horse lost because Flavien outrode Christopher. Not the case.
Doing a lot for that young man's confidence, who, yeah, we have seen really grow over the last 6 to 8 months here in this New York circuit. Christopher Elliott. Race 4 coming up next. Starts a middle pick 4. 6 furlongs. Non-winners at 3 life, all for sale. Claiming race, $17,500. The purchase price for all of them in here. And Shlomo taking a big drop in class to the outside for Bill Mott.
Yep, for our friend Lee Einseidler. And, you know, drop downs are, to me, you never want to say, I'm not worried about the drop down. You may say, I don't mind betting this horse, whatever price it is, despite the drop down. But Richie, don't you always have to be concerned about a horse dropping as precipitously as this one, as opposed to the 6, who's kind of running where he belongs?
I think you always have to factor it in. Why? What's the reasoning behind taking this precipitous drop in class? Did they just say, well, there's no way he's going to win the next condition against New York bred, so we're going to go ahead and drop him down? How can you say that?
Dropping severely as well, down to 17.5. I'm sure they're going to claim this horse, and a well-named horse. I want to say that he's a son of Freud, and Freud's middle name was Shlomo. I believe that's the story, yeah. I think Lee and Freud were actually close friends. Briefly, when Lee was in psychiatry school with Freud.
We love Lee, one of our favorites. Thoroughbred Aftercare Day continues here at Saratoga. And we'll have much more on the festivities when we come back, including getting into this middle pick 4 as our Thursday coverage continues on Fox Sports 2.
When the spotlight shines on the race, there's a team behind it, working before the world wakes up. They care. They sacrifice. They make it all possible. Best is here to care for them because they deserve the very best too. We support their health, their hopes, and their humanity. Best, behind every champion is a team, caring for the people who care for the horses.
Back with you on New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, 13 minutes away from the 4th. Long before she was a familiar face in this sport, being on our show, Acacia Courtney Clement fell in love with the horse. That passion never faded, only growing stronger over time. And through her nonprofit, Racing for Home, she's turned that love into action, giving retired thoroughbreds a second chance and a place to truly come home.
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats. And that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once and he came back to Racing for Home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Well, tremendous. I don't know how you find time, first of all, Acacia, to do all this. How rewarding is that, though, to be able to do this with your family?
It's really special, Greg, and thank you to the whole NYRA team for the opportunity to show that feature and to highlight Racing for Home, especially on Aftercare Day. But both of my parents are super involved and are at the barn every day. With my schedule, unfortunately, I'm not able to be hands-on with all of the horses. I have one OTTB, Who's Your Drama, here in Saratoga with me, who is my heart horse that I get to ride every day. But the rest of the team is in Connecticut, and we actually just welcomed yesterday our newest addition, Magistrate, who did start his career off actually, in fact, with the Clement barn and has traveled around the country. His most recent race was at Evangeline, but owned by Adelphi Racing, who is just one of many owners who have opted to do right by their horses and to find a retirement spot for Magistrate. He is a giant and handsome gray horse, so really special to welcome him, and big thanks to the whole Adelphi team for making that happen and finding him a new home. But yes, tremendously rewarding. We are very busy this month. We've taken in 2 horses in the last couple of weeks, have another one coming this weekend and picking up another one next week. In addition, Soldier Rising, multiple grade 1 placed for Christophe Clement, recently joined the Racing for Home team as well, a horse that, as many remember, I was very fond of. So really wonderful to play a small role in giving these horses a new chapter after their racing days are done, Greg.
So tremendous. And yeah, Casse actually introduced me to Soldier Rising, knew it was a favorite, and actually my son got to meet him. It was special for him. But great. We salute everyone who, you know, we're seeing it take over more and more and more, but taking care of these horses once their careers are over. It's an important part of the sport.
Well, horses give us, and I'll speak for myself more than anybody else, so much and take us to places we would have never experienced. So it's incumbent upon us to give back, and they're doing such a wonderful job. Acacia, her mom, and her father should get credit as well because he's all involved with it as well, and I really applaud them.
You know, Greg has some skills, so he could probably earn a living without horse racing, but I don't know what I'd be doing without racing. And plus, to me, it's the greatest game in the world, and the pleasure I've gotten from racing, and I can't say enough about it. And you know, I know you can always do more, and the industry keeps trying to do as much as they can, but I do think there's an enormous effort going from a lot of people out there to just make things as good as they can. And like I said, can always do more, but there's a lot of people working very hard, doing a very good job. Acacia and her family being three of them.
Well, this fourth race coming up, we're approaching the 6-minute mark to post, and the favorite, the 6 Ride Up, Fernando Abreu, Manny Franco, and there's a look at the 6, who 2 starts back, February, was a winner against a horse who would come back and win again.
I'm not sure which one between the 6-7 wins if they both run their best races. This horse is pretty good. This is 2 back in February, came back 3.5 months later, was a bit against the track, outside. You probably want to be saving ground a little bit, though a relatively fair track. Thought he ran fine in there, comes in for Flying P. I think they're still trying to win their first race of the meet. Took a tough beat with them yesterday. Running second, Barb. I think this horse makes a lot of sense, but if Shlomo runs his good race, he's going to have his hands full. It's a battle.
Now with more on an organization that has a big presence in these parts in Thoroughbred Aftercare, let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm very happy to be joined by Maggie Sweet, the COO of the Thoroughbred Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, accredited, of course, by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. But for those not familiar with the TRF, Maggie, such a wonderful organization that does so much for horses and humans. Give us a little bit of a background.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation is the nation's oldest and largest aftercare organization. We provide dignified lifetime care for about 400 racehorses across the nation. Half of our herd live at farms on correctional facilities where they serve as teachers and healers to incarcerated individuals.
And they're such wonderful teachers as well. We're celebrating Aftercare Day here at Saratoga. How important is it to highlight what horses can do after they're done racing?
It's incredibly important. They only spend a small part of their lives actually racing on the racetrack, and they can do so many things afterwards. So we often receive them after a second athletic career, and then they go on to be, they serve as these teachers and these healers as a third or fourth career, and they're wonderful animals that have a lot of purpose.
They really do. It's such wonderful programs, the Second Chances programs. Thank you to you and all of the people at the TRF for all that you do.
You're welcome, Acacia.
Greg?
And she talked about that program that horses, work with incarcerated individuals. That is called the Second Chances program that does so much good. The poster horse, I guess, for that organization or that program was the great Quick Call.
Quick Call, Creme de la Fête. They were some of the first horses in the TRF herd. Went and visited at Walk Hill several times. And, one thing about, men that are working with these horses, a lot of them are big, imposing individuals themselves, and they're used to imposing their will. You don't do that with a thoroughbred racehorse.
And it teaches them a usable skill, but I think it's also something that's incredibly therapeutic for them. And it's been a great, great program, and TRF's done a tremendous job with that. Maggie worked for Todd Pletcher as his office manager for many, many years, and that's a big job. You don't do that for Todd unless you know what you're doing, and she's moved on to this role not that long ago, and I don't have any doubt that she'll do a tremendous job there as well.
Post parade coming up for this fourth. There in the background.
Frank's in trouble.
Jose Lezcano and Shlomo.
The two favorites appear to have the same silks.
Yes, they do. Wow. Very similar. Here is Masterwork to kick things off, 25-1.
He's a horse that randomly occasionally runs races that could give him a chance to get a piece, but it's usually random.
Next door, Kendra Carmouche for Linda Rice on McCaw.
Was impressive last time for 17-5, non-winners of 2 and a life. Now he steps up to the non-winners of 3 and a life. Can he be as effective?
And a skip to the 4, I believe. Yes, Arcadian Linda Rice off the claim.
Yeah, Claims runs back for the same spot. You get Christopher Elliott, who contributed a fine ride in the last race.
And the two main players, the one we showed you in a win last or 2 back, I should say, right up.
Trained by Fernando Abreu, was a longtime assistant trainer to the late, great Alan Jerkins. He knows what he's doing. This horse looks very, very
Those
sharp.
Silks were unstoppable here last summer. Flying P stable. Shlomo, 3-2 favorite with a drop in class.
For you as a bettor, you have to decide whether or not you have an issue with that drop. I do. I think it's a little too sharp, a little too quickly for a horse that before his last race running well, and he got caught up in a fast pace last time. So on paper, he really has an excuse last time, and enough an excuse to suggest he shouldn't be dropping.
And there is Shipman, Andy. Lane Luzzy for Joe Sharp.
It's Joe Sharp, and it's second off the claim, dropping down. Now, it was basically ease last time out. In fact, was ease. They really
And we apologize for any technical difficulties. We have horses warming up on the track, though. We'll take a look at some of the contenders in here, as we'll start off with the number 7, Shlomo, who's getting a big warm-up from Jose Lascano for Bill Mott. Now, this is a horse, actually, for whatever reason, I've never been in the paddock for one of his previous races, but a horse that I have covered his races before. So we're taking a look at his effort 2 starts back, where he was a little bit late switching leads, but he was game to get the win, and he was able to get back-to-back victories after breaking his maiden. Then in here, you see him kind of hanging on that left lead. Eventually late, he will switch over, but game over Stewie to get the victory that day. Then he came back in the second level allowance field, and he was terrible that day. So we can understand a drop in class. Now, interestingly enough, he was actually entered in a New York bred turf stake a couple of weeks ago. He was scratched there. Now he shows up with a big drop in class. He had a big warm-up. He does have speed. He looks incredibly fit. At a short price, Greg, he certainly could be the winner, but you always have to question an aggressive drop in class like this. Just kidding. Hopefully we'll get a chance to hear from Greg in a moment. But guys, if we could take a look at the 6 ride up, we'll go there next. As the guys mentioned, we do have 2 hot pink silks. So Lee Einsiedler's hot pink on the outside, and then Flying P hot pink here, but they're blinkers in hot pink as well, keeping with the theme. This is a horse coming in for Fernando Abreu, who is second off the bench. And looking at him, he's such a big, heavy-bodied type of horse that I really think he benefited from that last start. And he's been sharp warming up in here. I always felt that shorter was better for him. Never thought that he was really looking like a horse early on in his career that wanted to go those 1 1/8 type distances. This is the right spot for him, and he has been exuberant in the warm-up. Also, like I said, probably really benefited fitness-wise from that last effort. We'll check in with the 2 McCall for Linda Rice, who dropped in class to a comparable level, the non-winners of 2 condition last time out, and got the win. It seems like everybody sent to the front end, and this horse actually moved up on the inside between horses and then finishing best. Thought it was a game effort. But while you do have a couple of others in here who are intriguing, are dropping in class, this horse has kind of been around this level already. This is one that sometimes can get really washed out in the preliminaries, and while it is a very warm day, he's doing very well for his standards. With Sharp getting the tack on, but he hasn't gotten over the top. The number 3, Shipman, as you might have seen, came out last in the post parade, and actually did not even participate in the post parade. He came out last from the paddock, took a right-hand turn, would have had to get permission from that, but he's handled himself very well. My thought process is we'll head back over to Greg. He's a horse that's a little bit tricky, and they're doing everything they can to keep him calm.
Acacia, thank you, stepping in to save the day as she usually does.
Well, somebody's got it around here with the 3 of us up here. Actually, Richie was starting to say something so brilliant, the power just went out. It was so incredible. Everything just went away. It was a really impressive trick.
Unfortunately, I've completely lost my trend of thought.
I can't remember
Imagine
where I am.
that. 6-5 favorite. Apologies. Power outages. We got it sorted, we believe. 6-5 on Shlomo with that drop in class on the outside. The Silks of Lee Einsiedler for Bill Mott, with Jose Lascano set for this 4th race in a middle pick 4. Frank Miramati, the call.
Arcadian is awaiting his turn. Goes in. Right up will be next. and Shlomo. They're in the gate. And they're off. Right up, got left, and is well behind. Shlomo is going out to battle for the lead with Shipman. They're stride for stride. Here's Masterwork coming through to join, making it 3 across the track. McCaw's just off that battle. Then comes Arcadian, and slow starting right up is at the back of the field. They're heading to the half-mile pole, and Shipman becomes the target for the favorite Shlomo, a length and a half behind second. Masterwork asked to keep pace at the rail. The quarter went in 23 seconds flat. McCaw now takes that third position, has 3 to make up, clear of Right Up and Arcadian. They're coming toward the quarter pole. Shlomo putting the pressure on Shipman, and Shlomo is up to take the lead. McCaw 2 behind them in third. They're followed by Masterwork in fourth, top of the stretch. Shlomo just in front. McCaw is chasing on the outside, and down at the rail, Shipman is back to third, 3 lengths clear of Masterwork in fourth, final furlong, and it is Shlomo or McCaw. Shlomo just in front. McCaw trying to get by late. McCaw on the outside, coming at Shlomo now. McCaw has momentum. Shlomo on the inside. Here is the line photo. McCaw and Shlomo. Behind them, Shipman was in third, then Masterwork.
Maybe McCaw over Shlomo. It was close. This will take a photo.
And the entire complexion of the race changed when the 7 stumbled to start, and there it is right there. And I think the 7 was coming back, but Richie, didn't it feel like the 2 had him measured?
Feels like the 2 got there, but I will say the 7 got all the best of that, Bob.
We take another look at that, maybe? That was a good race between these 2 horses coming there. Shlomo ran very well. There's the Bob.
Watch that nose of the 7 down on the inside.
Nah, he doesn't get him, I don't think. I don't think. You think he did?
I'm not convinced
I don't know.
now.
I'm betting on this one if you want to let me bet this photo. I got $20 to 2 on the photo.
Well, it's either 7-5 if it's the inside runner, or 3-1 if it's outside in McCaw. That was close.
That was.
How often did you know Mig in these photo finishes?
Vast majority, if you won, and it was the 2 horse.
Hey,
I didn't hear anybody agree to that bet here, but
I did.
Most of the time, every now and then you get a really crazy Bob and you're wrong, but I would say 97% of the time, the riders know who won.
Obviously, this race was dramatically changed when the 6, who was speedy and obviously a contender, stumbled so badly to start. He lost all chance in that situation and just lost him.
Yeah, unfortunate situation for Ride Up and Manny Franco out of the gate, and that was sort of it for his chances. And then Shlomo allowed to be a little more content up front.
No excuse for Shlomo, and I'll tell you what it says. Bill Ma ran him in the right spot.
Yeah.
You know, they knew what they were doing, and I'm curious how many people went in for him. I cannot imagine he wasn't claimed.
It almost appears like Shlomo waits on horses a little bit, because when that horse engaged in McCaw, he had a lot of momentum, and didn't it feel like he kind of jumped back in with him just a little bit?
Do you think he needs to spend a little time with Freud?
Yeah, I just feel like he's just, a horse that likes company, no?
I couldn't resist.
That was very good.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Kendrick
You're
Carmouche.
lying, but I appreciate it.
Linda Rice and the Silks of Roddy Valente. McCaw with the victory.
I know Roddy's happy to win a race anywhere, but particularly in Saratoga.
Ooh, it's tough. Yeah. If you own a thoroughbred, sweat out a close finish like that.
Second win of the meet now. Yeah.
4,000, right? Not really around the corner. It's next. 3,999 for Mark Casse. He's got a chance to get 4,000 today. He's going to join JK in that golf cart when we come back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
Download the NYRA app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NYRABets.com. Today, McCaw gets the bob, as I'm happy to be joined by winning owner Roddy Violette, along with his grandson Michael. Great to celebrate with your family. And Roddy, you were just telling me it's the ups and downs of this game, getting shut out last year, and now 2 wins already this meet.
Toughest game in the world to play outdoors. They say football's tough. This game is like second to none. That's my feelings anyways, Acacia.
I totally agree with you. And you did it in a tight photo finish today. What a victory at the wire.
Any bob up here is a winning one is like somebody's looking down at you, and somebody was looking down today, so appreciate it. Really appreciate it. It's like when you get shut out a year before and you start off 2 for 2, you just say, how does this game played? And it's difficult, it's very difficult. I had a horse scratched earlier today, and I thought the horse had a big shot, and you live for tomorrow in this game.
Certainly keeps you humble, doesn't it?
Very, very humble. Very, very humble.
And with a win like this today, any win at Saratoga is special. Was claimed, so moving on, but the perfect spot really for him to get another victory.
Acacia, last year this horse was vanned off of this track, and myself and Linda talked after the race, and they said, we sent him down to Dr. Patty Hogan down in New Jersey. Said the horse just needs some time off. We did the right thing, and he came back and gave us 3 wins this year. And whoever has him after this, God bless him. It's like, that's how you got to play this game. You got to be aggressive, and I'm very aggressive when it comes to the claiming game. It's the only way to play it.
And in the winner's circle, after doing right by the horse, it all comes around. Congratulations, Roddy.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Greg?
Claimed his first horse, Roddy Violette, back in the 1990s up here in Saratoga. McCaw, as you heard, claimed and will be moving on to a new barn, as is the 7 Shlomo.
Richie and I are old, so we remember when Roddy Violette and Bruce Levine were incredibly deadly, especially claiming horses in California and bringing them east.
And bringing them east. Bill Spar would claim them for him out there, and he would run horses out there for him as well. But Roddy's first horse was a horse named Gravel King. That's his business. Dennis Ryder trained him, and I rode Roddy's first winner, and the last winner of my riding career was for Roddy Violette.
Everything comes full circle.
Kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, impressive.
Race 5 going to start the pick 6 on New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. $20,000 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint. We're a tactical track star. Brad Cox, big drop. Start number 2. Give up on this son of complexity.
Yeah, I have a trouble reading this horse, and of the drop downs, I preferred the 8 Fiddling Felix. Problem with Tactical Track Star, and he can clearly win here, is didn't take a nickel in his debut. 14-1 for Brad Cox. Is it announced? Now, it was a much tougher field than this one, and the horse did absolutely no running, Richie.
That's ice cold for a Brad Cox runner on the board.
They were right.
And the precipitous drop in class, and now the blinkers on. But I agree with you. I think there are some other interesting horses like the 8, Fiddling Felix, who's had more opportunities, but he's run consistently as fast, if not faster, than Tactical Trackstar did, at least on debut.
And looking at multi-race bets, I think there's a very good chance Fiddling Felix will be favored by post time.
All right, well, more on this coming up. Man who we've told you quite a bit, sitting on a huge milestone. Hall of Famer Mark Casse, 2 chances just here at Saratoga today. You see Colonial as well, but a chance to get number 4,000, and he's a major player in both those races, race 6 and 10. He joins Jonathan Kinchin for this week's edition of Cart Talk.
Mark, well, as of now, you're sitting at 3,999. You're going to get it at some point. We're not going to jinx you.
Yeah, it's only been like 3.5 weeks since 3,999. Just kidding. I think at some point, I'm hoping, yes, it'll come true.
You've been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Where's this 4,000 win? Where is it at in terms of how you feel about it adding to your legacy?
Well, I mean, 4,000's a lot, so it causes a lot of reflection. I was walking horses here when I was 10, 12 years old at Saratoga. A lot of reflection about my father and my mother who both passed. Just the journey to get here. So 4,000's nice, but I think mostly it just brings back a lot of memories.
Second.
That rate from
We've had so
half a
many,
length.
we've had so many seconds. Second and third. We're ready now. You know what makes me feel good? A lot of the riders and the owners. You saw Mrs. Weber. She was there. It was 95 degrees to support me. That is the kind of support that it takes to win 4,000 races. I've got one guy, Mitch Downs. He's been with me 45 years. I have about 10 members on our team that have been with me over 30 years. So I get the accolades, but they work hard behind the scene, and they are all as excited about doing it. And the riders, we're still at
We
3.
need this to be 4,000, you know? Okay.
I see the result before.
You saw, okay.
I tried to get you
3,000.
4,000.
Everybody's trying. I appreciate it. It feels good because so many people want it for me. They probably want it for me more than I want it for myself. When I'm dead and gone, I hope people think that I've done a good job and that I was a good horse trainer. But more importantly, I want them to say that I'm a good person.
Of your 3,999 wins,
Teffin.
That's all. That's what I knew. That's no.
Teffin at Royal Ascot.
That's the best one?
Oh yeah, by far.
All right, I got another one for you. Of your 3,999, which one got you the most TikTok views?
Oh, that one's pretty easy, I believe. Probably got Stormy because she was owned by my racehorse.
I thought it was going to be Sandman.
Well, Sandman's got a lot too. You might be right, Sandman. Sandman is amazing because we have Metallica fans, Griffin Johnson fans, and then there's just, because he's so beautiful, a lot of people love him.
Well, while we're chasing 4,000, I thought we'd talk to a guy that might know a little bit about 4,000.
Hey, Mark, about time you joined the club.
Check the earnings.
That's not very nice.
That was a great way to end it there. Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Tom, of course, long time ago got into that club. But yeah, Mark's done pretty good in terms of his earnings. What a career, Hall of Famer, and a chance with Lacara this weekend. Yeah, to have the top 3-year-old filly in the sport. But he's been doing tremendous work for a long time.
Yeah, is it even better if you get it with a grade 1, or is it just good to get it over with at this point?
Listen, I've seen so many people roar up to milestones, myself included, and get stuck. You just want to get it over with. You don't care where. Mark Casse saddled his first horse when he was about 17 years old at the Great Barrington Fair.
Probably owned by his father, Norman.
I am sure.
I knew his father as a kid, and he was as sharp as they come.
no sharper.
Yeah. Very much, pretty much, kind of the father of the Ocala breeding situation, right?
Yeah, he's one of the founders of the Ocala Thoroughbred breeders.
Some great ones from him. Tapping got Stormy, of course, who won the Della Rose. And then it was actually Gary Barber's call. Let's run that one back in a week's time against the boys in the Grade 1. She wound up not only winning the 4-star, Dave, doing it in track record time.
Mark is a trainer that is not afraid to be embarrassed. And that's a good quality, not a bad quality. You are going to get embarrassed sometimes, but it's more important to remember something like that. That horse came back, and when she came back and won the 4-star, Dave, was it the next year or 2 years later? She looked on paper like she had absolutely no chance in the race, and she really stepped forward to get it done. 2 wins in that race is a big deal, Richie.
Big time.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back, pick 6, when we return. First leg coming up. Say hi, Andy. I'll say hi. There we go. Mig, join us.
Oh, okay.
That's a new shot.
Wow.
Back with more right after this timeout as we celebrate New York Thoroughbred Aftercare on this Thursday afternoon from Saratoga Springs.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Jeremiah, tell us a little bit about Sacred Goddess. She's in on Thursday, 5.5 on the turf, New York bred. She's a daughter of Cantheros. Paid $200,000 for after working 9 and 4 at the OBS sale. What did you like about her there in April?
Well, the way she got over the track, I thought the work was really nice. You know, Legion kind of picked her out for the Icon Racing Group and Team Penny and Peter Dorsman, and when we went and saw her, you know, she kind of made that initial impression. Yeah. We went back and looked at her again. She looked good, so she was one that we were kind of keying on. at that sale as far as New York breds go.
I watched her last breeze and took a little bit to find her stride, but once she got going, and that was on the dirt, she really cruised around there, going 48 and change.
She's been, ever since I went out and galloped her on the turf gallops a couple times, she's really kind of, it's made her a little bit more forward in her works in the morning on the dirt. We didn't breeze. I normally just use the turf gallops. I don't usually breeze them on the turf. And I've liked kind of her attitude since getting on the turf. So I think she knows in the back of her mind that, hey, maybe I'm going to be running on the grass. So
Maya, best of luck with Sacred Goddess. Hopefully another first-time out winner for you.
Thanks, Maggie. I'm looking forward. That's Icon Racing's first starter, so looking forward to her.
And she should attract a lot of attention in a race that will kick off the late pick 5. Sacred Goddess will be debuting for Jeremiah Engelhardt. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Wide open. And that's the 5. We'll have a Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard, Andy.
Yeah, also with Mark Casse looking for his 4,000th win with Charlotte's Universe, assuming he doesn't win a couple minutes earlier at Colonial.
Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, always special here in Saratoga Springs as we celebrate all those who are our heroes behind the scenes taking care of these thoroughbreds once their careers on the racetrack are over, and someone who's been instrumental working tirelessly in that industry. Rick Schosberg, great to have you on. We've had you on several times in the past. Always a pleasure.
Thank you so much, guys. And today really means a lot to get the heroes, the boots on the ground facilities and organizations that really help us out with our Take the Lead program. The regional facilities and organizations like Rerun and New Vocations, and of course old friends up at Cabin Creek and Lucky Orphans, and you know, just having them here, and we had some demonstrations this morning to show what we can do with these horses after their careers are over. We had a polo match out here this morning. We had kids doing some jumping, and it's great to see that, just to show the fans, give them some information about what goes on with the 75% of the horse's life after racing.
We ran the Rick Violette earlier. We talked a little bit about him. How much of an impact did he have on you?
Absolutely. He was my boss. He was my mentor, and he was instrumental in the architect. He was the architect and wrote the blueprints for the Take the Lead program and the Take Two program, which is a hunter and jumper thoroughbreds only competition across the country. And we've now partnered with 600 shows across the country now with the Take Two program. And we've retired over 1,400 horses from the NYRA racetracks in the Take the Lead program. So our next benchmark is 1,500. And it's all because of how Rick had the foresight and the intellect to put a program together that's self-funded through the New York thoroughbred industry, and we make sure that all that money goes with the horses once they leave the racetrack.
I thought it was interesting reading about it too, and you guys can jump in here in a second as well, but people, you know, think about, oh, I want to get in this game, I want to be part of it. They probably don't think about what they need to do after the life of a racehorse, and that's something that you guys take on as well, right? Responsible ownership and teaching them how to properly take care of a horse once they're done.
Absolutely. Whether it's a syndicate or a sole owner or a partnership, we want to make sure that they know that there's a responsibility throughout the industry. It's owners and it's trainers and it's the entire industry, even the betting public, you know, to get involved, to make sure that the money that comes through the industry can trickle down into a pension plan for thoroughbreds across the country with the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, here in New York with the Take the Lead program, and you know, we just want to make sure that the fan base knows that we are taking really good care of these horses once they leave the track.
Rick, I think thoroughbreds had a bad reputation for a long time, and Take Two has really gone a long way to dispel the myth that they're too hard to handle or they get too hot. In fact, they are great dance partners in whatever discipline you want because they're smart and they're game.
Well, you got to realize from the time the thoroughbred is born, they're learning every single day in layers. You know, they're with their mother, then they're weaned, then there's a hierarchy out in the field, and then they have to deal with being broken to the tack, right? And you've done that, and you know how much fun that can be. And then they get to the training centers and they're learning to go in the same direction. Then they get to the track and horses are going in different directions. Then the starting gate, they got to learn about that.
Sure.
So once they transition off the racetrack, they're like, okay, I'm learning something new. Tell me, show me, and I'll show you what I can do. And they're incredible athletes.
And such generous partners. They will give them all of yourselves.
Have you found, since you retired from training, that you're more or less busy?
I'm busy with a lot of other initiatives. I had a lot of other things that I needed to get done that I couldn't have done and still trained a racing stable. But I'm on every advisory committee. I'm working not only with the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, I'm working with Cornell on a bunch of grant programs for all of their projects, and some family issues that had to get buttoned up along the way. And but I thoroughly enjoy what I'm doing, and I get to see horses every day if I want, and if I can't get to the track, I'll get there the next day. And we have a great team of people helping us out in the Take the Lead program.
To have Rick with us, going to stick around for a little bit as we get into our post parade here. The 2 went by. Air Raid, 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, Air Raid's had plenty of tries, but some good races, and horse that's versatile.
We'll get back to the 3. Here's the 5, Auto Napoti.
Yeah, first-time star for Todd Pletcher, not taking much money. He doesn't have a great record with first-time stars and maiden claiming races.
Remember the Chief, blinkers on.
Well, we will always remember the Chief, the late, great Alan Jerkins, fondly. This horse needs to step forward.
Big Price, Carlin contention.
Yeah, just hasn't really been contentious in any of the 3 races at big prices.
Kendrick Carmouche on Fiddling Felix.
Another horse taking that huge drop in class from maiden allowance to maiden 20.
And Motel Patel, Rob Atras, Turf to Dirt.
Just had his chances. He does drop to the lowest level he's ever been in, but he's had chances in seemingly lesser fields. It feels like the 2, 3, or 8. The horses taking money are the players.
And back to the 3 because we missed him in the post-break. Tactical Track Star, sort of the big question mark in this race.
He
the
really
big
is.
drop in class for Brad Cox.
Just did no running at all. He took no money first time, a much tougher field. But that's why I lean to the 8, Fiddling Felix. At least he's done a little running in some of his races.
There he is, 5-2 right now. And another one who drops coming in from Churchill Downs. First time in for a tag. Was actually in a stakes race on the grass to end his 2-year-old campaign.
Trying to see if they could get him to the Breeders' Cup. He lost to Governor Sam, who was incredibly impressive here the other day with a 92 Buyer win in the quick call, speaking of horses that were very important in the aftercare.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He was at Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation and trained by my old boss, Sidney Waters.
Sidney Waters, yeah.
Yep.
Really?
I trained for a lot of jump
you
trainers.
worked with Sidney Waters? Love Sign? I loved Love Sign.
I worked for Sidney when he took over the Firestone horses back in 85, 86.
Okay. So after that.
And then Billy Mott took those horses, and I tried to go with him, and Billy said, I don't think I need you. So I went with Tommy Skiffington, another jump trainer, and the rest was history.
Do you miss training, or are you too busy?
Honestly, right now, I don't. I had a great career. I had some really good horses. We had a very moderate-sized stable, and some great owners. Really, some Mr. Freed and Meadowbrook, the Rosenthals and the Orstroms with Mossflower, and of course, we had with Maria's Mont for the Rosenthals, and with Heatherwood Farm with As Indicated, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
So I had a great career. It's giving me the time to relax and actually do some things that I really needed to get to.
You had to be around in 95 in that incredible crop when Maria's mom was a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
Before he got injured, never really got back to it, to remember how great he really was.
Well,
and he was tremendous.
A real quick story, because it was kind of between us and Hennessy for the Eclipse Award, and we were on the sideline. And so, I'm a young 30-year-old trainer, and I'm going up against the team, Wayne Lucas, right, with Hennessy. There were some other great horses in there. Unbridled Song, there was a lot of talk about him.
Away. I mean, that was
Louis
one of the great
Couture's
crops
editors
of all time.
Yeah, it was a great crop. So it's 4:30 in the morning. My horse was already on the sidelines in Hennessy. It was prior to the Breeders' Cup, and Wayne had said something in the paper about, our horse had won more. We'd won the same amount of grade ones. We had beaten each other once each. But Wayne said, our horse had won more races at more tracks, and I snipped to either Grenig or whoever was that. I didn't know they gave the Eclipse Award for frequent flyer miles.
How'd that go with Wayne?
4:30 in the morning the next day, I get a phone call, and it's Wayne Lucas. Now, of course, he's already, at the barn, and I'm at home getting ready to get in my truck. And he said, I just want to say one thing. It was a great line. May the best horse win. You've done a fantastic job. I know you can't do anything about the outcome of the Breeders' Cup, but you've done a wonderful job with the horse, and may the best horse win.
Cool.
It was I was terrified, but that's the way he was. And ever since then, we have been absolutely, we were always good friends, and to lose him was heartbreaking.
That was before Wayne got so nice. So you were really on the cutting edge of that one.
Well, I think... Yeah, but in any event, it was, and Hennessy got beat a nose, and we got the Eclipse Award. So Unbridled Song won the race, but it was a great crop of 2-year-olds, and it was really exciting times. And he went on to have two Kentucky Derby winners.
Yeah. Rick, great to have you on.
Thanks
always,
so much.
Whenever we have this day, you always are, right up there as someone who comes to mind because you've done so much. So we thank you for all your service.
Much appreciated. And again, it's a great team, a lot of teamwork, a lot of networking, but an essential initiative in the racing industry.
Don't be so scarce. Come back and visit us again. We haven't seen you in a while.
Absolutely will do. I have a little more time on my hands.
Late scratch, the 6 coming out. We'll have more on this in a moment. That's Remember the Chief. Great to have Rick Schosberg joining us here on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. So important with Take Two and Take the Lead in those programs, finding new homes for horses. With this race kicking off the Pick 6 and a change here, I believe, checking in with Acacia now.
Yeah, late scratch of the 6th. Remember the Chief, as you mentioned, who is not warming up well and on advice of the attending veterinarian, will be out of this race. So taking a little bit of what could potentially have been a bit of pace out of here, but we'll take a look at the current favorite in the number 8, Fiddling Felix, who's second off the layoff. I haven't seen this horse since last summer, as this one I always felt like wanted to be a sprinter, gets to do exactly that, as he's always been pretty sharp and he is on his toes as well, incredibly fit. Second off the layoff, he's dappled out. He actually won the Best Turned Out award here, and rightfully so. He just kind of looks best against what he's facing in here, and I thought ran a little bit better than it appears at first asking in that last effort at Churchill. The number 2, Air 8, as Linda Rice looks for another one, a spirited solo warm-up, a horse that sometimes can be a little bit tough in the preliminaries and warming up. While he was energetic out there, he settled nicely for Jose Ortiz and looks a picture today. Really, really strong and well muscled. I like what I see from Air 8 getting back to the dirt, which he should appreciate. The 3, Tactical Track Star, taking a huge drop in class for Brad Cox, who took no money first time out. Short kept cheater blinkers going on. I didn't love what I saw from him in the warm-up. Just really wish that he showed a bit more energy and was reaching a bit more in here. I think he's one that's going to have to prove it on the racetrack to me, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. So some negatives for that class dropper who just stepped in the gate, Tactical Track Star. The 8-5 favorite, Fiddling Felix, also dropping class. The 8 with Kendrick Carmouche. Pick 6 starts here. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati to get us started.
Thank you, Greg. Waiting on Otto Nipoti going in. First-time starter. Here's Carlin Contention. Fiddling Felix. And Motel Patel. Going in. And they're off. Motel Patel blasts out. Opens up 3 in a couple of jumps. Otto Nipoti with debut speed, passed by Tactical Track Star, who now angles right outside Motel Patel and engages and passes him. So some aggressive tactics for Tactical Track Star. Taking the lead away from Motel Patel. Otto Nipoti is up and on them too, and Fiddling Felix is 4th. It is a serious distance to Carlin Contention and Aerate at the back. 22-1 for Tactical Track Star, who takes them toward the quarter pole and leads the way over Fiddling Felix in second. Motel Patel back to third. Otto Napoti next. Still a distance to Carlin Contention and Aerate. They are at the top of the stretch. And it is Tactical Track Star trying to fend off Fiddling Felix, who's right up to him. And Fiddling Felix and Tactical Track Star head-to-head with a 16th to go. Tactical Track Star and Manny Franco. Fiddling Felix and Kendrick Carmouche. It will be Tactical Track Star proving best in a long drive over Fiddling Felix. A long way to Otto Napoti third. Photo for fourth.
The two big class droppers, run 1-2, Tactical Track Star, Brad Cox, Manny Franco, the win to start the pick six.
Kendrick had ridden the second place finisher pretty much the entire race, so when he got there, and even though he made the lead, I just don't think he had as much finish, and the three was able to outfinish him.
No, the battle of the drop downs, and the horse that had only one try, Tactical Track Star, just outgamed Fiddling Felix, who had every opportunity.
Yeah, he did, but I think that Kendrick sort of had to ride him a lot to be in the race because the three just had more natural speed. And I'm not in any way knocking Kendrick, I'm just saying because of the horse he is, he had to ride him a lot, and it just sort of, he ended up playing the three's game a little bit, and thus got outgamed.
Little surprising he went off at this price at 3-1? The winner?
I guess. I mean, this is where they were if you looked at the multi-race bets, so
Okay.
It's not that much out of line.
3-1 start, third choice, on the board. Wow. Who starts off this pick six? 3-8-5-9 here in the fifth with a long way to go. In the late pick five coming up next. And before we let Andy Serling go, we have a couple of bankroll plays coming up for us.
I'm also on a free roll because if I had made bankroll bets in the early show, I had 195 winner, so I wouldn't have done anything smart. I like a long shot in race number 9. I had three horses to bet, one of them scratched. I think the 5 Life and Light, who's going to 21 in the morning line, is a very, very interesting horse. The horse to beat is obviously in Light, and I could have played Exactas, and I will play with my own money Exactas 7-5. Life and Light ran remarkably well last time, chasing a runaway leader in that race who set a crazy pace. He made the first move as the race fell apart. And look at the 2 Just for Luck that a lot of people like. He finished just a length and a quarter ahead of him, despite Life and Light doing much more work in that race and is a much bigger price. If you look at the other 2 turf races on his PPs that Life and Light ran, they're 80 buyer races that make him a huge contender if Enlightened doesn't run his race. So I'm going to bet $100 to win in my bankroll. For my play, if I had more money to bet, I'd make like an $80 Exacta 7-5 and a $20 5-7 with the money to win. And in the last race, I like the 4 Paz the Soy Sauce, and not just because it's a very clever name. Chow Fun is the dam of this horse. I know that Mission Impossible is not a great turf-influenced sire, but there's plenty of turf from the dam side, and I prefer this one to the 11 and 12, who are both logical horses, but they're also both turning back in distance. So I prefer Paz the Soy Sauce, whose dirt races might not be as bad as they look, and perhaps he's on the right surface today.
$1,000 a week for these for our handicappers, and what, $200 a day maximum?
I think if I sweep today, I'm going to be well ahead.
You might be. See how things go.
So I
I'm
might have a
intrigued
chance
by
to
that
win
long
one of
shot
them.
play. That is it for the three of us. Lafitte, Paulie, J.K. They are coming up next with the second half of the card and the start of the late pick 5. Pick 6 begins with Brad Cox, Manny Franco on Tactical Track Star here in the 5th.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live in Race 5. Aggressive ride on Tactical Track Star paid off with Manny Franco, who is joining me here. As Manny, we saw this horse actually broke pretty well, but then you hustled him out to the front. And how important was that to get him onto the lead?
Yeah, I think that was the key. I mean, that was the plan too. They told me to be aggressive with him. That's what I did. When he broke steps, okay. The 9-horse clear. But as soon as I put him to the outside of that horse, he just took me right into the lead. So I don't want to get on his way. You know, I was confident with the race, you know, the spot for him. And Brad did a great job on his crew, too.
The class relief certainly helped, and such a laid-back horse in the warm-up, too. Obviously, lower-level types, but how important is it for a warm-up for you guys as riders to kind of get a horse to pick up their feet and know that, hey, buddy, it's game time?
Yeah, I mean, those kind of, we have to, you know, you have to be aggressive. I think be aggressive in the warm-up because, like I said, I want to be involved in the race early, so I don't want him to be sleeping over there, so I warmed him up good, and he did, and he broke sharp. After that was him the whole way.
Yeah, nice effort here today. And just in general, we feel like we see you as a more aggressive rider that often really pays off. Not a lot of pace often materializes here in New York, so you can really kind of get your horse and get away with some things if you use that aggression early.
Yeah, definitely, but at the same time, you gotta study the races. Every time you can be like that, so it just, some horses need them, but sometimes you gotta go with the race, you know, how they race the battle and take opportunity from theirs, I think.
Oh, you're doing a terrific job with it, picking up another winner. Congratulations here, Manny.
Thank you, Casse.
Manny Franco, as we'll let him go, gets the victory here as Tactical Track Star made his way into the winner's circle on that drop in class, getting the win with the blinkers on and an aggressive ride by Manny Franco for trainer Brad Cox, as this horse breaking his maiden $8.10 winner here in the 5th and was claimed as well. Moving on to a new barn following this. Fiddling Felix had to settle for second, just kind of in chase mode throughout, not able to get the win as the favorite. 3.85 in race number 5 here at the Spa. When we come back, it'll be 2-year-olds coming up, sprinting on the turf as we get ready to kick off the late pick 5 from Saratoga, studying up in the backyard, and we have a new crew on the desk as well. Stay with us. Second half to come on Saratoga Live.
And they're off at the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Saratoga.
The Spa on this Thoroughbred Aftercare Thursday in upstate New York, Saratoga Racecourse. Day 6 of this 162nd season. The fans here. And in the paddock, a beautiful paddock, gearing up for the second half of the program. And great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live, just outside the paddock and alongside four-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Lots going on. Guys, I'll be bothering each of you for your late Pick 5 tickets in just a moment. Much more on the focus of today's racing, of course, being Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. Plus, in just moments, trainer Mark Casse, another look at 4,000 career wins, Paul. I want to start with you there in terms of trying to put this into perspective. 4,000 wins for a trainer in Thoroughbred racing. Like, what is that somewhat comparable to, in your opinion, in Major League Baseball?
I would say the 500 home run club. There's 28 people in the 500 home run club, and Aaron Judge, if he stays healthy, is going to make it 29 real soon. And Fred McGriff would have made it 30 if he would hit about 3 more home runs. But that group goes on from Ted Williams all the way on, and it goes from the 1900s. And if you look back, you know, training back in those days from 1900s to the 1950s, maybe to the 1970s, till Dwayne Lucas took over, we really didn't have those kind of guys, trainers, winning that many races. So I take it to that, because if you go to like A-Rod and those type of guys that got to the 500 club, it's a prestigious club. It's very, very tough. He'd be the 16th man to win his 4,000 races. That's tough, and it's a lot of races.
Mark Casse, live look, wife Tina. JK, that's the micro, the macro, the micro. Does it happen here with this filly he's about to unveil in Charlotte's Universe?
I mean, it doesn't have to happen, but it certainly could. This morning, if you guys saw earlier, I had him on the cart today, and we were talking. Of course, I'm going to have a trainer. I'm going to ask, are you live? Are you live in the 6th? And he said, this horse can absolutely win. Just need her to break well. I guess she's shown some things in the morning that gave him a little bit of concern about that. If she breaks well, I think she can win. So that's the answer to that question. It's not the toughest group in the world, but she can definitely do it.
Car Talk was great. Tom Amos just clutch.
Thank you. It was fun.
Clutch.
Yeah, it was fun. Tom was a great participant, and Mark was as well. Like, you know, you're sitting on a milestone, 3,999, and we say, hey, you want to come film Car Talk? He knows where we're coming, and he was awesome about it. So we tried to have some fun with it. One of the best parts that came up was Chad Brown pulled up and said, Mark, I got to tell you, we don't want to win at Colonial, do we? We want to win here, don't we? And we left that out, but it was very funny.
Yeah, and that's a scenario for Casse. Like 2 looks at 4,000 races at 2 different venues, just moments apart. Colonial and right here at Saratoga. Casse, Fletcher, so many wins between those 2 world-class trainers. That's the 6th coming up momentarily with the 2-year-old fillies. Today's 8th race. The rigged Violette behind us will recap, along with Casse. Watch. This race lures attention. Allowance runners, mile and an eighth on dirt. Number 3, Stars and Stripes, Paul. 6-5 morning line favorite. And this is part of the reason why. Second start in the slot downstate. Stars and Stripes all by himself and running up the score.
Yeah, he won easy here with an 88 Beyer. That was the first time he received Lasix. It was over a sloppy racetrack. But his first race, he ran well. Going just a flat mile, he ran a 92 Beyer. So sometimes you might think this horse might have regressed a little bit, but definitely to won the beast because handling this distance could be tricky up here. I do think Stars and Stripes at 6-5 probably will be around that price. I do think the Glinda Rice will have a say in there as well, but the Not This Time Colt lightly raced and should be the one to beat.
Agrees with everything you're saying. Forsetto Stable, Stars and Stripes, not to be mistaken with Stars and Strides. Another 3-year-old also trained by Bill Mott, JK. That easy maiden win, lightly raced, Stars and Stripes. What kind of upside are we talking about?
Well, I think Stars and Stripes is going to win today. I think Stars and Strides for Bill Mott is going to win on Saturday.
Very clear.
So you don't have to worry about getting confused. What I will say about Stars and Stripes is, while he did run fast last time, it was a sloppy racetrack, so you wonder, do you trust it? He ran fast the race before that.
Yep.
And while you're looking at a horse like Waitlist, who could possibly jump up and beat him, Waitlist will be making his 15th start. We know who Waitlist is. Stars and Stripes making his 3rd start. We don't quite know who he is yet, but he looks like he's pretty darn good.
Yeah. Sensational debut winner. What will they do today? The one to beat in the 8th race. Stars and Stripes, not Stars and Strides. And here in upstate New York, we're just getting started. Week 2, day 6 at Saratoga. Time to get signed up. NyraBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now, NyraBets.com. Earlier today, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day feature and the Rick Violette. What a finish with the leader who had set the tempo throughout. Ricardo Santana trying to steal this thing up front with sounds like a plan, but JK, look out for Leon Blue and Christopher Elliott going to outfinish Smooth Breeze and Flavian Pratt.
Look, I thought Smooth Breeze was an absolute slam dunk in this race. And right about here, I started wondering if that was actually true. Leon Blue does it in between horses. I think that's a tough place to be for a thoroughbred, but Leon Blue was able to get it done.
Yeah, good job by Christopher Elliott. Not many times you get the best of Flavian Pratt, but Leon Blue showed a lot of guts, named after Leon Blusewitz, the late trainer. That was such a good trainer and part-time comedian, too. He always was a great guy to hang around, and good to see Leon Blue get in the winner's circle for Melanie Giddings.
About the best storyteller you'll come across.
Yeah.
Leon Blue. This one, not a grade 1 race, JK. One of many stakes races at Saratoga, the Rick Violette, but you could tell post-race with Acacia and Melody Giddings and how many on her staff who used to work for and with Rick Violette and how much this win meant to them to win this Rick Violette.
Yeah, I mean, I say it often. The interconnectedness of this game, whether it be from horses you used to root for and their babies running on a certain day, or trainers that used to train for someone else, or trainers that used to work for someone else, or owners that used to be partners with it. It just keeps giving. The connection makes it special when you might not expect it.
Always a special race on this Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. The Rick Violette, Leon Blue, and an absolute thriller. And yeah, Christopher Elliott, one he won't forget anytime soon. As we march forward, up next, always gets the blood pumping. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm. 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Derby and Belmont winner Sovereignty. The field, 2-year-old fillies of the New York bred variety, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Current favorite, Charlotte's Universe. Make It Sacred Goddess 2-1, but Charlotte's Universe, trained by Mark Casse, second choice at 5-2 as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast. Right behind us in the paddock, Maggie, I don't know, looking at Charlotte's Universe, does she look like a filly ready to make history?
Yeah, does she know that the weight of 4,000 wins relies solely on her shoulders? I'm not sure, but she is poised and ready for action. I can say that, as she is a very classy acting filly here for her 2-year-old debut, and she's just nicely on the bridle. She's acting like she knows why she is here, and I think that is so imperative for these young horses, to act like they've been here, done that in the past. Now, watching her work 2 back, which was on the Oklahoma turf course, she was outside of a overmatched looking workmate, and she had her ears up the entire time, just striding along easily as can be. So she really looked like she was enjoying herself, to say the least, out there. Now, she is out of an unraced dam. She's half to Donegal Surges, who did win first time out, but that was on the dirt. She is half to another horse by the name of Surge of Pride, a son of Cantheros, who won first time out as a 2-year-old on the turf. So there is precocity in this family, especially being by Into Mischief as well. Now, she might be just good enough to win here, going the 5.5 furlongs, but I will say this, physically, she looks like a filly that may benefit down the road with a bit more ground to work with. Now, going from one Hall of Famer to the next, number 8, Chardonnay Derby, right outside of Charlotte's Universe, goes out for Todd Pletcher. Now, the dam of this one is actually half to one of the coolest horses that we've seen racing over the past few years by the name Next. Now, he was a dirt marathoner, but don't forget, also a stakes winner on the turf. Now, she is very calm, very relaxed here in the paddock, this daughter of Matoli, who actually is okay with his turf sprinters. And honestly, physically, she looks well meant for this spot. I think there's still some developing to do, Lafitte, but definitely one that could run well at first asking, excellently prepared for debut.
Todd Pletcher, Johnny V, Chardonnay Derby, 6-1 pictured. Gentlemen, it's about that time. JK, we start with you. Late pick 5. Let's see the ticket now. So easy for our viewers to jump on board and ride along.
Yeah, get your phone out, take a picture. If you have an iPhone, like you probably should, there's a little yellow thing. You can hit that. If you have one of those other phones, you should apologize for me green texting. 4, 5, 7, 8, 4, Trading Trouble. The 5, Sacred Goddess. The 7, Charlotte's Universe. And the 8, Chardonnay Derby. As I'll get this thing started. Second leg, 1, Titsu, I guess. Titsu. The 2, Great Richie M. And the 9, Aztec. I think Great Richie M is going to win that race, the 2. But the 1 and the 9 are way too much value. I'm going to single the 3, Stars and Stripes in the fourth leg. The 5 and the 7. The 5, Life and Light, who Andy Serling made one of his $100 bets on. I think is a very interesting one. 7, Enlighten, a more likely winner. And then I'll go 1, 9, 11, 12 to wrap it up. I won't say all of their names. You can look it up in the past performances.
More homework for the viewer. You can feel the scanning right through the screen. Best of luck. Everybody playing this late pick 5, Saratoga. Maggie, we should ask you about the favorite, Sacred Goddess. Her preparation for this day, for her career debut, watching her training, like what stood out?
Well, just that she, as always with Jeremiah Engelhardt, especially with his first-time starters up here at the spa, the juveniles, they're just really generally quick. And while watching her workout 2 back from the gate, it kind of took her a little bit to find her footing, but then she just cruised around the outside of a workmate going 48-1. And I just like the way that she did that to show that ability on the dirt for a filly who is a daughter of Cantheros. That probably wants to surface more. And Jeremiah Engelhardt, telling Acacia earlier on the program, and me in that 2-year-old report, that she really kind of came to life and found her purpose when she got to gallop out in the infield gallop on the inner part of the Saratoga turf, the Oklahoma turf track. So I think she's well meant for this spot, and she too looks as though she's the one, as opposed to Charlotte's Heart, that definitely is more of that turf sprinter. She's incredibly fit and incredibly professional, and I think a lot of that Icon Racing steam is seeing her to be that 2-1 short price. Now, number 4 to her inside, Trading Trouble. She has some pedigree to lean upon, as the dam is half to Sanctuary City. Good turf horse for Jimmy Ferraro, a daughter of Honest Mischief. Definitely all turf, massive turf hoof to her, though she was a bit green when first walking in here. She has actually settled nicely since getting the tack on. But again, I just feel like these Mike Maker horses, they just need to start to get going, especially from the fitness standpoint, Lafitte.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Maggie, thanks so much. Paul told us who was going to win this race like yesterday, and he said, no, but we're spending all this time covering his filly running in the stake yesterday evening. Like, Mark's going to get his 4,000s in the 6th race tomorrow with a first-time starter.
Yeah, I mean, I've liked this horse. That turf work, I watched that turf work like, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago, and I just thought it was outstanding the way she had her ears up. And worries me a little bit that she might have some gait issues, but hopefully she'll get out of it today.
Is she the one? We'll find out. You'll see her in the post parade. Another look at these 2-year-old fillies. Rocket Robin, Saratoga 10 general partner, first-time starter.
Yeah, Michelle Nevin in this situation with first-time starters, turf sprinting with 2-year-olds, only 6%.
Ticket to ride. Don't sleep on those connections.
Yeah, look, this horse debuted in a stake. There's got to be at least some sort of talent.
Trading Trouble number 4. Buck Butler debuting. Homebred is out. There she is.
Yeah, Honest Mischief out of an exchange rate mare. Luis Saez and Mike Maker hook up here.
The favorite, Sacred Goddess, Gerardo Ortiz in the saddle.
In the last 5 years, Jeremiah, 4% with first-time starters, turf sprints, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds. This horse is 2-1 into the teeth of that poor stat.
Saw the breeze. Maggie likes what she sees. And Bella Banker, second start, different surface, new jockey.
Yeah, got on the turf and then now puts blinkers on, at least in the workouts, and gets Flavian Pratt.
Is she Mrs. 4,000 Charlotte's Universe?
This horse wins. We're going to have to come up with some alternate endings and cart talk so we can keep running it all weekend.
For Todd Fletcher, there's Chardonnay Derby, Caldwell Stable, first-time starter.
Yeah, Matoli, first-time starter. You would think would be quick out the blocks.
Ty Rose, Ricardo Santana aboard, 14-1 first-time starter. My Divine One draws in Larry Goichman debuting filly.
Yeah, anytime you see a Larry Goichman filly running on the grass, you should probably pay attention.
18-1. My Boston Beauty draws in.
Yeah, $25,000 purchase for Joseph Grant, Patrick O'Sullivan, Gary Contessa, Katie Davis hook up here.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. New York bred 2-year-old fillies. Let's make it official. Dipping into your bankroll, Paul, and your confidence in Charlotte's universe.
We're just hearing that the 11 got loose, and I don't know. That is that Junior Alvarado? That is Junior Alvarado, and there, yeah, the 11 is playing bucking Bronco on the racetrack, and hopefully everything will be okay with my Divine One.
It looked like the Outriders had a good angle on her. As a handicapper, as someone who likes to predict what might happen, I'm hoping.
And then you see Dr.
They
Carter.
wrangle her pretty quickly here.
You would think so. Look, first day on the job. Maggie, this kind of behavior, not uncommon with these developing, maturing 2-year-old fillies.
Yeah, I'd say the over-under for 2-year-olds getting loose in the post-race, as we just hear Frank Maramati coming over the loudspeaker, number 11, My Divine One, is a late scratch. She just eluded the outrider, and it's like if they go kind of past half a mile running off, they generally are a scratch here at Naira. But yeah, guys, I feel like that over-under is about 5 for juveniles that will get loose up here at the spa in their debut.
All right, so she is out. Late scratch, My Divine One. With 4 minutes to go to kick off this late pick 5 now. Paul, another look. Charlotte's Universe 4. Mark Casse in the filly who told us yesterday would graduate today, and he'd reached that milestone.
Yeah, I'm going to go 100 to win on the 7 in here, Charlotte's Universe. I just love that work that she had on the turf. I love that Mark could put her back. You don't really love that there are back-to-back, at least gate works in between that turf work. And Jonathan, I heard if the horse breaks, needs to get out of the gate. But I just love the way she just finished on that turf work. I love the way her ears were. I am worried about the 5. The 5 is taking a lot of money into her, but I think the 7 might get it done for Mark's 4,000th or 4,000th one, depending on what happens at Colonial.
And I hope so, right? I hope that's true. Mrs. Weber, Charlotte Weber, was of Live Oak, was there yesterday.
Yep.
Like Mark said, in the 95-degree heat, it ain't much cooler today. And, you know, hanging out, wanting to be supportive. You know, one of the things that I saw today hanging around Mark was all the people that were competing because they want to be the ones who help deliver that to him. He called his assistant at Colonial, who's about to get in the gate, and he made a joke to him about it. Everyone wants to win it. So I'm rooting for the 7. I'm also rooting for this pick 5. This is the ticket that I'm giving everyone else to play. You play it to your comfort level on how much you want to play it for. I'm going to play it 4 times for $2 in this bankroll challenge we're having. Try to put Paulie and Andy away the best that I can. I'm going to play it a couple of times. You can hit repeat if you feel comfortable with it. You can also play it for $48 here for 50 cents.
Tina and Mark Casse live look. Casse, his first career win, April 14th, 1979 at Keeneland with a horse named Joe's Coming. Paul, to lend perspective, that was about 3 weeks before Spectacular Bid won the Kentucky Derby. That's how long it's been.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long time. I mean, and, you know, well-deserved for Mark and Tina. You know, Mark's done a great job. And I gotta give Mark credit because when he first came up here, just like a lot of horse women and men, he struggled a little bit, and it took him a little time. And then last year, he really figured it out by bringing his 2-year-olds up here a little bit earlier. And I would not want to mention, too, the 1, if we can get a picture on the 1, Rockin' Robin. Rockin' Robin is named after Robin Malatino, the owner of War Dancer. Her husband, Tony, passed away, so I want to think thoughts and prayers to Robin and hope everything is okay, and Godspeed for her husband, Tony.
Casse with a runner currently competing in this 11th race, Colonial Downs. He's at the first-time starter, Charlotte's Universe here, Maggie, and back on the filly that Paulie was just discussing, Rocket Robin. What can you tell us?
Yeah, and you want to talk about doing a fantastic job of promoting your sire as well. Robin has done just that when it comes to War Dancer, and an amazing location, but a beautiful facility on top of that. If you head just out towards the lake here from Saratoga, you will see their farm, and it is drop dead gorgeous. So this one here named for Robin, and as Paul said, wishing her the best. I know struggling with the loss of a lifelong partner, but also amazing what horses can do for you. So I'm hoping that this heals her a bit. And this is one that is honestly a smaller version of a War Dancer. Usually they're quite large, but maybe that's a good thing, being in this turf sprint here. And I know it was a little bit on the slower side, but I liked that last gate breeze in which she was a touch slower out of the gate, but she quickly found her stride, quickly dispatched of her workmate towards the outside of her, definitely had that turf action, but looked happy as a clam. And this is a filly that's just held herself together beautifully and so poised as far as the preliminaries are concerned. Has a lovely way of going despite being smaller. Definitely looks as though she covers a good bit of ground. Michelle Nevin, not known to crank them up at first asking, but one I want to watch with some interest that might run well here that we need to watch for next time. Jumping towards the outside with Horacio de Paz's number 10, Tai Rose, solid body daughter of Union Rags, good looking type. But I don't know why this horse is entered here, because she's 18-1, fair enough. And she has pedigree to be early, as she is a half to You Gotta Have Hope, who won first time out here last year as a 2-year-old. But this is much more of a dirt pedigree, especially on the top. Now, the dam, she is by No Nay Never, so there's a bit of an influence there. But, and she won on the turf. We'll see how she does here. I didn't necessarily notice that much turf physicality. But again, Horacio can be quite shrewd in these spots. Liffy?
This is bizarre because we're in limbo. If somebody asked Mark Casse right now if he won his 4,000th career win, he would say, I don't know. And the photo was just revealed. By a nose, Casse just won his 4,000th race with It's Witchcraft at Colonial Downs. Perhaps a 4,001st with Charlotte's Universe here, the first-time starter. With the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Chardonnay, Derby, and John Velasquez ready for the late pick 5. New York bred 2-year-old fillies, Frank Miramati with the load, and call the 6 from Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you very much, Lafitte. Congratulations, Mark Casse. His 4,000th win just took place in a dramatic photo at Colonial Downs. He's looking for 4,001, and they're off. And it's a very quick start for Bella Bello Banker, who gets the early lead. Charlotte's Universe right up alongside, and Trading Trouble along the inside is in third. They're followed by Sacred Goddess, who's fourth and 5 lengths off the lead. Ticket to Ride is next, 6 off the pace. It's another 2 to Tai Rose. Rocket Robin is next. The 2 trailers, My Boston Beauty and Chardonnay Derby at the back. 21-2 for Bella Bello Banker, pressed by Charlotte's Universe. These two will arrive at the top of the stretch together. Sacred Goddess is coming after the top pair on the outside of Trading Trouble. And in behind them, it's Ticket to Ride. Charlotte's Universe on the outside of Bella Bello Banker takes the lead, confronted by Trading Trouble with the white blinkers. And out in the center, Sacred Goddess is kicking in. Ticket to Ride splits that pair and is in with a shot too. Past the 16th pole, Trading Trouble, Sacred Goddess. Sacred Goddess takes the lead late, and it will be Sacred Goddess to win it by a neck. Trading Trouble was second, Ticket to Ride third, Charlotte's Universe in a photo for fourth with My Boston Beauty.
Sacred Goddess, favorite delivers. Second win on the afternoon. Trainer Maya Engelhart, Arad Ortiz. Sacred Goddess kick off the late pick 5 at Saratoga.
Big long strides in the center of the racetrack, JK. As you could tell, the 7 kind of packed it in a little bit, and Trading Troubles took over. But you can see the 5 is just physically bigger than everybody else and just mowed them all down.
Yeah, the 5 was measured, right? I mean, it looked like the entire stretch, he just needed to kind of kick in one little extra gear. And by the time they got to the 16th pole, it started to feel like he was going to get there. Yeah, the 7 Charlotte's Universe broke a little bit better, I know, that than what Mark was concerned about. But I think Mark can probably sigh a little bit of a sigh of relief in the idea that he got his 4,000th win. I'm sure he would have loved to have 4,001, but Sacred Goddess said, no, not quite yet.
To celebrate it all the same, and as Tom Amos referenced in Cart Talk, welcome to the club. Mark Casse, only the 17th trainer ever to win 4,000 races, to which Casse quickly quipped, check the earnings, which was absolute gold. So Charlotte's Universe showed speed. She faded. This filly did not. And Sacred Goddess, Maggie showed you her breeze, her preparation for this race. She ran accordingly in terms of how she appeared pre-race. It all came together. The wagering public zeroed in on her, and the favorite does not disappoint.
This is what I don't get. You got Jeremiah Engelhardt hugging Jason Worth. If you literally thought about this, I don't know if Jason knows, but Maya's one of the biggest Met fans in the world. So I don't know what that's going on here. But obviously this horse was well meant, and Mr. Worth had a little bit of money on this horse. This horse actually wheeled out and didn't really take to the turns that well and still won the race. So Mr. Worth, stop bad-mouthing the Mets if you're going to hug one.
I'll keep all comments to myself. As you take another look, Sacred Goddess, and still room for improvement on the filly that goes out there and handles her business. Rod Ortiz, what can you say, in his zone here. Came out guns blazing right from the start, and another win at Saratoga.
You talk about room for improvement, right? I said it during the post-parade or right before the post-parade. Jeremiah Engelhardt is only 4% with first-time starters debuting on the turf in the last 5 years. So if one runs through a stat like that, it's not an indictment on Jeremiah. I don't think he's trying to win that often with these types of horses.
Trainer intent.
When they win through a low stat like that, it screams how talented they are. This horse has a good future going ahead of him.
Solid debut, trading trouble. Melanie Giddings, Sean Bridgmahan with Ticket to Ride 13-1 completing the trifecta. Like I said, up here, like, do not sleep on these connections.
No, and then this horse Ticket to Ride was entered, like I said, on debut. Debuted in a stake. You know, look, I mean, these trainers can sometimes be ambitious and maybe get tricked a little bit, but to debut in a stake, there had to be something that said this horse had some talent.
There you see
Belmont
Jason.
winning owner.
Yeah. If you look at both of these horses, I think, you know, Mike Maker doesn't really win first time out. Jeremiah doesn't really win first time out. Both of these horses that ran 1-2 got futures ahead of them, yeah.
Sacred Goddess. And for Icon Racing, Team Penny Racing, by Cantheros, such a promising 2-year-old. He had that action where he would just glide over the track, career cut short. Terrific stallion, sire of Sacred Goddess. And for Mark Casse and Jose Ortiz, didn't happen here.
He just told him.
I think he just told Jose.
Jose said, really? And he hugged him. Because they all wanted to win his 4,000th for him. Jose had said it too.
He was probably a little disappointed, but you're right, JK. We both caught it at the same time. Jose caught a little smile. He goes, don't worry about it. I think we just won. He
said, really?
From that first win back in April of 1979, Mark Casse, 4,000 career victories. Feels like Arad has won 4,000 at this meet already. To Mark Casse, who didn't saddle the winner of this race, but did just saddle his 4,000th winner at Colonial, live with Maggie.
I guess they had a sign at Colonial, too, as Mark just told me. Well, congratulations on your NYRA sign that you get to hold here. And just, I mean, what an accomplishment. 4,000 wins. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it's hard to believe, 4,000. It doesn't even, it's hard to imagine.
You are such a good manager, A, of horses, but B, of people. And I know it truly takes an army to get to this point.
Yeah, I have a wonderful group of people, headed by my wife. My wife, does an amazing job, and but we have a great group. I get a lot of the accolades, and they do all the work, but I just steer the ship.
You do an excellent job of being captain. But talk a little bit about, we saw Charlotte's Heart. I thought she broke really well.
It disappointed me a little. I knew she was going to probably need a race, but I thought she would carry it a little farther. But first-time starters, you never can tell.
Well, Mark, here's to 4,001. Congratulations on an incredible achievement.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
What a career. And 2 Halls of Fame. Mark Casse, the winner at Colonial, DJ Stable. Just heard from John Green, racing manager DJ Stable. He's the J and DJ Stable. Not only Mark Casse's 4,000 career win, DJ Stable's 2,600th win as an owner for DJ.
I can guarantee that Mark Casse and DJ Stable will win another race together. If it's not on Ewing, you know, it'll be on nitrogen. So
Sandman
nice,
in the mix?
Yeah, nice team they've got.
By the way, the horse that won this 4,000, this horse in the middle was gutsy, and that's why we couldn't really tell you. This was a long photo, and the 7 just got the best of the bobs on the inside, and that was the 4,000th win, a gutty win.
We were in absolute limbo. Because you see the race, you're not sure about the photo. Has he won 4,000? We don't know, and they're at the gate where he has a runner here at Saratoga.
Yeah, it's funny, or maybe it's not funny. We should have done something timing-wise, but it worked itself out, and congratulations to Mark. And, you know, look, I think all of us, I can say, we're drawn to sports to watch greatness happen. That's why I tune in every day. I want to see greatness. I want to see something special happen. And it's always fun when you get rewarded with seeing greatness, seeing someone who, and actually Mark told me today, he took about 8 years off where he was only running about 20 horses a year, and he still got to 4,000. It's pretty impressive.
Did you mention what he said his goal was?
He told his wife, I'll retire at 5,000. But then today on the card, he said, I don't know, maybe we'll try for 6,000.
He's going to train longer than another 6 months. Mark Casse, 4,000 career victories took place at Colonial and poised for a big summer here at Saratoga as our coverage continues. Newest member of the 4,000 win club, only 17 have done it, Mark Casse.
To the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the chosen run. Elite Power to the front at the 60 gold. Gulley is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse in the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live. You're taking down every one of those banners at the end of the meet, JK. If I had to put them up, man, you're taking every one of them down.
Just leave them up. We'll be all right.
We'll be back next year, I think. Coverage brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. A filly's name to remember. Impressive Sacred Goddess on debut.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, when you win first time here, no matter what, it's always something to be excited about. But there's certain circumstances surrounding horses that make it even more exciting. Like I said, this is not something that Maya does intentionally well, whatever, however you want to call it. And so a horse who runs through that obviously has a lot of talent, Sacred Goddess being one of them.
How involved, Paul, is Jason Worth now in terms of overall volume, and how much involvement do you expect to see from him in the years moving ahead?
Well, him and Alex Bregman have just gone berserk. I mean, they're texting me every other day. They got horses here, horses there, and they're loving every minute of it. I mean, and it's great for the game. It really is. Alex does a ton for autism, and he's got a ton of horses that he's got this where and that where. And Jason just seems like he's just buying a little bit here, a little bit there, and just shows up. I do want to say he put on Instagram of one picture of him going like this at the tournament over in Lake Tahoe for the celebrity golf tournament. It was the only birdie that you had. So just be calm and be careful what you're putting on your Instagram, Jason. But congratulations, you got a nice horse right there.
A win here on debut. Bregman, already the owner of a stakes winner at the meet. The quick call on Sunday. And Tracy Farmer, well, he owns a real good 3-year-old filly. La Cara, 2-time Grade 1 winner with sights set on the Coaching Club American Oaks this Saturday on Fox.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Coaching Club American Oaks, Saturday on Fox. Let's go by the numbers. Dates back to 1917. While so much has changed at Saratoga, much remains the same, like the great fillies. The fast fillies over the decades, nobody faster than It's Tricky. 2011, most wins by a trainer, Todd Pletcher, 8-time CCA Oaks winning trainer. CCA Oaks leading jockeys, plural. A pair with 5, 2 of the very best, John Velasquez and Mike Smith. Most wins by an owner, the number is 6. Calumet Farm, Mighty Devonadale, 1979. From the CCA Oaks to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. 4 have done it, including Torpedo Anna. Just last year, the Grizzly Bear all over this segment. Championship implications. 19 sophomore fillies have won here. Later crowned 3-year-old filly champion. Finally, there was one CCA Oaks winner, recognized as the Sports Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna. What a season, what a filly. The Coaching Club American Oaks by the numbers. Field for the 2025 edition. Strong, not a big field, but very strong. Grade 1 event, second Grade 1 event of the meet. Champ Godolphin's Immersive, 8-5 morning line favorite. We start with La Cara. Speaking of Mark Casse, Paul never gave him a chance in the slop in the Grade 1 Acorn Belmont week.
Yeah, it was really fast out of the gate. She showed that same speed that she's always shown when she won the Ashland. She went a little too fast in the Kentucky Oaks, but, you know, on this day, she was the best, and she just took this field from gate to wire. It was her career best race, and maybe she is getting better going out to that 1 1/8, or maybe it was a sloppy racetrack. Remains to be seen.
Tracy Farmer's homebred Lacara. Casse told us she was going to the lead. She did just that. Never looked back, Jonathan. The race on paper, the CCA Oaks, how similar or different than the Acorn?
It's different. I mean, there's a Godolphin horse going to be running her down late, or trying to run her down late. So that's the same thing they have in common, right? Good cheer last time. This time, immersive. I think it's that she has a weapon that not a lot of horses possess, which is I'm good going fast on the front end. So come and challenge me if you want. It's probably not going to go well for you. And good luck timing when you should run at me from behind. I think she's a very likely winner of this race as well.
Looking to join that illustrious list, superstar after superstar, Acorn winners to capture the Coaching Club American Oaks. Lacara looking to become the 11th overall, and we'll find out on Saturday as Fox Saratoga Saturday is back. The Coaching Club American Oaks 3-year-old filly championship implications. What will she do? Our focus today, though, at Saratoga. Thoroughbred Aftercare playing a vital role. Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, exactly what it says, saving horses, changing lives. That's next.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube. Aloha from Saratoga Racecourse as fans this Sunday will receive a red and white Hawaiian shirt free with paid admission while supplies last. Then on Friday, July 25th, take home a Saratoga blanket presented by Rivers Casino. Visit Naira.com for tickets.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchid, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me. And the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional day, and you really do
bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
4 decades plus amazing work. Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, just like Maggie referenced, helping thoroughbreds who help people, Maggie. And this focus today on Thoroughbred Aftercare Day at Saratoga, just one of several events benefiting TRF this summer.
That's so true. As Maggie Sweet on earlier, and she is the director of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, doing an excellent job in that position. And yes, on Monday, you can catch Gumbo with Kendrick at the Principessa Elena Society. It is the 5th year that he has graciously cooked his famous gumbo with his family. And boy, is it a rockin' event. And then on July 30th, we have tequila for jocks and horses, brought to you by Lalo Tequila. It's incredibly good, wink, wink. Love my margaritas, but that is to benefit the TRF as well as the PDJF. And then Rudin Riddle, another gracious host, helping us out for the TRF barbecue. That is coming up August 19th. Looking forward to that. That's our big one. So if you can come out, if you can support in any way possible, the TRF, it truly does help horses and people.
Really fun events, all for a great cause. This was earlier today in front of the crowd here at Saratoga, guys. And as you often mention, for horse players, if you have a good day at the track, like a very easy way to give back a little bit. And the QR code right there. All your donations, all the proceeds going to benefit retired thoroughbreds.
Absolutely. But the great thing about a lot of these organizations is that there's multi-layers to it, right? I mean, like with Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, like you had talked about, Lafitte, not only are you helping these horses, which is paramount, you're also helping humans. You're giving them something to care about, to learn from. I'm all about rehabilitation when it comes to people that find themselves in those situations. Let's not just throw them in there and figure it out. Give them an opportunity to learn. And these horses give them that opportunity. So there's a lot of wins going on in the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation and other aftercare situations as well. If you're a horse player, you had a nice score, look, I'm not saying give what you can. But just understand that these horses have helped us have a very good time and give us something to be very passionate about.
Terrific stuff. And this day, all about the assistance and taking care of the thoroughbreds once retired. The theme of this Thursday at Saratoga. As the coverage continues, the racing continues. Post-parade race, $16,000 claimers. You saw Tetsu, then Great Richie M, the favorite with Arad Ortiz.
Yeah, heavy favorite in all the will pays. This one for Flying P Stable going to drop in class.
Blake B, claimed in 5 straight races, reclaimed Rudy Rodriguez.
Reclaimed from way back. Rudy must like this one.
Neuschwanstein, I think, 3-time Derby-winning jockey Victor Espinosa.
Sounds like a really good beer. 20-1 maybe.
Outsider long shots here. The Midnight Trouble, Lane Luzzy in the saddle.
The good news, once upon a time, this horse ran really fast for Tom Morley. The bad news, it hasn't happened recently.
It was a while ago. Skylander, route to sprint, 2-time winner at the distance.
Yeah, I think this horse is interesting from route to sprint, but 0 for 5 here at Saratoga.
Best bet, 1 start on grass, back to dirt.
Speed is dangerous at all levels, especially this one.
7-1. Then JJ's Joker, last win, 4 starts back at this 7/8 distance.
12-1 is too big on this horse dropping in class.
I think so. JJ's Joker, then number 9 here, Aztec, based at Parks in Bensalem, PA.
This horse is the second longest shot on the board, tied for the longest shot on the board. I think the horse is going to run well.
Aztec,
the
then
9.
Beachwalker, Flavian Prat towards the outside, 4-time winner sprinting at the 7/8 distance.
Absolutely, you get Flavian here, but Flavian's been there for the last couple of starts. This horse kind of needs things to go his way, and he's drawn well, and it might happen that that's the case here. I just prefer the 2 on the draw. I think this horse is going to be tough.
Just a $16,000 claimer, 7/8 of a mile. Start of the late pick 4 selection time here, gentlemen. Who went with Great Richie M, who's now 6-5?
I am picking the 2.
You're picking the 2.
However, if there was a rule that I wasn't allowed to pick the 2, like say I wasn't allowed to pick the favorite, I would pick the 9.
I picked the 2. And if there was the same disclaimer that you just put up, I'd go to Tetsu, the 1.
At 7-1.
Yes.
JK reference a 39-1 shot. Is this too short on Great Richie M? Is this a Rod Ortiz price you're paying here?
It's a tough call, right? Because this horse has got claimed for $62,500. Okay, and then ran some good races, some good figures. This horse is completely dropping to the $16,000 claiming level. And if the horse runs any kind of the figures, but Tetsu has a couple of the last maybe 3 or 4 or 5, the horse wins this race. That's why he's even money.
Flying P Pink, Jay Provenzano, Maggie, Great Richie M, class drop. Big class drop. What's he showing you?
Yeah, all things look good here for Great Richie M, and let's not forget the meet that Jay Provenzano and Flying P had last year with being aggressive with their claiming horses. Now, not every one of them that they won last year was with a precipitous drop as this horse is, but I'm having trouble seeing around him, guys, and yes, is it suspicious? Certainly, but I'm not seeing anything to deter me, at least based upon what I saw in the paddock or out on the racetrack. So we'll see. Rod Ortiz Jr. might be looking to go back to back here as we turn our attention to the inside runner, Tetsu, second off the claim here for Fernando Abreu. He's a horse that I feel like now, as he's gotten older and he has come back off of that kind of long layoff, that April 24 to February 2025, he really wants to suck back and not be involved and be resentful of the kickback. So that inside post position to me could potentially be detrimental to him. Now, on the flip side of that coin, it's probably the best I've seen him look as of recently, and I totally respect the job that Fernando does. So it's kind of up to Jose Ortiz to orchestrate some sort of trip where this horse is able to get comfortable, get clear of the kickback, and make that run, because we know that run is in him. The problem is it feels like, now maybe I could be wrong, you know, paces around here, who the heck knows, but some of the pace did scratch out of here with Divine Leader, and that kind of leaves Best Bet as your potential likeliest pace setter. That was an oxymoron, but probably the pace setter here, although he does have Eric Cancel aboard. Eric, be aggressive, hint, hint. Blinkers are coming off, and he is cutting back in distance from that turf try in which he completely ran off with Christopher Elliott. So, I mean, I can't blame him. Christopher told him to go. He was the likeliest speed on paper. But he's a horse, too, that back in the paddock, my eye just kept going back to him. I know he's awfully hot out there. It's a really hot day. I want these horses to be looking like this. I can think back to yesterday, and I saw a few that weren't sweating, and they ran not very well. So I'm okay with this horse getting this sweaty, this hyped up, because he is the speed horse. And Lafitte, I feel like maybe that turf try kind of woke him up a bit, and Gustavo Rodriguez, he is just having one heck of a 2025.
Suburban winning trainer, Gustavo Rodriguez, Best Bet, pedal to the metal, Eric Cancel. We'll see the drop, the class drop, Great Richie M. JK, the thesis of this race and why perhaps you treat this one a little bit differently than you would just about at any other racing venue.
Well, I think what you have to consider is that you have to, you know, I think when you handicap races, occasionally you have to handicap owners and trainers. I think we do that. When it comes to Flying P Stable, they love winning up here. Jay loves winning here. He had a great year last year, won a ton of races, challenged for the title for a second and a half, and then he came back this year and he even said it in one of Maggie or Acacia's interviews at the beginning of the meet, or in July, the July 4th weekend. He said, I came here with more horses. I did the math, and I realized I need more horses if I want to try to do what I did last year, which was a little bit unlikely. He wants to win races here. And he's also a realistic owner. I think that he understands what horses are worth and what they're not worth. And holding on too long to a claiming horse can sometimes be problematic. And I think what you do is you drop them, you win, you get your picture taken, and then you claim another one. And I think that's what's happening here.
If not him, Paul, the warrior to his inside, you like a little bit. Tetsu, the 9-year-old, 59th lifetime start.
Yeah, both of these horses. Listen, the one Tetsu we've seen, he's 9 years old. Both of these, the thing they can get the 2 beat is the gate. The 1 and the 2 both have gate issues. One of them's going to have to get out of the gate to win this race. If not, I do think there's some other horses that are very interesting. I would probably go to JJ's Joker, who I think is another horse in here at the 8.
Frank Mirmati standing by.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Best Bet is very fast, as is Aztec. And on the inside of them, Neuschwanstein comes through to take second. In behind them, JJ's Joker, well spotted in the early stages, and Great Richie M in the pink is fourth, splitting rivals now and going after the front runner. Tetsu is next. A couple more Aztec losing ground after breaking alertly. Skylander, then a huge gap back to Beachwalker, Blake B, and Midnight Trouble at the back of a strung-out field. 22-4. Best Bet narrowly. Neuschwanstein along the inside. Great Richie M angles outside the top pair. Has to get after them now. Tetsu is in behind horses, looking to make some progress from there. Then comes JJ's Joker, racing 3 clear of Skylander. Aztec is a long way behind that group, as is Blake B, who is at the back of the field, along with Midnight Trouble, top of the lane, and Great Richie M has made the front. Great Richie M opens up with a furlong left to go, leaving Best Bet behind. Tetsu is trying to get into it. Out in the center of the racetrack, a couple of others are coming, including Aztec and Beachwalker. Beachwalker's really coming fast, but no one's getting close to Great Richie M. Great Richie M all alone. Beachwalker got up to complete the exacta. Aztec was third, and then Best Bet.
Jay Provenzano's Flying P stable. The hot pink and Great Richie M outclasses his competition. Back-to-back wins on the afternoon of Rod Ortiz.
Lafitte, when you see a Flying P horse at 4-5, and you see Jay in the paddock with a pale pink blazer on, you can go to the window.
And a nice little gold piece that's nice and shiny around his neck. I mean, the whole key was this horse getting out of the gate. Got out of the gate, Irad. It's been a long time ago since Flavien Prat won the first 3 races with me, huh?
Rod Ortiz, the 6-time Saratoga riding champ. At any point in the race, JK, did it look like it was anyone's race other than Great Richie M?
Yeah, I think for a second and a half, if you were a doubter of the 2 and a believer in the 1 was getting a pretty good trip. But it only took about 4 or 5 jumps when they turned for home for all of those dreams to go away.
That's my guy I send postcards to. We send Christmas cards. We try to navigate what our cards are going to look like. We're that close.
Pretty good at extracting, getting the best out of Mike Maker. We don't know how you do it.
Mike is like one of the funniest guys. The best part about Mike, he's the quietest prankster I've ever met. As watch Great Richie M goes by. But he's been live today. He's had a couple horses run. And, you know, Mike goes in streaks. When his horses get hot, you got to start playing them.
The winner claimed, the 6 claimed, Skylander, the 8 as well, guys, is that what you said? And the 8, JJ's Joker, all headed elsewhere. Not quite sure who claimed him just yet, but Great
By the way,
Richie
the 9,
M.
JK's 9 ran well. Was flying late at a
second,
big price at third, yeah.
2-11, photo for third. Rod Ortiz back-to-back in the Thursday program. Results reaction when we come back. Plus, a Preakness winner back in action over the weekend. Journalism. Fun times on the Jersey Shore. The one to beat in Monmouth signature race. The Naira Bets Haskell on Saturday.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were
made for this.
Welcome back. It's Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Ducks at Congress Park. I don't know, guys, like who taught them how to do it, but I watched them do it. They know how to, like, properly use the crosswalk to cross the street.
It's wild.
It is wild.
Like, who taught them that? I don't know if it's a good idea, but, like, who taught them that?
Do you think one of them's actually jumping up and pressing the button? We
Yes.
don't know.
I'm only saying this because my wife's gonna make me. When she was at Slivo all the time, she used to yell at people, "Don't feed them bread. It's not good to feed them bread." Yeah, you got to give them like.
You have a good
peas
"don't
and
feed them
things.
bread" segue to Jay Provenzano with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Nah,
because I got nothing.
Jay can get all the bread he wants.
I got nothing. See, there you go. That was perfect. Maggie, take it away.
I can attest, Jay loves bread, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Duh. We were just discussing Arad Ortiz's hair, guys, and I think, you just won with the great Richie M. Kind of looks like a young Richard Migliore with the hair flowing out of it.
It's a little 80s throwback, yes, for sure, no doubt. It's not so mullety, but yes.
I would call it a mullet. Mike, do you like the mullet look?
I had one, yes.
Oh my gosh, can we get a picture of that?
Absolutely.
Love it. Talk a little bit about playing the claimant game, guys, and you've done it well, Jay, here. You know when to be realistic.
I know where I think they belong, and we're realistic about placing them where they're supposed to be. Me and Levine argue all the time about he thinks the favorite wins 1 out of 3 times, and I can attest that they don't, because I think I run more favorites than anybody in the world, and I know I don't win at 33%. So I feel more comfortable at like 3-4 to 1, 5 to 1. I don't feel no pressure when they're going in like a stick or 2 to 5 or 3 to 5. I like, believe it or not, I'm nervous. So yeah, I mean, you place them where they belong, and when you end up the favorite, I get nervous.
I know the feeling, and it's pure relief when they win. Mike, talk a little bit about training for a guy like Jay, because he does his homework when it comes to looking at horses to claim.
He sure does. He's great to train for. Instructions are simple. Put them where they can win.
Can he make you laugh?
All the time.
Love it. Can you attest to that?
We do. We have a great time. Me, him, and P. Dubs in the morning, and Dave. We sit in the office and we just crack up. But you know, if you don't really know Mike or whatever, you know, he's kind of reserved or whatever. But when you get to crack the shell, nothing funnier.
All I gotta say is I just want mullet pictures. Well done.
You'll have it.
See, guys, I make magic happen here.
Thanks.
Magic happen, make miracles happen. Hey, look at them. They're like opposite sides of the same coin, man.
They really are.
You love it, though. It's like opposites attract. Those two guys couldn't be more different if you look at the surface. But deep down inside, they love winning races. They love horses.
Yeah.
And it's what they get along about.
Mike,
Too good.
I had a mullet.
Turning the page, race 8. Intriguing allowance affair here. Mile and an eighth on dirt. All eyes on Stars and Stripes. 7-5 current favorite. And which leads us to the question on everyone's mind, JK. Stars and Stripes. Bet the favorite, beat the favorite.
I think the last time I tried to beat the favorite, that didn't work well. So I'm going to go back to betting the favorite. I like this horse in here, Stars and Stripes. Not to be confused, like you mentioned on Saturday with Stars and Stripes. I like both of them. I'm going to play this situation where I'm going to bet a pick 3. I'm actually pretty happy that the horse is even money right now. I would bet the horse to win. I just thought he'd be a little bit shorter. I think he will come down a little bit. I'm going to play a pick 3 in here. A lot of times when you have a strong opinion on a short-priced horse, I like to try to run that opinion together in the second leg, race 9. I'm going to use the 5 and the 7, and I'm going to wrap that up. I'm going to try to get alive to the 1, 9, 11, and 12. And there's that QR code again. Get your phones out. Take a picture. Something yellow shows up in the middle as long as you have an iPhone. If you don't have an iPhone, I don't work for Apple, but please stop texting me
Starting
green.
to sound like you might work for
the green text
Apple.
thing. My brother-in-law has it. He sends me messages all the time. Every time he sends me one, it makes me like him less, even though I love him more than anything in the world. It just drives me nuts.
Apple employee. You can get on board with this late pick 3 here coming up. Stars and Stripes,
JK's
even
favorite
money.
color is blue.
Stars and Stripes, the favorite, coming up next here. Bet the favorite or beat the favorite. JK is going with the chalk in the 8th race here at Saratoga. What about the chalk in the Haskell and Journalism, the Preakness winner, gentlemen? Competing in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown, only horse to do so. Paulie, what are you expecting from the Preakness winner in Monmouth's signature race?
A win. I think the horse
Good enough?
I think the horse is going to be really tough to beat. Now, there are some horses in there, goal-oriented, maybe a little bit better. Flavian Pratt actually will be gone here tomorrow. He'll be there to ride goal-oriented. But if this horse runs any of his last 5-6 races, I do think Burnham Square is interesting for Ian Wilkes and Brian Hernandez Jr. I just think Journalism is a step above all these horses.
I believe that Burnham Square, Gosker, and Goal Oriented are horses that are designed to distract you from what is true. Journalism danced all the dances. He showed up every time. He is the second best 3-year-old in the country. And in my opinion, we'll see what happens with if Baeza can improve or if Magnitude can dance with the big boys. But right now, Journalism is the leader in the clubhouse as the second best 3-year-old.
What's the discrepancy and what would have to happen between now and the end of the year for Journalism to wind up as a 3-year-old champion?
Well, he ran against Burnham Square in the Derby, beat him handily. He ran against Gosker. Gosker had everything go his way. Journalism had everything go the other way and still beat him. And then Goal Oriented, he beat him as well in that Preakness. The one thing I would say, the only interesting horse to me outside of those is Goal Oriented, because he's so lightly raced, he could take another step forward, and he's been training like a monster. But I worry that monster training still might not be enough for Journalism.
You know, nothing set in stone. It doesn't sound like the Travers is on the agenda for Journalism, Paul, but let's just say hypothetically, he goes out there and just blows their doors off, right, in the Haskell. And then Sovereignty either wins, but it's closer than expected, or if he gets beat in the Jim Dandy the following week. The combination of those two scenarios, might that wind up in a scenario that we see Journalism back here in upstate New York for the Travers Stakes?
Yeah, I think so, because you know Mike McCarthy. He kind of plays his horse how the horse feels. He's a lot like Bill Mott, to be honest with you. They're almost the same type of trainer. They kind of just take their horse's temperature and they go from there. So The fact that he kept on going through the Triple Crown Trail with this horse speaks volumes that the horse travels well. He's come back out here. There's no 3-year-old program, obviously, in California, and he probably would be the favorite in the Pacific Classic. So, yeah, I think if he runs well and gallops and doesn't expend a lot of energy, we'll see him up here.
I'll say this. Normally I would be annoyed at the situation of journalism not running on the Travers, but they did not let me down one time during the Triple Crown. Yeah. They deserve to do whatever the heck is that they feel is best for that horse, and I'm good with it.
And he's been so good. Journalism, we'll see what he does in the Haskell. Sovereignty. Look, he wins the Derby, and then the Belmont Stakes, Jonathan, even more impressively. Is it just asinine to suggest that we have not seen the best of Sovereignty?
No. I think it's possible that he could continue to improve. They're 3-year-olds. They get better. Think about last year, right? Fierceness was better at the end of the year than he was at the beginning. Sierra Leone, better at the end of the year than he was at the beginning. Torpedo Anna, better at the end of the year than she was at the beginning. So why wouldn't Sovereignty continue to improve? I think it's completely reasonable.
But I think being up here it's been so great for him. You know, Bill Mott made a right move. 4 days after, as you look at the Jim Dandy probables, is Baeza will come here. That's actually a surprise, but it's a small little field, but a nice little field. But when it comes to Sovereignty, yeah, it's very scary, and I think he's going to throw his hat in the ring and into the Classic.
Sovereignty, a chance to see him in the Jim Dandy here at Saratoga. That'll be week 2 of Fox Saratoga Saturday, and for trainer Bill Mott, youngest ever inducted into the Hall of Fame. We know he's one of the best in the business. Big things on the horizon this summer for Mott. There he is live in the paddock. Jim Dandy Sovereignty, 9 days. First things first, Mott to saddle the favorite in the 8th upcoming Stars in Stripes. Even money, 17 minutes out.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And a dare manner will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The ex-race horses that come to North Country Horses are allowed to relax after their race careers and are then brought along slowly to point to a new job.
We let the horses tell us what they might want to do.
In the case of standard-bred Call Me Kinger, Amanda Vance thinks he could do anything from pleasure riding to hunter classes at horse shows.
It doesn't matter if he goes to a show home or a pleasure home, as long as he is well cared for and loved in that home.
The gelding's education is being supported by Chelsea O'Reilly of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, which is also known as TRF. O'Reilly grew up driving horses and now uses her skills to transition both trotters and thoroughbreds to second careers. O'Reilly loves seeing the two organizations working together to help two kinds of horses.
By having a facility close to Saratoga, showcasing two sides of Aftercare at one facility, that everybody can work together to rising tide raises all ships. So, and to be able to pick each other's brains about how to succeed and really showcase how New York is supporting Aftercare.
TRF and New Vocations are among many Aftercare organizations supported by the New York State Thoroughbred Breeding Fund, which has provided more than $1 million in the past decade to aftercare groups in the state. This thoroughbred was adopted by Amanda Vance from the New York Horsemen's Take the Lead program. Amanda allows volunteers as well as students to ride her gelding. The day of our visit, we met two students from local high schools which offer vocational training for the equine industry. We watched Hudson Falls senior Shaylin Perry give Small Town Throwdown his first post-track ride.
Well, we've been working on him with lunging, desensitizing, getting a saddle on him, just grooming him, getting him used to off-track life, and then trying to get him used to having a saddle and a rider now.
Next time, Shaylin grabs his mane and swings her leg over his back.
Good boy.
Good boy. Good boy. It's pretty exciting to see how kindly King accepts his rider and her guidance.
Good boy.
You're so smart.
Vance and O'Reilly agree that racetrack experience helps make retraining go much more smoothly.
They are versatile, they can do anything, and they've been everywhere. They have truck, they have trailer, they see the vet, they see the farrier. They are so well-minded for their age bracket that they can go on to any career.
When you adopt a horse from our program, you're actually helping two horses. So you've adopted him out of our program, and that makes room for the next horse to come in.
Vocations, love the joint ventures. It's multiple organizations working together with one cause, and New Vocations right there making a difference for so many thoroughbreds, standardbreds, JK, including drafted from New Vocations to his new home in Virginia with Katie Tarasevich.
Look at him. He goes from being a late running sprinter on the dirt to a soft walking through a rainbow sash. Drafted, looks like he's having a great time out there. And it's fun to see these horses transition. They're so smart. They're so regal. They give us so much joy. And I love to see them having fun doing something after racing.
Yeah, they got so many different things they can do and so many jobs they can do. And that's just an awesome picture. As you see, just scan that code, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. If you want to donate, or just please donate. It's such a great organization. It's my favorite organization. And to see a horse like Drafted, you want to be retired with teddy bears too.
It's all any of us want. All you have to do is scan that QR code. That'll take you to a page where you can select the organization, donate, and give back to the sport, give back to the horses that have given so much for us. Horses in the paddock, as you can see, for this 8th race to Maggie in the paddock. Maggie starting with a Stars and Stripes, a light in experience, just his 3rd career start, but coming in off that big maiden win. What's he showing you?
Well, last time, Lafitte, and compared to this time, he is a horse that is just more fit. And look, he won by 10.5 lengths, and both of his races have posted some fast figures. So I think I'm looking at a horse that now in his 3rd career start finally looks fit, is incredibly strong, and has already shown us how talented he is. Now, he's gonna have to do so on a harrowed track for the first time, because both of his efforts have come on sealed tracks. Now, they were varying sealed tracks. One was dry, one was very wet. So I don't see it being a problem, because he is by knot this time and they seem to handle literally anything. But just a little food for thought, but all things really good here in the paddock. As to his inside is Rocketeer. He'll be 3rd off the layoff and 3rd start for the Saffie Joseph barn. Last time out, he comes out of a race in which he was chasing a fast pace, and it didn't really hold together. And I will say this, every horse that has come back and run, except one who stayed at the same figure has come back and improved their figure. So I do think that that June 7th race over the sloppy sealed racetrack was a good one. Now, he'll be stretching back out in distance, which I actually like for him. And his one try at it up here at Saratoga, or sorry, he tried it twice, but going back to, I believe, the first time he tried it, he had put blinkers on that day and totally ran off with Tyler Gaffalione. There's an argument that maybe if he was a little bit more settled, he could have won that day. So I like him stretching back out in distance, and he could possibly be the one to control here. We'll see how much speed Stars and Stripes does provide, but I think they should be aggressive with him because he's one I think could be potentially dangerous if left alone out there on his own. Moving on to one of two Chad Brown horses, number 7, Lordship. He'll drop out of the Long Branch. Now, he had a pretty good trip, I thought, though maybe in hindsight, that race more forwardly dominated, where he was able to stay clear of the trouble that happened on the first turn while saving ground. And just, you know, like I said, he just never could make up that ground on the early leader. So the blinkers will go on a horse whom I haven't seen before, but I like what I see today. Big, strapping son of Gunrunner, very much of his sire's ilk in the way that he's physically put together. So just applying a shortcut cheater blinker, and I'm wondering if Chad is hoping that that equipment change does get him a little bit more forwardly placed and involved in the pace. Lafitte?
Tinkering with the equipment, trainer Chad Brown, Lordship. What are you expecting, JK? Last seen in the Long Branch opening weekend at Monmouth Park.
I remember we were sitting there.
I thought, yeah,
and I was thinking, that, right? Where are we going to go to dinner tonight? And I thought, well, it's not that big of a deal. You know, maybe Lordship will be able to pay for dinner for us. Lordship did not pay for dinner.
We wound up at Rooney's, is that right?
No, yeah. No, I remember Kentucky Outlaw that day overcoming all of that adversity and still winning. And I remember saying that whoever was behind him can't be that good. No offense to my four-legged friends. That's just what I thought that day, because Kentucky Outlaw was being a wild man in that race, and he won despite that. I just don't think Lordship's that good, and I think that this meet is about zigging and zagging when it comes to Chad Brown. He wins a lot of races. He deserves to be overbet, but I think that there's times when you can part ways with some of his horses based on them as individuals and their value. Lordship, to me, is one of those horses.
Running a pair, Lordship and Tracking Air, who just exited your screen. Paulie, you do like Rocketeer, who should be in the mix early on. It all looks good. Maggie liked what she saw. If only you didn't have like a slumping jockey.
Yeah, right.
You'd be in good shape.
Well, I think this horse has to take the initiative if he's going to beat Stars and Stripes. So I'm taking the horse that's going to go to the front end with those E5 silks. And to get back to the 7, I mean, why is the 5 a better proposition? This horse broke the maiden at 1 1/8. Chad's other horse in here. I'm kind of with JK on the 7. If the 7 wins this race, okay, but I thought the 5 at 9 to 1 was just as good.
I didn't give you credit for Aztec in the last race at 40 to 1 or whatever it was, running third.
Well, I'm just here. No one cares about
little old me. I thought you looked like you were pouting. You looked like you were sulking. I was wondering what it is. Put it all together, and now I know why. Well done, JK. Post-parade, there's waitlist in Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, speaking of waitlist, I'm putting you on the friend waitlist. Wow.
Rocketeer, Rat Ortiz sinking a third. Paul's top selection.
Yeah, just throw the sloppy race out last time out. This horse should get to the front end.
Stars and Stripes, strictly the one to beat.
Big race last time on a sloppy racetrack, but I don't care. I think this horse is the best horse in the race.
6 to 5, then left me behind. Katie Davis in the funny side, Tis the Law colors.
Yeah, 2 for 22 lifetime, but both wins here at Saratoga. Maybe a horse for course.
Tracking Air, number 5, Powerhouse Connections, proven at the distance.
Paul said it, and I agree. I prefer this 8 to 1 shot over the 7 to 2 shot from the Chad Brown barn.
Key scratch, Dr. Kraft impacts pace. Then the 7 Lordship, 2nd to 2 for Chad Brown.
Yeah, this is the one that I was talking about. I thought that day at Monmouth he was supposed to run better than he did.
6 of them, mile and an 1/8. Good allowance race. But the headliner in Stars and Stripes, another look at him. 4 Derby Belmont winning trainer, Bill Mott, Jose Lascano in the saddle. Let's revisit that maiden win. 2nd career start mid-June in the slop. Stars and Stripes, Paulie, running up the score.
Yeah, it just destroyed this field. And it just shows you that Bill Mott doesn't really, cranking his horses first time out. This horse was 32 to 1 first time out and ran second with a 92 buyer. You weren't getting that 32 to 1 second time out, 4 to 5, and looked like a 4 to 5 shot as he just jogged around the racetrack.
I think some of the reason that happens is that, you know, like we talk about it a lot. These people, you know, people get to see these horses work in the morning, practice in the morning, and Stars and Stripes just might be more of a stamina type, where in the morning he doesn't wow you by any means. And it's not like Bill Mott has unbelievable numbers first time out, so maybe he was just a little bit forgotten. He came back, he ran well, and now we know who he is.
Based on that win, what is a mistake easily made by handicappers when it comes to evaluating horses in a next start after they win the way Stars and Stripes did in his graduation?
Well, I think the first thing you want to do when you see a horse run off the screen like that is check to see what the horses behind him have done subsequently. And when it comes to Stars and Stripes, there's been a couple of horses that have come back. No one's won, but there has been a horse that ran second and ran okay. So that can give you a little bit of comfort in situations like that.
Yeah, I mean, I always say time is the best handicapping tool because you end up knowing no one's really come out of that Stars and Stripes race, and it's been gigantic. But if the horse runs back to what he ran to last time, he's the one to beat. I'm a little worried, though, that the sloppy racetrack moved him up, but when you win by 10 lengths, you're dominating. As you're looking at the one wait list, who's a 2-time winner in both starts here at Saratoga, he does have a second and a third. And his best race was at 1.25 miles over a muddy racetrack.
Can Waitlist upset? How much would Waitlist have to improve? If Stars and Stripes runs something similar to his maiden win or steps forward a touch, how much would Waitlist have to improve in order to contend?
If Stars and Stripes runs the race that he ran, Waitlist needs to run that 10 furlong race in the mud for May 25th. It's not impossible, but that number is an outlier for Waitlist, and we know who Waitlist is. We talked about that. Sources run 14 times. I mean, like all of a sudden, Waitlist is going to just decide I'm going to run faster? Nothing's changed really, right? The horse has run at Saratoga before. The horse has been with Linda Rice. The horse has gone 2 turns. The horse has been with Kendrick Carmouche. There's nothing changing. The horse has been running in blinkers, been running with Lasix. There's no difference happening with Waitlist. When it comes to Stars and Stripes, this is his 3rd career start.
The weather's changing.
The weather is changing.
Yeah, it's raining sideways here.
But you know what, though?
Not good for us.
I've been told for 2 days. I've been told for 2 days that there's going to be a little bit of a weather thing that's going to come in, and then it's going to get cooler. Rain all you want.
Sign me up.
Rain all you want.
Sign me up. It takes like 3 weeks to adjust. Being from California, I saw from California, very little. It takes like a good 2.5, 3 weeks to adjust to the humidity.
I got 35 years of Texas, and I still am sweating like a crazy person.
You know, myself growing up in Arizona, this suit, I suck it in, I'm okay. But, yeah, Texas boy, it gets hot there, man.
I always feel like such an idiot when I'm over here complaining to you guys about how hot I am. And you guys have on jackets, and I have on a short sleeve shirt. But I will say that people, you guys all do know that I am sweating.
By the way, I do want to
look at Paul. I know what you're thinking.
I've had a couple people text me because a lot of sports, when it does rain, it stops. Do not stop raining. It does not stop the races in horse racing. If you do get some thunder, that's when they'll have the weather delays out because a lot of these jockeys have a lot of iron in their bones. Or in their bodies.
No joke.
Yeah.
No joke. All right, so the rain falling and the show continue. Outdoor sport, play the hand. You're dealt. What are we looking for early on in terms of pace and race shape? Who's going to be where?
I think the 2 goes to the front. The 5, JK, the other Chad Brown, and I would think you want Stars and Stripes to maybe lay 2nd or 3rd.
I'm looking for Stars and Stripes to stay in the clear. They can lose a little ground if they need to.
Bet the favorite, said JK. Let's see if the favorite obliges. Stars and Stripes, there he is, Jose Lezcano. For Bill Mott, steps forward, even money. Saratoga colors, Katie Davis, smiling assassin, left me behind. Up to Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 8 from the Spa, live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Lordship completing the line for Earl Mack. They're in the gate. And They're off, and Rocketeer sent out for the lead. Lordship has plenty of pace. Tracking Error is asked for a little bit more in the opening furlong. Passed by both Waitlist, and Stars and Stripes secures a good spot in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Left them behind is right next to Tracking Error. So Rocketeer, as Arad Ortiz looking for his 3rd straight W, opens up a 3.5 length lead. Lordship is in second. Waitlist along the rail in third. Lescano and Stars and Stripes 6 lengths off an opening quarter that went in 23 3/5 seconds. Left them behind is next, and another 3 back to Tracking Error. Down the long Saratoga backstretch for Rocketeer, who has a 4-length cushion on Waitlist and Lordship racing side by side. Stars and Stripes is 2 behind them. Left them behind is inching up inside the favorite. Now it's 8 or 9. Back to Tracking Error. 47-1 for Rocketeer, who's been left alone. Waitlist is 3 lengths behind. Then it is Lordship, who has lost a little bit of ground to that second-place runner, Waitlist. In the meantime, Stars and Stripes yet to do anything important. There he goes now. Stars and Stripes called on, responds, but Rocketeer has built up a 5-length lead. Stars and Stripes is eating up ground through 3 quarters in 1:11 and almost 2. They're at the top of the stretch. Rocketeer bracing for Stars and Stripes, who pounces and takes command with a furlong left to go. And he waves goodbye out in the center of the track. Tracking Error, who was so far behind, is trying to get into second. Rocketeer is holding that spot. It's Stars and Stripes. Very impressive once again. Look at those big, powerful strides. He scores by 6 widening lengths. Rocketeer second. Tracking Error was third in front of Waitlist.
Complexion of the race changing dramatically. Rocketeer cruising on the lead until he wasn't, as Stars and Stripes blows right by him. Emphatic win. Back-to-back here. Stars and Stripes for Bill Mott and Jose Lescano. Wow.
Horse players will recognize when you have a horse that you've leaned on, you watch him the entire race, especially a horse you've basically singled. I watched this horse the entire time. I was so discouraged through a majority of the race. He just looked like he wasn't really getting into the race. It felt like Jose was tapping him on the shoulder, and he felt like the 2 was getting away, Rocketeer. And then eventually, when Jose turned him out and asked, it took about 4 jumps for him to make up all that ground on Rocketeer, and 4 more jumps, he was way past him. I don't think that a guy in Bill Mott who decided to skip the Preakness with the Derby winner is going to rush this horse into a Travers. This horse will see a stakes race next.
That kind of upside and talent moving forward. As for Rocketeer, watch this, Paulie, on the first turn. What happens with Rocketeer, who seemed to take a funny step or jump something?
You know what? He might have jumped the pole.
Something on the ground. He jumped a little.
There's something on the ground. There's something white on the ground. And he also saw the pole there, too, but that was a pretty good leap.
What can you tell us, Maggie?
Well, it looked like there was something white on the ground that Rocketeer decided to jump. You know, horses kind of left on their own out in front. They don't have another horse to keep their focus, so he thought he needed to jump it. And it's also a good point to point out why jockeys wear white pants, because the white really catches a horse's attention. And so, God forbid, a jockey falls, and woo, that was a good jump. Rocketeer could definitely have a second career here on Aftercare Day. But that's why they wear the white pants. So horses, when they see that, if they're, God forbid, a jockey on the ground, they jump over them. And it just looked as though there was, with the wind blowing this storm in, some sort of trash blew onto the racetrack, and he said, "Let me jump it." Good job by Arad staying aboard, though.
He knows what day it is. Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. It's like auditioning out there.
He's showing off. He's like,
hey, I ain't a one-trick pony,
he's
man.
Like, new vocations. Check me out.
He didn't lose stride either. I tell you what, my heart dropped for a little bit because I didn't see what happened.
Collective gasp on set.
It was a gas, but you see Jose Lescano. And I think, you know what, JK? I think this is why this horse was 31-1. I think this horse hasn't figured it out. He kind of gets disinterested, and then when you get into him, he's got so much talent. And, like, you could see in the backside he wasn't having any of it, and then all of a sudden it was bye-bye.
Expecting Ortiz to bust the race open with Rocketeer. He was sitting chilly, and all of a sudden Stars and Stripes all over him. Stars and Stripes, sensational results. When we come back, class plus so much more. Horacio De Paz, his background, his story, from where it all began a long, long way from Saratoga.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
It's Saratoga Live. Welcome back to the program, as I'm pleased to be joined here by Hall of Famer Bill Mott, sending out Stars and Stripes today. Back-to-back victories, this time against winners, Bill. It's funny to watch this horse because it almost is as if the jockey has to tell him, okay, let's go. But that response is instantaneous.
Right. No, I mean, I think he was waiting for the response, but he doesn't, you know, he's a real laid-back horse. I mean, as far as in his training, he's a very handsome horse, but one that's probably not overly impressive in his works. He does what you ask him to do, and I'm glad he asked, you know, I'm glad he answered the question the last quarter of a mile here.
And emphatically so, winning by open lengths. You did have this horse nominated to the Curlin. After this, you'd have to think as a 3-year-old stakes are in his future?
I would say so. Once you get through that condition as a 3-year-old, you're probably looking somewhere down the road to go somewhere with him. And he'd be a horse that, you know, we'd have a look at a stake next time. You know, whether it's in Saratoga or not, I guess that probably won't happen. But
you have another one for the Saratoga stake.
Yeah. But anyway, we're really pleased with him. He was kind of a late developing 2-year-old, but he's done nothing wrong this year.
Well, you've done an excellent job with him, as always. Congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, Stars and Stripes. He's definitely doing America.
Patriotic name.
I was going to say, he's doing America proud. The feat.
Stars and Stripes. He has Stars and Strides. They're both good. This one steals the show today. This is exciting. Who knows what this could be the start of?
Yeah, I mean, look, he said it. I mean, this is probably going to go to a stake next, but probably doesn't want to bang heads with the big boy in the stable. But Stars and Stripes find himself in a derby somewhere.
A lot of money to be made. Big races all over the country for. You don't have to be sovereignty. You don't have to Derby, Preakness, Belmont, those types of horses, and who knows what he'll be in the end. But so many races around the country offering massive purses for 3-year-olds. The glamour division.
Yeah, JK made a good point. You know, they've already run some of them, but yeah, the Indiana Derby that already went, but there's going to be a couple more that are coming up still, and maybe you could pick off one of those races.
We march forward. Allowance optional claimer, the 9th mile on grass, currently listed as firm, but the rain is falling. 3-5 favorite in number 7, Enlighten. Number 3, Final Denial, trained by Horacio De Paz. He has learned from some of the best. Dwayne Lucas, Todd Pletcher for a young, aspiring trainer. That's like an Ivy League education. And he's put it to good use, armed with good horses and quick wit. Horacio De Paz here at Saratoga, competing at the highest level, a long way from where it all started.
Horacio, you grew up in Snyder, Texas. What is Snyder, Texas like?
Small.
Yeah.
Flat, dry, not a lot of grass, but a lot of country. And it's mostly quarter horses.
Is that where you got the racing bug as well?
I did. I've always been drawn to horses since I was young, just liked horses in general. Drawn to the smell of a horse, too. You know, just little things like that when I got to be around them.
You worked for really great horsemen. What were the things that you took from your experiences with them that you apply now?
A lot of it is honestly like organization.
Yeah.
Communication, how to treat your staff, developing and knowing when can you press on with the horse and when you should back off of a horse.
That's essential. In 2015, Nacho went out on his own, and you assumed his role as the private trainer for Sagamore Farm in Maryland. Did you feel as though you were ready for that?
I'd always given me a goal that, but when I turned 30, that I kind of wanted to step into that role. There's only so much that you can learn being an assistant. And with the schooling that I had, obviously working for Todd, Ignacio, Lucas, Wayne, he likes to give you those one-liners, and he's always going to be the teacher and, you know, school you. And one time we came into work, and I don't know why, I was maybe wearing black jeans or something, and he's like, "What are you doing? You look like you're going to church." I'm like, "I am at church. You preach to me every day."
You got him.
That was
You got him to the table.
He said he got that grin on him and stuff. So
Recruiting ready is way too good, and he's going to dominate in The Bachelor.
When you were out on your own, the horses running in your name, you had some pretty nice horses for Sagamore Farm, recruiting ready. But one I want to ask you about specifically is Ginger and Rye.
Yeah.
She gave you your first win, but then also gave you your first Saratoga Stakes winner as well.
yeah, she's very special. She always showed to be a talented horse. The first year we stabled there, we were in Shug's barn, and Clement was across the way too. And here I am with these little Maryland, and Ginger and Rye was a small horse too.
Now, was coming to New York always a goal for you, or did it just kind of happen organically?
It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
When I went public, I actually ran into Barry Schwartz, and he was the big push to come to New York. And then we came, and then we ended up winning a stakes with Amundsen.
Yeah.
And then Sharp Star, she was hitting the board. And then COVID hit. And I was like, oh, this is a good decision. So, we stuck through it. Barry kept sending horses, and, very thankful for him.
You mentioned that it was a goal for you that once you were 30 to have horses in your own name, to be a trainer. What's 40? What's your 40-year goal?
I was hoping I'd just stay 30. It's gone by.
Don't we all?
It's gone by quick. I think at this point, obviously, just trying to grow our business and the clientele. And like I said, when I came here with Barry, we had 4 horses. And this summer, we got up to 45 here at Belmont.
This is not an easy lifestyle. It's 24/7. Why do you get up and do it every morning?
Honestly, you love the process of trying to come up with that nice horse. And they're all projects, and you're all trying to figure out their quirks. I mean, every once in a while, my mom was so, "Okay, you still gonna go to college?" And I'm like, "No, I don't think I'm gonna go to college now." So
it's off the cards, Mom.
Yeah.
He winds up here in New York. Live look there, Horacio De Paz from what's considered West Texas, yes?
Oh, yeah, I would call it West Texas. If you're over there by Lubbock, in Amarillo and Midland, that's as west as you can get.
It might as well be a galaxy away, is my point.
Yeah, absolutely. But when it comes to Horacio, as a horse player, I'll look in the past performances, I'll look at a horse, I'll evaluate the horse, and then you start looking at who's riding, who's training. Sometimes you'll see people at times who are riding, you're like, oh, I wish that wasn't riding, or oh, I wish he was trained by someone a little bit better. But Horacio's not one of those. I get excited when I see Horacio. Like, oh, yes. My opinion gets a little bit stronger. He's one of those guys who does a great job. He's not on the you know, in the limelight all the time with big horses, but you give him a good horse, he'll win races.
That extended, that coaching tree, that training tree that we've discussed. The passing of D. Wayne Lucas, learning from Wayne, learning from Todd Pletcher. That education alone, building the foundation for the kind of success he is now having, competing at the highest level.
And I think it also, with those two mentors, his demeanor, it's almost the same, right, as Todd Pletcher and D. Wayne Lucas. Just handles everything in stride. I'm with JK. I think he just does a wonderful job with his horses. He's a great conditioner, and he's kind of one of those guys that just lets the horse kind of develop by himself, and I have no problem betting him. I think he's very, very polished, and he's getting better and better. He's getting better and better horses, too.
A live runner in the Grade 2 Honorable Miss this weekend. Striker has a dial 5-1 in the morning line. Should she run well? Who knows? Maybe sights set on the ballerina. As the rain continues to fall, Horacio de Paz trying to trigger an upset in the 9th in the Spa.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Hats and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
This weekend on Fox, Saratoga Saturday. Top fillies face off in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The best of summer racing heats up at the Spa. Fox, Saratoga Saturday on Fox.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after two of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the two stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world.
You have your daily dose yet?
I don't subscribe to that. They say it's good luck to go to the Big Red Spring. I think it's good luck to go to Shake Shack. So I make my own rules.
I think it's like, I can't explain it. It's kind of Vegemite water.
Oh,
That's
well, that
what
sounds wonderful.
It's you
Little
gotta
bit,
take
right?
your medicine, son. It helps you
Listen,
run
man.
faster, jump higher. Who did it?
My medicine's
cares
right
what
over
it
there. My
tastes
medicine's right over there.
Mercury
Milkshake.
and salts are get that in your brain, man. Get some mercury in there.
The Big Red Spring right next to our set here at Saratoga, all part of the tradition around every corner, every nook, a little piece of history, something else that makes Saratoga the special place it is. Another look here at the 7, the odds-on favorite Enlighten, 4 to 5. Maggie, what is the odds-on favorite showing you here pre-race?
Well, I'm going to reserve my final judgment for this horse out on track because I do have some notes about him in the past with regards to his warm-up. But at least here in the paddock, he is a horse that looks incredibly fit, coming off a bit of a layoff as the rain stops, the bugs come out. But taking a look at Enlighten in his last race, he was beaten by a horse by the name Sherlock's Jewel, who would come back and win up at Belmont at the Big A with a 91 buyer, defeating a horse that would come back and win a graded stakes. Now, watching this horse, he was sent hard from the outside post to get over to the rail, and well done, Edgar Dias, because he was able to do that. He kind of came under a ride in the second turn, and then he was blocked for most of the stretch and just got clear way too late. The stretch at Gulfstream is incredibly short, so you can't have that happen to you. And like I said, looking at him here in the paddock, especially against the foes that he meets today, he is a bit of a standout. But I want to watch him warm up to see how he's moving out on the track as we'll move on to a horse that I think is incredibly intriguing. If you were watching the first half of the show, Andy Serling giving some points for number 5, Life and Light. And because of lower profile connections, you're always going to get a better price on this horse, whom, if you isolate his turf races, which there have been 5, and I know with only 1 second place effort, they're actually quite good. And I know there's some other speed in here, but last time out, he was chasing a runoff leader. He was the first one to make the move into the pace and was defeated by a horse that was highly regarded once upon a time. This time around, it was for Safi Joseph in E5 Racing. But Life and Light is truly a turf horse. Massive turf hoof on him. Everything about him physically says this is the right surface for him. And furthermore, he's just well turned out. He's healthy despite having a kind of, comprehensive campaign over the past year. And I think he makes a lot of sense tactically if he can track a pace that isn't ridiculous like it was in his last start, and I think he could be right there in the end. Now, another horse that is coming in from Gulfstream Park but has some more recency than your favorite is number 8, Fredo. Last time in that 20, albeit, so taking a little bit of a step up here, but kind of numbers-wise, fits okay with this group. He was on the inside kind of running with his head up. He was climbing a bit, but then he kind of settled in and he literally just missed. Now, he's a horse, another one that's done a lot of racing here over the past year. Looks incredibly fit overall, but a horse that I think sometimes when they come from Gulfstream and you're dealing with such a finicky course like that, getting here to maybe a course that's a little bit more fair to all running styles, it just depends on the pace, I think they usually perform well. Lafitte?
Fredo got Fredo'd in a photo at Gulfstream Park. Look at that, sun's out here at Saratoga. To his inside in the colt you're looking at, Enlighten, 4 to 5 favorite. It's a Rod Ortiz, it's Todd Pletcher, a team mind frame among the best older horses in the country. JK, do you think he's the best older horse in the country as we look forward to seeing him in the Whitney the first Saturday in August?
Mike Rapoli has the best older horse in training. I'll leave it at that. I'm still a card-carrying member of the Fierceness fan club, hoping he can run back. But yes, you can't argue with the way these horses ran last time. Mind Frame was sensational down at Churchill Downs. Fierceness left a little bit to be desired. I excuse that with the racetrack, but they are both really good. And Mike Rapoli has a loaded stable going into this older handicap division.
Tend to agree. Really nice horse. And horses to me, Mind Frame right now, if they had a vote right now, he's horse of the year. He is. If he just out of his last win, but he's going to have to prove it against some other horses. I do think Sierra Leone is part of that picture too as well.
It's come such a long way since he was that immature colt running sideways and weaving in the stretch in the Belmont Stakes, nearly winning a Belmont Stakes on talent alone. And now it all coming together as an older horse. And for Todd Pletcher in that particular division, loaded. You see those Centennial colors, Antiquarian, very good on his best day. Fierceness, mind frame. And look forward to seeing how it all shakes out in the Whitney, first Saturday in August, and the rest of the 2025 campaign.
Look, I love Travers weekend. I love every weekend here, but Whitney weekend just hits just
you
a
know how the
little
energy
bit different.
changes like August 1.
Yeah.
August 1, it is a completely different feel. Like the August place to be. There's something to it. Calendar turns and everything. It's awesome to be here during the summer and in July and everything, but something happens in August here.
Look, I jumped the fence here one time. I'm just kidding. I didn't really do that.
I bet you had some of that
December.
big red spring. You would have cleared it easier.
If you let me in here, I'll come. I don't care when it is. July, June, December. I'll come here for winter racing.
Don't give me any ideas now. Don't give any ideas.
I don't know. Winter's up here pretty tough.
Yeah, a little rough.
Enlighten. 4 to 5. Arad Ortiz looking for a third winner on the afternoon. Why such an overwhelming favorite here, Paulie?
Just got the best numbers. The last 3 races would win this race compared to everybody else's races. Maybe Gem Mint 10 has a couple of horses races to go back to the 9, but he hasn't been running those. But, this is Enlighten's June 4th win, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Second time Lasix, and it's an 89 buyer. Then is backed up with an 85 and 84, and everybody in here is kind of chasing those numbers.
Collard, the leader, that was Fredo on the lead, digs in, holds on. Maggie keeping a close eye on Enlighten, going to watch him warm up and then see what's what. It didn't rain enough to change anything from a handicapping perspective, in your opinion. JK, yes?
No, not at all. I mean, I'm not too concerned with that at this point.
Post-parade, Brits Witt and Manny Franco.
Brits Witt obviously is drawn there. For Mike Maker, this horse ran okay last time. Probably needs to improve.
Just for luck, New York bred draws the rail.
Yeah, Rick Dutcho's got 2 in here. Junior Alvarado will be on this one.
Final denial for trainer Horacio De Paz.
I'm not sure if the feature angle can help this one.
At a price 25 to 1. Number 4, Java Buzz. Nothing but sprints of late.
Yeah, and he's going to be in front. I mean, he's by far the fastest horse in here. I just don't know how long he's going to stick around.
Andy going to the bankroll. $100 win wager on Light and Light.
Yeah, I mean, I like this horse. I use this horse, the 5 and the 7, in my bankroll pick 5 as well. Andy's onto something.
Barnstorming, claim from Mike Maselli by Bruce Brown.
He's had a couple good races the last 2. His horse is in really good form since he's turned 5.
Favorite, Enlighten, wintered in Florida, idle since March.
Yeah, very similar to Sassy Princess yesterday. I think Enlighten found his friends.
Fredo, 7 to 1. Johnny Velasquez aboard.
Hopefully Fredo doesn't get in the car today. He's jumping to 40,000.
Don't go fishing. It's a trap. Don't go fishing. I ruined the ending. Gem Mint 10 and Luis Saez.
Once upon a time, Gem Mint 10 showed some speed. Let's see if he can do that here today.
A badge of war, a Kentucky Derby winner's brother, Mandaloon.
I'm going to give this horse another chance. I know this horse had some races on the turf that haven't been that good, but I like the last race, and Rick Dutcho, they get the outside, and Jose Ortiz gets aboard. We don't see him ride a lot for Rick, but they're a pretty good combo.
That's the field, race 9, where the scene has changed dramatically. Sun is out after the passing shower. These $40,000 allowance optional claimers, a mile on the inner turf course listed as firm. JK, let's start with you. And Life and Light, same as Andy, as you mentioned. An outsider with some upside.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's a ton of upside. What I will say is that when you find horses who have been running better than their past performances suggest, they're always interesting because their prices typically don't reflect who they actually are. And I think Life and Light, and Maggie touched on it, and I'm sure Andy did this morning on the Handicapping show Talking Horses. Life and Light is a horse that last time I thought ran better than it looks on paper. When you look down, you see he was 5th beaten 3 lengths, but really he was involved with a quick pace. He was chasing a quick pace, and that can take some starch out of a horse when they turn for home. If he can work out a more comfortable trip, he can improve off of this. The other thing about
what does that look like? What does a comfortable trip for him look like today?
Yeah, I mean, I think where you're not going too fast. Think about when you're running late for the airport. You know, you're rushing around, you're forgetting
I'm
things.
trying to make the set before the start of a broadcast. Yeah,
Or
go
that.
ahead.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the horse. But I'm just saying, you get frantic. And I think that sometimes it makes it a little bit harder to be focused and to finish your race. And that's what happened with Life and Light. And the other thing about Life and Light is not only did he run better than it looks last time, I think the thing about him is that he's the type of horse that has only tried the turf a couple of times. I think helps quite a bit, too. We don't exactly know who he is on the turf.
Mm-hmm.
He was
16-1. Go ahead.
He's been 80-1, 40-1, and 31. He's outrun his odds every time on the turf. So this is kind of an underlay for him at 16-1. You do get Christian Murat. He's been riding at Monmouth in both. He's a nice little jockey.
With all that said, though, the 7 shows up and runs his race, and everything we're talking about is a moot point
Lane
for
Ludsey
him
aboard
winning.
the 5, excuse me. I'm with him. I'm with you. I do think the horse that can reach back and beat this horse was the 9. Gem Mint 10, like you had mentioned, as you see the favorite on your screen. And then the Badge of War, because there's that unknown back for Dutro.
Yeah, you went with Badge of War?
Yeah, just because I'm going to give the 10 another chance. The 7 is by far the horse to beat, like JK said. I do think the 9, Gem Mint 10, it can get back to some of those races. But the problem is, a lot of these horses want to go to the front end, like Gem Mint 10, like the 5 in here, Life of Light. I don't think the 5 needs the lead, but they're not going to get it from the 4, Java Buzz.
Looking at Gem Mint 10 and then Badge of War. Enlighten, though, the favorite 4-5. Maggie, you said you want to reserve your final judgment until you watched him warm up. So how do you warm up?
Final judgment is in, and I like what I see. Lafitte, as I do think he'll be strong here as the favorite. And I love that, you know, after he got saddled and he got the rider up here with Arad Ortiz, he really came to life. I mean, he has been bouncing and on his toes, and Arad opted for quite a brisk and vigorous warm-up. So making sure that this guy, which naturally he has tactical speed, won't be out-footed. Now, as you can see, I couldn't resist my man Life and Light here. Last time he ran, Andy and I did the handicapping show back at Belmont at the Big A. We both had a lot of interest in him, and I just want to give him one more shot here. But let's talk about number 1, who is not down on the inside, and that's a good thing for Britt Switt, because watching his last race, in which I think that Dylan Davis gave him the right trip, saved every inch of ground possible. That's how you win turf races. But I don't think this horse was necessarily comfortable down there. Now, we will see Manny Franco climb aboard. And while I love Dylan and I think he's come such a long way, he's a little bit more of a negotiator with the horse, you know, kind of asks and waits for a reply, and then, you know, we figure it out from there. Manny just demands and will tell a horse, no, you need to go through here, which might fit Britt Switt a little bit better. Looks great physically. We'll see what kind of trip he's able to pull. And then let's talk about Gem Mint 10. A horse that at times struggles to carry a lot of weight and conditioning, good weight and conditioning. Now 3rd off the bench, I love what I'm seeing from him. Every muscle is highlighted and where it should be. As far as from a fitness perspective, I thought last time he might have been just a touch light where he still needed to strengthen up a bit. And as Paul correctly pointed out, he has some races to lean upon in the past. And I just feel like we might be on the precipice of seeing his best effort now as a 5-year-old, 3rd off the bench, Lafitte.
Poised for a big effort. Gem Mint 10, Paulie, for the horses drawn towards the outside. The geldings on the outside. It's a mile on the inner turf course. A trip is key if Gem Mint 10 is going to be successful. If Badge of War is going to be successful, what does the race look like for them early on?
I think Gem Mint 10 has to push out of there. And if you look, the last time that Luis Saez rode the horse, he was here at Saratoga. He took the field gate to wire. And like I said, I don't think that he gets to the front end here with Java Buzz. But you got to just focus as Java Buzz being like kind of a rabbit and focus that you're just a horse. If Java Buzz beats you, the 4 beats you. And Gem Mint 10 can stay behind that horse. Maybe Louis can wake him up. Irad wasn't able to the last couple times.
Crossing over to the turf course. Do either of you handicap things any differently when you're talking about inner turf course versus the outer or melon?
I think when it's on the inner, I want to find a handy horse that can end up getting good position. I don't want like a kind of lugging type. The other thing I'll do is I'll look to see who's run well on the inner before. I don't really the melon to me it's just like whatever. I don't just handicap that normal.
Yeah.
But I will pay a little bit of attention to the inner.
So more trip handicapping with the inner.
Right.
The inner to me plays more to speed when they go long, obviously. Harder to launch, but watch somebody's going to launch here from dead last now. But yeah, sometimes speed can be better and a little tighter turn. So like JK said, a handier horse that can handle the turns, yes.
I love on the inner, I love a tactical horse drawn inside because they're going to end up getting to the rail. They're going to save ground on both turns. They're going to be able to negotiate that inside position. I upgrade horses like that.
Those colors, Centennial Farm colors. First horse that comes to mind.
Wicked Strong?
Wicked Strong for you?
Yeah.
Corinthian.
For
me.
Okay, yeah, you guys are...
Well, Corinthian won in the slop, and Wicked Strong was what, 4th or 3rd in the...
Yeah, you guys are a little older than me. Of course you thought to that.
Elvis Trujillo. Oh, no, wait. No, Corinthian was at Monmouth.
At Monmouth, the first
on Friday.
Ever
Breeders'
Cup Dirt Mile.
Yeah.
Same day as the first ever juvenile turf and filly mare sprint in shoulder deep
And
mud.
Maryville won that with Elvis
That's
Trujillo.
Maryfield, yeah.
Maryfield.
And
now. I was probably in high school.
I'm going to pop this guy. One more race after this. One more race after this, and we're through. Frank Mirmati with the call of Race 9 live on Fox Sports 2.
Life and Light. Badge of War. Sun is shining. They're in the gate. And they're off. Java Buzz wins the break. Gem Mint 10 puts the pressure on, as does Badge of War, and Badge of War rushes up now to take second. In behind them, Enlighten is racing in between horses as Barnstorming cuts the corner just in front of him. And we have a loose leader in Java Buzz who has opened up a 5-length advantage. Fredo is next to Life and Light. At the back of the field, Brits Wit, Just for Luck, and Final Denial. 22-2, Java Buzz, ambitious. Badge of War, taken a hold of by Jose Ortiz, and wisely so. 4 lengths clear of Gem Mint 10. Barnstorming is in 4th. It's another 4. Back to Fredo, who's outside of Enlighten, coming to the half-mile pole. Brits Wit is next. Life and Light has lost a little bit of ground going into that far turn. Has plenty of work to catch. 44-4 for the half. Final Denial just went out of last place. And following him, trying to get into it, is Just for Luck. Java Buzz had his fun, and he is about to pack it in at the top of the stretch. Gem Mint 10 on the outside of him comes Fredo. Fredo is getting into the mix, and here comes Enlighten. Enlighten finds a spot along the inside. Out in the center of the course, Final Denial. They're in the final furlong, wild finish. It's Enlighten. Barnstorming is very tough. They're head and head coming for the wire. Enlighten or Barnstorming? Enlighten, Barnstorming. Here is the line. Barnstorming and Enlighten in a photo finish. Behind them, Final Denial rallied boldly, and Brits Wit finished 4th.
Well, we love turf racing, cavalry charge, wild finish. These two emerging, Barnstorming outside the favorite, Enlighten inside by a nose. Maybe. Frank Mirmati called it Barnstorming in the 9th at Saratoga. Wow.
Yeah, and I think he does win this race. And I tell you what, the 7, Irad gave the 7 a perfect ride up the rail. And the 6 just exploded in between horses. And it looked like he was going to hold him off. But Ricardo Santana just riding that hot hand at 22-1. The 3 on the way outside was flying at 28-1. But I think the 6 won this race.
Driving finish.
Yes.
Barnstorming outside Ricardo Santana. Enlighten, what a trip. Arad Ortiz on the inside at 22-1. Barnstorming. You want to introduce the sport to someone who's never watched a horse race in their life? Show them that race.
Yeah, it's exciting, right? I mean, you got the favorite come up the inside. And
what are the chances that the winner and the favorite came on the 1 and 2 path? It's like nobody's allowed to. What was that?
How did Arad find room on the inside to operate? And how is that area, that space available to begin with?
Yeah, just parted. I mean, I think the problem was the 4 and the 10 were just tired. You look at them right there, kind of falling out the back. They were tired. They went too fast. And so they started stopping so abruptly, I think that Irad only needed a jump or two to get by him on the inside. So, you know, look, Irad wins a lot of races because he's Irad, and he makes decisions like that. And that was an outstanding ride by Ricardo Santana as well in the 6th barnstorming.
All smiles. Bruce Brown first after the claim, triggering the upset 22-1 by Quality Road. Barnstorming. About an 1/8 of a mile to go, Paul, and it could have been any one of 7 or 8.
Ricardo gave this horse an unreal ride. If you go back to the top of that stretch, a couple horses were backing out of there. He had to make a move to the inside and then was able to run down your favorite. I tell you what, he's just been riding lights out. And to run down the 7 there, and he's been getting by horses too. And like you were saying about the turf course, Lafitte,
yeah,
fast time, so I don't think the rain did anything.
No. Not whatsoever. It had been chalky in this late pick 5 sequence. Not anymore. 22-1 upset here. Barnstorming. Able to outduel the odds-on favorite Enlightened to the wire. Ricardo Santana barnstorming by a flared nostril in the 9th of 10 at Saratoga.
Club American Oaks.
To win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Coverage brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. What storm? What about this upset? 22-1 barnstorming Ricardo Santana by that much over Enlighten in race number 9. First after the claim, Bruce Brown winning trainer. Brown standing by live with Maggie.
Heck of a stretch run, thrilling, but I'm sure more thrilling for you, Bruce, and Ricardo Santana just delivering kind of a textbook turf ride.
Absolutely. It was unbelievable. I thought we were going to get stopped there, and I was like, oh, you know, turf race will come back. But then I saw the blinkers poked through there, and I was like, oh, we got a shot here. And he's, this horse is very game when he's involved in the race. So, Ricardo did a great job. Just an excellent, excellent ride.
And he said to you after the race, I rode him like I owned him.
Yeah, and it's funny, before the race, he was acting up. So me and the owner were talking about when we're going to geld him, because it's unbelievable this horse is not a gelding. But so we were planning that out before the race, but now we'll have to hold off on that a little bit.
Guess he heard you.
Yeah.
Bruce, it's always good to get a win up here, in the first couple weeks. You haven't run that many horses, but with when they're a big price, I feel like it's so much more exciting, especially when you run down the big favorite.
Yeah, no, it was great. These kind of races, these horses, not much separates these horses, so it's like who gets the trip and who. But no, it was awesome. And the filly yesterday ran really good in the stakes. So we've run a couple and had some good. Everybody's running good, so it's good. It's good.
Excellent. I just want to know one thing: is Nicholas a hot walker now at the barn?
He is. He's official. He's on the payroll. So he's got direct deposit. So he's he's got his Naira Bets account. So he's. Don't worry.
Is it direct deposit to the Naira Bets account?
Not yet. No, not yet. He wishes, but no.
Well, he's doing an excellent job. Congratulations to you, the family, and the whole team.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bruce Brown, barnstorming, stormed right home today, and he earned himself another couple races of being not a gelding. Lafitte.
By a nose, barnstorming, very cyclical. Working at the barn, walking hots, direct deposit, and the Naira Bets account.
100%.
Works for me.
You would run fast if you knew you were getting gelded. He might have heard whispers barnstorming.
My first job walking hots with Bobby Frankel. Get a D in geometry, wind up walking hots with Bobby Frankel, how I spent my summer.
Good stuff. Bruce Brown, great guy for horse racing. Just a great human being.
What a brave run from barnstorming.
It really
Coming
was.
through, threading the needle, and then really digging in and responding to the challenge when locking up with the favorite Enlighten. That was fun. 10th race here, coming up. $50,000 maiden claimer, New York breds. These are always easy to figure out. Jonathan, who did you have breaking through in this nightcap?
Yeah, I was 4 deep in the pick 5 that's no longer with us, or the pick 3 for Beat the Favorite. I like the 11 Film Academy for Mark Casse, looking for his 4,000th
and first. He could have won 7 other races between that Colonial win and now.
I could be wrong about that, but
I like the 12. I'm with JK. I thought this race was 1, 11, 12 between those 3. Although I know that Andy likes the 4, if I'm not mistaken. I like the other Tommy Morley running.
Has the soy sauce. More on that in a bit. Wide open. 10th and final. And the Chouvet coming up this weekend. Title defense. There she is, a Raging Sea, trying to become the first ever back-to-back Chouvet winner.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Outside, Elite Power is starting to close. They're a furlong from the finish. Gunite, Elite Power kicks it into high gear. Dean delivers, drops back. They're coming to the 16th pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power got him right on the money.
The power of Juddmonte.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
The Chuvie, by the numbers, dates back to the mid-70s. JK will tell you, just ancient. Fastest ever, Latruska, front-running Wrecking Ball, 148.94. Todd Pletcher, all-time leading CCA Oaks trainer. Same for the Chuvie, 5-time winning Chuvie trainer. Johnny Velasquez holds just about every record there is to hold at Saratoga, and there's another 5-time Chuvie winning jockey. For owners, 4 different owners have won it twice, including Eclipse Thoroughbreds. Nest was the best a few years back as a 3-year-old filly. Biggest blowout, look at that, 32.5 lengths, paid up subscriber in 2017. 6 fillies or mares have gone on from the Chuvie to capture the Breeders' Cup Distaff, Lady's Secret, a monster and Horse of the Year back in '86, and 10 champions crowned, including front-running Latruska, the Chuvie, by the numbers. What a race mare. And her legacy to be honored this weekend, the Chuvie Grade 2, $200,000 purse, Raging Sea, even money. Flavien Prat providing him with one of his 7 Grade 1 victories last summer in the personal ensign, Raging Sea. What are we expecting as she tries to become, hard to believe, the first ever back-to-back winner of the Chuvie? Here's how she did it a summer ago.
Yeah, the thing about Raging Sea is that she's a great horse, right? She's 8 for 15. She's run second a handful of times, third. She always shows up. But in order for her to win, in my opinion, things kind of have to fall in her way, especially with the big girls and the big races. Now, I think she's definitely the best, most accomplished horse in this race, but I don't think she's a slam dunk based on if someone else in here decides to show up and take a jump forward.
There's a lot of speed in the race, and you're wondering, okay, that's why she's going to be your heavy favorite, because she comes from off the pace. But Dazzling Move is a pretty good horse, and Malibu Beauty is in very good form. I don't think those horses will go really gung-ho on the front end, but I think Raging Sea probably wins this race, but I just don't know if she's...
A lot of conviction.
Yeah.
Trained by Chad Brown, who's really maximized her potential. Like, I didn't think she was like Grade 1 personal ensign winning good, and how he's cultivated her and maximized her ability's been impressive.
Yeah, but that you mentioned that personal ensign. I think what helped her that day was Idiomatic and randomized looking up and going very, very, very fast. And I just think that circumstances like that, when they come up and they fall in her lap, she'll take advantage of them. You know, I would love to own her. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just talking about the price that she's going to be. I feel like she's going to be just a tad bit over bet from what her chances really are to winning.
Can she successfully defend her title in this division for older fillies and mares here at Saratoga? Eventually, all roads leading to the personal ensign. Next stop for the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna. Paulie, where are you with Torpedo Anna right now as a 4-year-old filly, based on what we've seen just this year alone?
I think a lot of people think she's going backwards, and she's not the same horse. Maybe the Travers took a lot out of her. She had that one clunker of a race. Now, she's come back with 2 good races. I think she loves it up here so much that she will improve a little bit. It's another tough call for me. I mean, I just think she is a class type horse that she's just now getting to the point where she's just doing things to get it done. And, you know, maybe people will think she's regressing a little bit. I'm not there yet. I'm waiting for her to get a stern test and go from there, but I kind of understand what JK and Andy are talking about. I know, JK, you're a little bit leery about her not moving forward yet.
No, I think 2 things can be right. I think she's awesome. I love watching her. I'm a fan of her. I also think she's going to always be overbet because of who she is, and I don't think she's as good as they bet her to be.
What will be the postscript at the end of 2025 after the Breeders' Cup? What will be the headline regarding Torpedo Anna's 2025 4-year-old filly campaign?
Well, we have to see what happens with some of the 3-year-olds, right? What happens with the Lacaras of the world and the Immersives of the world? Do they jump up like she did last year and take advantage of a weaker, older division? I do think that she runs to her competition, which makes her a little hard to read, but I just don't trust her that much at a short price. The way she ran at Churchill Downs wasn't very good.
I've never been as invested since my old man retired. I haven't been as invested in the outcome of a race as I was watching her in that Travers last year. Just like if that didn't bring out the fan in anybody who's ever watched a horse race, like one of the greatest races and just greatest moments here I've seen unfold at Saratoga over the years. That shy, that close to becoming the first filly to win a Travers in like 1,000 years. Torpedo Anna, see her towards the end of the summer. Meantime, one left, the nightcap, coming up in moments. New York bred maidens who graduates on this gorgeous sunny afternoon in upstate New York.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn, making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 on this terrific afternoon in upstate New York. And the theme in support of retired thoroughbreds, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. If you want to give back a little, if you can, anything you can spare for the benefit of these great thoroughbreds once retired, go ahead and scan that QR code to go ahead and pick whatever organization you'd like to support. It's Maggie in the paddock.
Thanks, Lafitte. Scrambling, writing notes in here because there's so many horses actually trying the turf for the first time. So we'll begin with one that is coming off of a layoff as well, and that's number 4, Paz, the soy sauce. Now, I know when you look at the dam, she was 4 for 20 foal to date. Now he'll come back and add blinkers. A horse that does look very fit, is also very sharp for this return race, and on top of that has a massive turf hoof. So we'll see how he stacks up. I know he hasn't done much running in his first 2 efforts back in December as a 2-year-old, but did show a little bit of early foot. So we'll see if he can be forward now getting to a turf sprint, as we'll check in with number 6, Viking Warrior. He's never turf sprinted, but he's been on this surface. And I know, why are you talking about him? He's slow going long. This is a horse that gets Lasix for the first time. Every other time I've seen him, he's washed out, total mess. Today, well, it's still warm and he's got, some sweat on him. not hot, not washy, not worrying, is a horse that I think is responding well to the addition of Lasix, and he's the most fit I have ever seen him in his entire life. Like I said, I'm not sure if he can sprint. That is a massive question mark, but this is the best this horse has ever looked prior to a start. But I do like the first-time starter here for the Dave Duggan barn, not taking much money, is a son of Kitten's Joy, so that's a good influence there. The Dam, she won first time out as a 3-year-old as well on the turf. This is her first foal, but the second Dam, also a turf winner, so there's tons of pedigree to handle this surface. Now, he kind of looks 90% fit. But I will say this, a lot of times Kitten's Joy's progeny, they tend to be kind of round, healthy horses that look as though they like to get into their feed tub. Great energy here in the paddock, is forward, has a really powerful and athletic walk to him. I like this first-time starter a bit. We'll see how he does, Lafitte.
Looks the part, showing good signs prior to his debut. Blame it on KJ, not JK. Blame it on KJ. Cold on the board, 22-1. The competition here amongst the analysts and handicappers, and the bankroll. 100 to win on Hello Newman, says Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, I like this horse. Newman Racing, clever name here, obviously, with Hello Newman with Jerry Seinfeld. The blinkers go on. I've always thought this horse would be a better sprinter. Now, they just gelded this horse right before, well, it says right before his first race, but I think he'll like the distance on the cutback. I like the outside draw here, and I think this horse is a very good price right now at 4-1.
These races are so tough, man.
Well, they're
At the end of the day, New York bred maiden sprint on grass.
I think that's why the racing office is, chooses to end them like this. To add to some chaos, to look to make these sequences tough, and to hopefully induce some carryovers. But man, they are tough.
Ori, the favorite, 5-2. Post parade, we go right back to Maggie.
As we continue and conclude this Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, I'm so pleased to be joined by Joanne Pepper of Old Friends at Cabin Creek. And Joanne, we were talking about the TRF earlier, but I think Old Friends is along the same line, because these are horses that just kind of get to live out their lives, enjoying themselves in the paddock. And talk a little bit about how important an organization like Old Friends is.
Oh, it's very important, especially that they can connect the fans, the old fans, and they can make new fans too. So many of our horses have gotten more and more fans, even for commentators. Memorial, there was about 80 people there. So it was, he had a lot of love. A lot of people just came to see him, and they all just start to relax and be themselves and just attract more and more people.
Commentator, he was such a well-known horse around these parts for sure. But talk a little bit about him after his racing days.
Yeah, he was just a lovely horse. He was grumpy on certain days. I mean, like all horses, they get older, they want to do things differently, or they don't want to do them at all. So sometimes we would just have to wait till his mood would shift. And he was a good guy, though. We could always do what we needed to do. He was really a pleasure to take care of, and it's just never the same when we lose one.
Absolutely. Our hearts with you and everybody out there. And you were saying that you have so many volunteers, and actually one of them, who is actually just beyond my camera right here, now works for NYRA in our press department, Mary Eddy. And I think, I might be speaking for her out of turn, but she became a fan by volunteering and working with these horses out with you.
Yes, most definitely. Just to watch her grow and learn. I mean, she was teaching me stuff about racing because I was so busy doing the retirement stuff. So she was keeping me up to date. And then to grow into what she's doing now is wonderful. And just thankful for her.
What you do is wonderful. Thank you so much for everything. And like I said, making fans of all these people around here, of these great horses.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Please come and visit.
You heard her, Lafitte. Come and visit. It's not very far away from here.
Go see your old friends. The Star's now retired commentator. What a fan base he had. Front-running Wrecking Ball, two-time Whitney winner. Let's meet these New York-bred maidens, starting with Ori, pictured Flavian Pratt, 6th jockey in as many races.
Probably too light on the price. This horse has run okay a couple of times, once at this level.
Desert Power, turf debut.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot pointing to this one's going to move up that much on the grass.
Paz, the soy sauce, turf debut for him.
Yeah, real clever name here out of Chow Fun and out of Mission Impossible. Ricardo Santana looking for the late double.
Kimball Union and make the rider Emily Ellingwood.
41-1 last time, did no running last time.
First start on grass for the second career effort, followed by number 6 in Viking Warrior, and a very fit Viking Warrior in terms of how Maggie viewed him pre-race.
Yeah, you got a lot of horses cutting back here, like the 12 and the 6 is cutting back in distance.
80 Gold, Dorado Ortiz, it retains the call.
Second time that Dave Donk has tried this one on the grass. Maybe this is the magic time.
Maggie liked what she saw from this first-time starter. Blame it on KJ.
Yeah, you went on to blame it on your own father, do you? Kinsley?
The Craftsman, number 9, late to the scene. Back there somewhere, white colors with Johnny Velasquez. There he is. Second start, first race on grass.
Yeah, I mean, the horse had a bad trip on debut, but I think sometimes people get carried away. There's no bad trips in slow races.
Man from Malta is out. Film Academy, Mark Casse working on his next 1,000.
Yeah, look, I mean, I thought this was the saver for the day if he didn't get the other two, one of the other two done, but this horse can absolutely win.
Hello, Newman. For trainer Tom Morley, sprints today after 2 routes.
Yeah, I like this horse today at 9-2. I think you're getting a really good price.
Night goes Frankie Dettori in the saddle.
Has some speed, always a weapon drawn outside.
Out of the fog, draws in.
Yeah, a horse that kind of made a middle move into Ori, the one horse last time out. So if you like a horse that didn't run that awful, you're get the way outside at 22-1.
Nothing would surprise you. Nothing should surprise you. That kind of race. Circling back to Ori, the second choice at 3-1. Flavien Prat aboard his most recent. This was late June. Aqueduct, same level. Paul Ori trying to pick his way through traffic.
Yeah, I thought Ricardo gave this horse a really good ride. Now Flavien Prat will get aboard. The time before that, he did not have a good beginning against Hard Par and Cousin Ed. This time, he kind of laid back and made one run and just got outrun by Mayburn. He's the player in here, but, you know, JK makes a good point. Sometimes when you don't have speed from the rail, you put yourself in a compromising position, but Flavien usually gets him out of the gate, but this horse needs to break cleanly today.
I mean, the horse fits. I just don't like closers in turf sprints, especially when they're short prices. It just, so many things can go wrong, especially from the inside, right? You got to think of, for this horse to win this race, the horse has to break well or to hold that position on the inside or take back, make one run. But when they make one run, they're likely going to have to circle horses. It's not very likely they're going to just get some dream trip up the inside. And if they do, maybe they do, but at 3-1, do you want to pay to find out?
Paz, the soy sauce. This was a bankroll play, Andy, yes?
I believe so, yeah.
6-1 it is. For our handicappers, it's max 1,000 a week, max of 200 a day. We'll be tracking all summer long. Maggie, now the favorite. Film Academy emerging as the choice at 2-1.
Yeah, it's kind of weird with these outside horses, right, Lafitte? They're both drop downs, so the class relief should help them, but does the distance? I'm not so sure, as both he and Hello Newman will be turning back from the 2-turn turf races. And while I think Film Academy is quite sharp and compared to the other turn back in here, he is a little bit more short coupled, a little bit more broader chested and a broader hip to him. So those are good physical attributes to have when trying to shorten up. But it's just not, and look, I wrote in my notes first time out that he probably needed longer. So he's just not that convincing coming back here and turning back as he'll put those short cup cheater blinkers on. And look, he's a 4-year-old for Mark Casse. Shouldn't he have gotten the job done at some point? Granted, he's never been favored, so there is that. As number 12, Hello Newman. Now, look, I have ridden this horse in the morning, and at least from my vantage point, he doesn't strike me as a sprinter at all. He doesn't look like a sprinter. I know there's been, dirt sprint in the family, but look, he puts blinkers on as well, short cup cheater blinkers of both these horses that just aren't that convincing getting to 5.5 furlongs on the grass. Lafitte.
Scan that QR code. Paul going to the well. Are you leading still, Paulie?
I just won last week. It starts every week.
Does it start every week?
Yeah, it starts every week.
Should be the whole summer. Paul's like, yeah, it should be the whole summer.
Nah, you know, we're trying to get everybody involved every day, so you get a little involved. And obviously, those aren't great words from the person that gets on top of Hey Newman.
You are the only one who could sweep this thing, though. That you theoretically, you are the only one who could win every. Nobody else here can say that.
I'm shooting for 3, then I'm in the clubhouse. How many weeks are here?
52. You look for quickest of the quick, JK, in these turf sprints. Who is the quickest of the quick early on?
Yeah, it's hard with some of these lightly raced horses to know exactly who the quickest of the quick is. I would guess that the 13 maybe has, yeah, I'll go 13 with Frankie.
Wide open, 10th and final. Here at Saratoga, the temperature has dropped 15 degrees, literally dropped 15 degrees, around 79 degrees at post time for the 10th and final. Frank Mirmati with a load and call.
Out of the fog, the last one. Goes in. And they're off. Blame It on KJ had a very slow start. Pas de soy sauce, a very quick one, opens up a length and a half in the first few jumps. Kimball Union is showing some good early speed too. Just in behind them, 80 Gold is in the mix, passed now by Nikos, and outside of Nikos comes Out of the Fog. Then it's another 2 lengths back to Desert Power. Hello Newman is in the orange silk, some 8 lengths off the lead. Desert Power now losing ground. Film Academy in the pink silks, going by that rival. Another couple of lengths back to Ori, racing on the inside of the Craftsman. 3 lengths back to Blame It on KJ. And Viking Warrior, strung outfield, reaches the top of the stretch. And it is Pas de Soy Sauce and Out of the Fog, these two. And in the center of the course, Film Academy has come alive in a big way and is closing resolutely down the center of the course. Hello Newman is just inside of them. Scramble to the finish. Ori on the scene late. Pas de Soy Sauce just in front. Film Academy on the outside. Here is the line. Photo finish. It's very close between Film Academy and Ori, who split rivals right on the wire. Close between those two.
Fireworks in the stretch. Once again, the finishes in the last couple of races. Another look, deep stretch towards the outside. Film Academy, Hello Newman, Ori right there in a blanket finish.
I mean, this is the poster child for me when it comes to the one. The one probably ran the best race, Ori, but this is what happens when you have closing turf sprinters. They have a lot to navigate, a lot to overcome, and 4,001
from Mark Casse. Working on his next 1,000.
That was an interesting run race.
999 away from retirement.
999 away. Yeah, you're right. You know, the 11 got the jump, but if Castellano pushes the button a little bit earlier on the 12, I think he wins the race, but it's not sour apples. The 11 wins it. Film Academy. The 4 at one point I thought right here the 4 was going to get home, and then they all kind of like sort of stopped. And right here, the 11 and the 12 shows a lot of courage in between horses, and then it gets really tight between the 3 choices.
Film Academy by that much over Ori 11-1, 12-4. Mark Casse, 4,001 victories. Live with Maggie.
9 more. Only 999 more, and he can retire.
No, I said no. We've made 6,000.
Oh, Tina has made it 6,000. You can come in here. You know what? Come in here. Because he's given you so much credit for all of these wins. I mean, you're such an integral team member and so supportive here.
For sure, I am. Yeah, but it's all behind the scenes, but I couldn't do it without our team. You know, it's a amazing team, and a lot of people make it happen. So
yeah, without her, I'd be at like 1,500.
I know it takes a good woman behind you definitely to get the win here. This horse turning back, Film Academy. I had my reservations, but sometimes class prevails.
It is that, you know, he's just a little bit of a better horse. So, but he ran well today. Jose was he was upset. He was wanting to go for 4,000 for us. So that's what's so nice. Everybody wanted.
Was rooting for us.
You
That
know.
was really nice. Our owners and the jockeys, they all wanted to be part of it. So then they have been, just in not that actual number. So
He really did win it once we saw that reaction from him. But congratulations to 4001, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Total Team Cassie here on the program. And now, it's going to have to be 1,999 more till he can retire. Lafine.
Raising the bar. Mark Casse all week as we got closer and asked about it. This milestone that only 17 trainers have now achieved 4,000 career wins. He kept, there was somewhat of a deflection as special as it was for him, but how excited he was for the team and emphasizing how much support and how terrific everybody around him on this crew, on this team is, and that it really is a team effort.
Well, I don't think that's lip service, right? I mean, I think that when you look at this game and you look at all those people in the winner's circle and you see the grooms, you see the riders, you see the assistant trainers, these guys recognize, these guys and girls, excuse me, these guys and girls recognize they couldn't do it without the people that are helping them do it. And Mark was pointing that out pretty eloquently all day.
He's got a magical string up in Toronto, too, as well, at Woodbine. So that's where he started. That's why he's in the Hall of Fame. We'll show you the photo. Hello, Newman, third. Ori, that inside post might have got him, but congratulations to Film Academy. That pick $400. Make sure you tip the teller 87 cents.
What a great day at Saratoga Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, and glad that, for Casse to get that 4,000th win, how special that is for everybody at Colonial, and great that he did get a win here at the end of the day, whether it's 4,000 or 4,000.
I got to say, he joked with his assistant today during car talk, hey, why don't you slow her down to the paddock so we can get it up here? And he said, absolutely not.
4,000 career wins. Thanks so much for joining us on Saratoga Live. What a Violette earlier today, and Christopher Elliott, that moment, winding up in the winner's circle. Leon Blue over Smooth Breeze and Flavien Prat by a nose. How good is this colt? Onward and upward, stars and stripes, sensational in the 8th. And for Mark Casse, only 17 have done it. An afternoon he'll never forget. 4,000 career wins. Have a great night, everyone.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.